Hello and welcome back to the KCC channel. I'm Rob and I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Today we continue with the compilation videos which are aimed at people who are working or people who are driving or people who just have a heck of a lot of time and want something on in the background. Today we're jumping into some ProRevenge. Our first story today comes to us from Nanobot0991. Torture a student and lose your whole career in the process. Let's jump right in. Hi Redditors, first post and longtime reader. This happened to me at a healthcare facility a few years ago. I work in a healthcare facility with different disciplines, and we have the main clinicians and assistants as well that do treatment. For the longest time before COVID, clinicians would take students from schools because they need to have some on-hand experience before they graduate and get to take their state exams. So I am the supervisor of the health clinic and am in charge of all the clinicians. Even though they're fairly independent, they have to report to me and I in turn report for the whole clinic. This starts with Dory. She has a lot of friends in one of the prominent universities here. She's very well connected with them. She graduated from there, is involved with their activities, and just active in the school in general. I've known Dory for years and have worked with her before, but she was never directly under my management because her home clinic was another location she would just help out. I would hear things about her, the way she treated the assistants that worked under her, a rudeness towards other clinicians, and some sketchy stuff about basically fraud of billing for services not rendered. This is a big no in healthcare, but it happens more than you think. Anyway, I had no proof of this and all the patients at my clinic had not voiced any complaints. Anyway, Dory had started taking students in and she was moved at my clinic. When she came there, she was still helping at another clinic not too far away. Dory accepted a student from her university to follow her and learn from her and slowly integrate into clinical treatment. This is where Hannah enters the picture. A very shy girl, did everything you asked of her, but because she was so shy, and also being a new student, she's unsure if the treatment she's administering is the appropriate one. That's why you have people like Dory to be next to you and counsel and guide you. After the first few weeks, I started noticing Hannah would be in the clinic and we'd be doing treatments without Dory being around for a few hours. This isn't allowed because the instructor should be around at all times to supervise their students. After a few times of noticing this, I brought Dory and Hannah into my office and said this cannot happen and is not allowed. If it happens again, I would have to report it, and this was not something I wanted to do. If I did report it, the student would lose their clinical placement and would have to wait 6 months until the next placement, which pushes back the graduating date. A few weeks go by and things had been fairly normal. The student would be in the clinic sooner, but would not be performing treatment. She would, however, shadow other clinicians, but Dory was still coming in later than usual. One day, as I'm walking by Hannah, I see that she's on the billing menu. In order to be on that screen, you would have to be clocked in, otherwise the system won't allow you to do it. I call her to my office again, and I sternly tell her that I had specifically said she couldn't treat patients, and she doesn't have a clock-in username and password. Hannah proceeded to tell me that Dory had told her to clock in for her and start billing patients before services were rendered. Continues to state this had been going on for the whole time she had been a student. Now, I don't see the billing until the next day, but I don't have a clock of when the billing was submitted. I tell Hannah that this was strictly not allowed, but I need more information before I make a decision. I call Casey, the other clinician, into my office and she proceeds to tell me that Hannah goes home crying and bawling every single night due to Dory threatening to fail her as a student if she didn't do all of these things for her. Dory had used her leverage in her school to strong-arm Hannah into doing all her work while she wasn't even there. Hannah then goes to tell me that after the first meeting with Dory, Hannah, and OP on what they shouldn't be doing, Dory brought Hannah to the side and told her, "He's cool, he knows what's really going on, but he has to say that as a manager, so keep doing it." At this point, I asked the student if any of her evaluation or letters of progress had been submitted to her school so they know she's been making progress. Hannah says that Dory has never submitted the necessary paperwork to the school and has gotten away with it because of her connections to the school. So if I fired Dory, she would in turn take revenge on the student and fail her at her clinical. She would be 6 months to a year from being placed in another clinic, meaning she would be either very late or just fail and not be able to graduate. I called Katie and reported everything to her, told her my fear for the student and the constant trauma she was going through every day, crying, being threatened, and retaliated against. Katie was also fearful of this, but also worried the liability this put on the company. Also, how long it had been going on. So she didn't have an answer on how to handle the situation without harming the student. So here was my revenge. I started watching everything Dory did, treatments, time and complaints, etc. One weekend, Dory had to work without her student on a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. When I came in on Monday, I noticed a patient had been to the hospital since Friday, but she had still been billed for services. I checked the clinician, it was Dory. How was she able to treat a person that wasn't even in the clinic and also be able to bill her? So I had my reasons to fire her. I had the evidence I needed, but I still wanted a bit more. I texted Dory and asked if she had seen said patient. She reported yes she had, but also asked if she had billed less than what she should have because she would be able to bill more if I wanted. I told her that wasn't necessary and there was no way to bill more due to the patient being in the hospital the whole weekend she had billed. She knew from that moment what was going to happen. The next day, OP and Katie waited for Dory and she was fired on the spot, just for the fraud. The student thing never came up in conversation, and she had no idea we had known for a while. I had another clinician write up a whole letter on what the student was doing and that she was a good clinician and has completed the necessary work to be able to graduate. Dory was unable to get any more work after that because the incident had been reported to the government and had that on her license wherever she went. Her new employers would look at the license and not want to hire someone with that on their record. Last I heard, she was working at an Amazon warehouse as a manager. From a doctorate degree to warehouse manager, after many years, I'm sure, of fraud and abuse. The best part is, that student has graduated and gotten her degree and is working in the field. She's a great clinician and has done great work in her field, and I still keep in contact with her. She is very thankful for being pulled out of that situation. From all the Reddit stories that I've read over the past 2.5 years, I've noticed that there's a lot of people in the medical field that feel like they can just coast by because they have the seniority, and they are the ones who say whether the younger people, the ones just starting out, get to move up or not. The younger people are afraid of saying anything because they want to move up. This is their career, and anything that comes down bad on them means that they won't be able to do this in the future. It's nice every once in a while to hear a story of one of them getting put in their place. Do me a quick favor, have a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're not actually subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. Our next story today comes to us from Tough Plankton. The traffic tickets became the least of his problems. Let's jump right in. A few years back, my old car was on its last legs. My mechanic said it wouldn't last much longer, and the best thing to do was to sell it cheap and move on before it gave out and was ready to be scrapped. I loved that little car, but I put it up on Craigslist for $500 and got a bite. The guy buying it was in his 20s with a pregnant wife and his dad was footing the bill. I was clear with them that it was sold as is and I couldn't make any promises about its longevity. The buyer said that if it lasted 6 months, he'd be happy with the purchase, so he signed the bill of sale and I handed over the title. I immediately went to the DMV website and registered it as a sale and assumed he would finish the process by transferring the title. Turns out I was wrong about 2 things. The car lasted much longer than 6 months, and he didn't bother to pay the $77 to transfer the title. I discovered this when I received a photo radar ticket for running a red light. I was confused because the street was way across town in an area I rarely visit. When I went online to view the high-res traffic cam photos, I found it was the buyer in my old car, but my name was still attached to the plates. After some serious cursing, I copied all the records, dates, bill of sale, etc., and mailed copies off to the courthouse. It was his citation, but I had to prove it to the court. 2 weeks later, I got another letter from the fuzz, another ticket, this time for speeding. Same driver, same car, same plates with my name still attached. Again, I had to copy all the paperwork, write a long letter to the clerk, and mail it all off to the courthouse. The third ticket really made me mad. I started making calls and discovered that this scam is pretty common. Some folks buy a junker and rack up fines until they wreck or abandon the car, and their name was never on it, so nobody bothers to punish them for it. It's all on the previous owner to clean up the mess and prove who was at fault. This time I wrote an extra long letter to the court clerk and did a little research to include the guy's picture, home address, and listed phone number. A few months went by and I thought it was over. Heck, the car should have given out by now anyway. Then the fourth ticket arrived, showing him in high res, zipping past a radar cam in my old car, with my old bumper sticker still on the back, Giant Meteor 2016, and all his kids piled into the back seat. The fifth and sixth tickets felt like Groundhog's Day. I didn't even bother to put the paperwork away. I kept it out on my desk ready to copy. By the time the seventh ticket arrived, we were well over a year beyond the sale, and enough was enough. This wasn't just some dude forgetting to do some paperwork or not knowing the right way to go about buying a car. This was intentional. It was time for some ProRevenge. First, I called the police and, after a week of back and forth, finally spoke with a traffic cop who said enough is enough and went to pay the guy a visit. He said he couldn't disclose what would happen during that discussion, but the total amount of the likely unpaid traffic tickets was enough to get his attention. The tickets and late fees were several times the value of the car. That wasn't enough. Just having to pay his tickets wasn't appropriate for the 7 freaking times I had to copy that darn bill of sale for the court clerk. So I started going back through my records of every ticket and every photo, and I found an interesting theme. In every photo, his tiny kids were in the car, including the newborn infant, all packed into the back seat. I called Child Protective Services anonymously. I didn't provide any information that was not 100% factual and verifiable. The ticket showed that this guy was operating an identity fraud scheme out of his home, essentially stealing my identity and who knows how many others. His children were present throughout. Furthermore, he regularly violated traffic rules and put his children in serious danger by speeding, running red lights, and committing other traffic violations. If he was doing this stuff so often in front of a big white camera, how do you think he was driving when he wasn't being watched? I declined to provide my name or number as I had nothing more to offer and didn't want to be involved in the case any further. I gave them all the evidence I had of 3 small children in repeated dangerous and illegal situations, all of which were verifiable by photo evidence and court documents. After that, I stopped getting traffic tickets for him. Maybe the car finally gave out. I did a little bit of research after reading this story because up where I am in Canada, you have to remove your plates from your car when you sell it to somebody else or trade it in or anything like that, and those plates have to be returned to our DMV. Apparently that's not the same thing down in some of the states, and that was absolutely news to me. It just seems like a pretty dumb system if you ask me, because there's nothing there to cover your own butt. There's people out there that are going to try and scam you. This guy got a car for $500 and didn't think he would have to pay any tickets. I'm sure he's gotten away with it before too. Our next story today comes to us from Marine. Want to go on vacation and not pay us for the work? Won't be home for a few days after informing us? Sure. Let's jump right in. My grandpa is on my do not ever F with list in any way. Short list: taught Shotokan overseas in Korea, one of the highest ranked black belts outside of Japan. I've seen security footage of some of his bar fights. It's legit. Was a personal bodyguard during the 70s for some governors in our state. Worked construction for decades, one of 2 master carpenters in my state, which leads to this story. During summers, I would work with Gramp doing a lot of his manual monkey labor, shingles up to the roof, mixed concrete, sand floors, keep everything tidy, etc. He'd been screwed over the years, as many general and subcontractors are, and as the years went by, his contracts for work got more and more specific. Payments on a certain schedule, new and unexpected costs and how they're dealt with, etc. One particular job started out pretty normal. He's hired to build a new deck with a new patio and driveway patio for this guy. Let's call him Crapbrain. New construction, newer house, easy job. Gramps had even done work for him in the past, no problems. Deck is to be partly covered, 10 by 50 on the front of the house, 4 feet up with concrete stairs. Brand new door, brand new picture window, 4 by 8. Driveway is to be stained, freshly poured between the new deck and the garage Grandpa built a few years ago. Guy was even going on vacation for a few weeks. We can get the job done in those 3 weeks if we bust it. Guy pays 50% of the estimated cost up front and was to pay the remaining 50% over the agreed time. Now, this first payment covered all material for the original estimate and paid us basically minimum wage for the hours we'd put in. The next few installments would cover the subcontractor for pouring the driveway and the remaining hourly wages. Weekend 1 passed. No agreed payment. Guy's on vacation, maybe he forgot to set up autopay, whatever. Send him pictures on AOL email. The original concrete stairs had been removed, new door was in place, deck was framed out, but we didn't hear from Crapbrain. Week 2 passed. Crap, no pay yet, but work needs to be done. Concrete guys are here for the new slab and stairs. Let's get it done so we can move on to new jobs. Subcontractor is a longtime family friend and distant relative, call him Timmy, does us favor and pours and stains on an IOU. Send more pictures on AOL, no response from Crapbrain. Week 3, we finished our work 2 days early. Subcontractor has finished their work. It looks amazing, up there on a nice hill, but we haven't been paid for this work. Gramp finally gets Crapbrain on the phone. Hey Crapbrain, how was vacation? Blah blah blah, skip forward 3 to 5 minutes. Gramp is a talker and lived in the vacation state for a few years. Great, glad you had a great time while I was busting it here. Holy heck, it's been hot. What did you think of the work? Oh, it looks great. We'll be home later day after tomorrow. We're having a get-together with XYZ. Well, glad you're going to enjoy it. Oh hey, seems like your bank didn't pay us on the scheduled agreement. So? Excuse me? So what? I'm not paying you the rest of the money. Work's done. Tough luck, you old effer. I understand. Click. Well, OP, let's get to work. Oh, and get Timmy on the phone. Crapbrain had that large garage Gramp had built years ago, and the guy let us use to store equipment while they were out. First, the brand new door was removed and placed in the garage. Then, each piece of the brand new deck was removed and placed into the garage. Sadly, the posts were 36 inches deep, but hey, a 4x4 truck pulled those out of the ground nice and good after a bit of shoveling. Those were also placed into the garage. Window was also removed from the frame and placed on top of this pile. Deconstruction is much faster than construction after all. Timmy was rather unhappy as well about not getting paid, but hey, we found out that the new stairs we poured moved well enough across the new driveway and patio, and some bleach took care of the stain we put onto the patio. Sadly, it had a few chips in it from all the ruckus, and someone made the time to take a diamond saw and cut all the way through the seams. Sadly, it'll now settle at an uneven rate, but all the material Crapbrain paid for, he got to keep. We even went into the garage in the evening and made sure his front door was locked, you know, for security. Even the few tools we needed for the job, which Crapbrain paid for, stayed in the garage. Fast forward 2 days, Crapbrain comes home and throws a crap storm. It had stormed, and his AC had been running non-stop with the increase of draft into the front of the house. Of course, he threatens Gramps with a lawsuit and the police, which just makes Gramp laugh. A close relative was the assistant chief of police in our small town, unbeknownst to Crapbrain. We did everything we were contractually obligated and paid to do. All the equipment, all the materials were in Crapbrain's possession. That is, after all, what he paid us for. Crapbrain blustered a lot, but it did F all. Fast forward a bit, no one in the local union will deal with the guy. Gramps and Timmy are both pretty well respected and do a lot of great work around town. Someone from out of town ends up fixing the issues and does a crap job of it. Darn. One of the best quotes ever made is "Be careful how you act, because the toes you step on today might be connected to the butt you have to kiss tomorrow." I don't know how this guy expected that everything was just going to be left in place when he tried to screw them out of the money. I was a little disappointed that at the beginning of this story it was mentioned that Gramps was good at martial arts, but that didn't take place in this story at all. Darn. Our next story today comes to us from Butterfly Chunks. I secretly trained my roommate to not respond to his morning alarms. Let's jump right in. I was in college, a senior. My roommate was a sophomore, but it was his first time living in a dorm. He'd been a pretty lousy roommate. Constantly left the room a mess, left his stuff on my side of the room and on my bed, stole my alcohol, used my crap without permission, never cleaned up my dishes after he used them, and a bunch of other stuff. I confronted him about all these issues on several occasions and got the resident advisor involved with the alcohol stealing issue because at the time, he was under 21. Things still continued anyways. He asks me once if it was okay if his girl spent the night, which I said no. We were in the middle of a pandemic, plus that's especially weird if I was there. I also had to wake up every day at 8 for work, which he knew, and he would stay up until 2 a.m. playing video games some nights. Not to mention, he would set like 10 alarms in the morning with a bunch of different alarm tones. I hit a breaking point and decided to do something cruel. Every morning when I woke up, I'd observe his alarm pattern and how he'd respond. He had several alarms that he'd ignore, all with the same sound. He had a couple of half-hour alarms that had a unique sound also ignored. And then, the final alarm had its own sound too. All of them were default iPhone sounds. So his brain had been trained to this alarm pattern for a while, I'd assumed. So I started step 1 of the punishment. Set up a sequence of alarms on my phone identical to his sequence, but an hour early. He responded to my alarms the exact same way he'd respond to his own. I kept this up for a week, and his brain was eventually retrained to sleep through double the amount of alarms as before. Then, phase 2 kicked in, random inconsistencies in my alarm pattern. Some days I'd play all the alarms, while other days I'd only play one that his brain was trained to ignore. That way, his brain expects to sleep through like 20 alarms and only ever hears 11. He slept through his alarm at least 4 times in 2 weeks. Eventually, he finally changed his alarm pattern so he'd only have 1 alarm and he no longer had the energy to stay up until 2 a.m. I can completely understand somebody who has an alarm set and then they hit the snooze button when it goes off because they don't want to get up right away. But do people actually set that many alarms to get up in the morning? I mean, if you have that much trouble getting your lazy butt out of bed, I think you should probably talk to somebody about that. Our next story today comes to us from ThatBend1601. My wife cheated and lost. Let's jump right in. Gonna preface this by stating that this happened 3 years ago. This isn't a throwaway account, but fake names will be used. Let's start with the frame of this story. I, 27 male, grew up like most guys under the assumption that the one is out there. That if you play your cards right, your soulmate will magically appear and you'll ride off in the sunset. When I was 19, I met a woman. Let's call her Bree. I met Bree through mutual friends while I was in the army. Bree was cute, quirky, seemed like an overall good girl. Her friend, let's call her Sam, thought it would be a great idea to get us together as a couple. Not sure what her reasons were, but I was into her and she was into me. Bree was up for a few days visiting Sam, and I had just gotten back from leave in my home state, so the meetup was inevitable. We all had lunch. Myself, Bree, Sam, and Sam's husband, let's call him Jim. This meetup was nothing spectacular, but after Bree had flown home, she messaged me on Facebook and we hit it off. After roughly 3 weeks of talking to Bree, she hit me with a very strange question. If I was pregnant, what would you do? Now, before I get to my answer, let's do the math here. She was in her party years and slept around frequently. I found that out way later in the relationship. She had a boyfriend a month before meeting me. I was adopted, so accepting a kid as my own seemed like a no-brainer. My answer was what seemed like the right thing. I will love that child as if it were my own. Well, turns out she was showing a lot of signs of pregnancy. A week later, she took the test and was positive. I stood by my word, I'll take care of this kid. There was a 3-month gap between this revelation and when she decided to fly out to me. During this gap, she was very flaky, trying to see if she could get who she thought was the dad to commit to help her take care of the kid. He never budged. She chose me instead. Yes, I understand now why staying with her was a bad idea. I was dumb, in love, and I believed she was the one, and that she'd come around eventually. I married her so that the army would cover the birth and the rest should have been history, but we all know it wasn't. Year 2. 2 years in, I noticed something a bit strange. Some guy, we'll call him Ron, was liking every post she put out and commenting on every photo that had the daughter in it. This seems odd. At this point in our marriage, I had gotten out of the military and was working a job in security. One night while working, my lizard brain connected the dots and the gut feeling followed. Now, I'm not one to act on just suspicion, I need proof. Given that I was working a nightclub that night, I would get off at 4 o'clock in the morning. She'll be asleep. She leaves her laptop on the living room couch downstairs every night before bed. The plan is coming together. I get home, head to the couch, the laptop is there. I open it and take 2 guesses at the password. It's the birth year of our daughter. I go to her Facebook, I look in messages. There it is, 6 months of conversations with a guy named Ron. Some of the conversation is flirty, some is banter about how useless and less of a man I am. The worst part though was the revelation that this guy is who she feels is the biological father, and she is trying to get him involved. I scroll and scroll until I can't stomach it anymore. I grab the laptop, take it upstairs, and set it on her with the screen shining in her face. As she slowly wakes up, I say, "We're talking about this in the morning," and walk back downstairs. She normally wakes up at 7 but didn't come down until 9, probably hoping I would be asleep on the couch. She begins by saying it was only friendly talk and not technically cheating. I called BS and told her that if I see this again, I'm gone. Now, I said if, but I knew better. It would be when. This is when I set my plan in motion. I dropped out of college to get a job in my field and made sure anything that was opened up under credit was under her name. I began stating that back where I'm from has a better economy and that we'd be better off there. It took 2 years of convincing, but it worked. Nothing was under my name, and we were set to go to my hometown in 6 months. We got there in May, and I sent her home to visit the next month. I knew what she would do and who she would do it with. There was a guy we met through Sam the day before we left, and I knew immediately that she was interested in him. 3 weeks after going to visit, she started acting strange again, prioritizing other things over me, putting things off, and becoming distant. Now, I spent 2 years setting the dominoes up. I just let her knock them over. I made sure I was jobless, had nothing to my name, and was home where I could fall back on family. I pressured her into admitting that she cheated, and the dominoes tumbled. I cut all funds that were being sent to the account, drained the account to file for divorce. I had nothing, so she couldn't take half. I had no job, so what lifestyle did we have that would require giving her alimony? Everything was in her name, so even though I had financial responsibility over some of those bills, the divorce lasted long enough to destroy her credit. I gave her everything and sacrificed much to raise her child, but in the end, she lost the most. I am now extremely successful and valued in my career. I'm not interested in marriage, but I have no shortage of women in my life. Life is good. I still have contact with the daughter, and Bree often flirts with me trying to get me back. I'm the only dad the kid has known and have no intentions of becoming an ex-dad. Even though getting back with her is emotionally tempting, to be with the kid more, I know better and I have better options. Now, I'm not a military person, so this kind of surprised me, but there were comments down below that stated that people generally get married pretty young in the military because there's a bit of an incentive for it. The single guys are all stuck in the barracks and have really crappy living conditions, while the married ones get to live off post in nice apartments and homes. OP also mentioned down below that the child is his regardless of the genetics, and he's been paying for a lot of things. Clothes, shoes, beds, games, toys, hobbies. He pays for it all. That gains a lot of respect in my eyes. Our next story today comes to us from Icon of Icons. Throw a book at my head. We'll see who has the last laugh. Let's jump right in. So this happens back in freshman year of high school for me, about 20 years ago. Little bit of a backstory. I was born with neurofibromatosis, a genetic condition that causes tumor growth on nerve endings, and a large list of other problems like early onset puberty, blindness, epilepsy, death, etc. I had this teacher who, if you called her an ancient old hag, you'd be being polite. For whatever reason, she had it out for me. I can only pin it down to her being a bully. Now, I had been sick because of my medical condition and had action plans with the school as to not fall behind. The teacher knew of my condition because of this. So one day I come into the classroom and there's a depiction of me on the whiteboard with the words "Tumor Boy" above it. The teacher just shrugged and laughed. She had disclosed my medical condition to the entire class. I tell the principal, nothing. The guidance counselor, nothing. My parents, nothing. Nobody believes me. It's my word against hers. So for now, I let it go. I'm very patient, so I know I'll get another opportunity. Another incident, she hits my hand with a ruler when I ask her to stop taunting me in front of the other students. My medical condition is nobody's business but my own. She tells the class I have brain tumors, which is why my head is so large. She also points out that I have them in my feet, again, disclosing private medical information just to be a vile person. I again go through everyone. Again, nobody believes me. So then I get a mild case of the flu and miss about a week of school, so I can ask to bring in a recorder to school to tape lessons to catch up. It's immediately put in my file, and for whatever reason, she missed this meeting. Still, it's in my file, so she should know about the agreement. So now I know if she acts like a rancid bee again, her butt is mine. All I need is bait, which pretty much just takes me showing up. The very next day at school, I'm sitting in class with the recorder taping in my bag, and she starts with her daily routine of asking someone to draw a picture of me and all my tumors on the whiteboard. I again ask her to stop, and this is where the book is thrown at my head with a loud thud, followed by a profanity-filled tirade about how terrible of a child I am. It's at this point I stop the recorder and tell her exactly what I think of her, and am then physically removed from the class and taken to the principal's office, and I'm expelled. Once I got home is when I showed my parents the tape. Within 20 minutes, we are back at the school playing it for the principal and vice principal, threatening legal action. Needless to say, my expulsion is lifted and she is fired on the spot just before retirement, losing her retirement money. She even called me after and asked, "Why are you doing this?" I simply told her she did it to herself and hung up. So we already know that the teacher was a giant butthole, but I guess she didn't have any common sense either. Because if you're that close to retirement, you'd think you'd want to be protecting that pension of yours. If you're that vile of a person though, you deserve to live the rest of your life poor. Good luck. Our next story today comes to us from Wat Kenobi, changing a big fat target on my back to my boss being escorted out by security. Let's jump right in. This happened a few years ago, but the story appears to be a good match for this sub. I was one of 2 commercial writers and producers working in the production department of a local television station. Our department was responsible for producing both the newscasts and commercials for clients who purchased airtime on our station. The department is high stress. I had to manage multiple deadlines and provide creatives for about a dozen ad campaigns every month. That being said, I always met my deadlines, and our sales department was always complimentary of my work, steering the more important clients my way. Unfortunately, managers in my department came and went with unsettling frequency. In the 9 years I was there, I had 6 different managers. Most often, the managers were passing through with their sights set on snagging upper-level management jobs in larger television markets. This meant their experience actually doing the work of television production was often minimal, so they had a tendency to not interfere with our work so long as clients were happy and deadlines were being met. Given the managers were so disengaged, I told our general sales manager about my idea for saving time and money in the department, and he suggested I apply for the production manager position the next time it opened up. So I did. I did not get the job. I was told I was too important maintaining good client relationships through my work as a producer. No big deal, I thought. I was happy as a producer. Unfortunately, the person they did hire for the position ended up being a monumental butthole of the first order. I'll call him Bob. The first thing Bob wanted to know was who in the department had applied for the position he now filled. I don't know what idiot in upper management thought it would be a good idea to tell him, but someone did. It soon became apparent he wanted to find any excuse he could to fire me because that was just the kind of insecure idiot he was. It began by him writing me about the time I was taking to complete commercial productions. Then he accused me of undercharging my clients in billing. He wanted me to wear a suit and tie, which he knew I hated. As the writing on the wall became clear, I began documenting every single interaction with him, taking notes about what was said and contradicting his accusations with facts. All the while, he is managing to piss a whole lot of people off in our department, and morale really began to tank. Bob was petty, vain, and given to things like announcing how lavish and wonderful a vacation he was planning would be. He was going to Aruba, so he'd put up travel posters and printed out a ridiculous sign he taped to his office door that would say something like, "My island adventure begins in 2 weeks." All this served to remind us that he was the only one in our department who made enough money to take that kind of vacation. Eventually, an incident occurred where I missed a deadline through no fault of my own. The client wanted to change up the creatives at the last minute, and we had to bump the film shoot. Somehow, Bob got it in his head that I should have been a mind reader and anticipated the client's wishes before they were communicated. He calls me into his office and begins berating and threatening me. I had had enough. I'm the kind of person who will take a lot of crap with patience and grace, but when I am finally pushed to my boiling point, I effing explode. I start yelling back, "You're an effing liar, and if you think I don't know how to handle this client, then fine. Let me see you effing do it, because I'm out of here." And I walked off the job. I'm so amped up by what just transpired after leaving the office, I walk all the way home, a distance of more than 6 miles. Just as I am nearing my house, my cell phone rings. It's Bob. Evidently, it just dawned on him that he would, in fact, have to produce the ad campaign himself, because our other producer had the week off. He hemmed and hawed and finally blurted out something that was quite revealing. "If we lose this client, we'll both get fired, and I can't afford to lose another job." Really? So you've been fired from all your other jobs? What a surprise. I tell him to go F himself, because I'm not taking his crap for one more minute. All the while, I'm literally trembling with the knowledge I've walked off the job without another job to go to, and I have a wife and 2 kids to support. Thankfully, the next call I get is from the general sales manager. You know, the guy who recommended I apply for Bob's job, resulting in this whole crap storm. By now, news of my blow up evidently made it back to him. He asks me about what happened, and I fill him in and apologize for walking off the job, while also telling him there's no way I'm working for Bob. He says, "Yep, leaving work wasn't a good idea, so do me a favor and come back. Email me the details of what happened and I'll see what I can do." Thanks to my copious note-taking of all my interactions with Bob, it takes me no time at all to send him the complete history of Bob's boobery. So I return hoping to avoid Bob. Thankfully, his door was closed and I keep my head down in my cubicle. A half hour before quitting time, I notice our general manager and a security guard getting off the elevator together. I stand up to see where they are headed and am elated to see it's directly toward Bob's office. What transpires is even better than the revenge options I was contemplating. Bob emerges from his office carrying a box of his belongings, including the rolled up Aruba travel poster, and is escorted by the security guard to the escalator. Now standing up in my cubicle, he turns toward me, his face beet red with embarrassment. As our eyes meet, I flash an ear-to-ear grin. The dipshit is done. This makes you really wonder about when Bob got hired. Did the people doing the hiring not look into his previous work at all, call any references, or previous employers? Apparently not. That calls into question just how good this company is. Our next story today comes to us from Philippe Meyer. "I thought I was done with my revenge till my former boss gave me a second chance years later." Let's jump right in. This happened a few years back, and recently, the whole ordeal just gained some new ramifications. So be advised, it's a long tale. Part 1, where I caused my old boss to lose a buttload of money due to software piracy. A little context. I'm a teacher with a degree in advertising and have been involved with IT for the past 20-something years. Although I found my love for teaching just some 10 years ago. I passed through a lot of schools in the meantime, from the big ones to the smallest ones, and accumulated a bunch of experience both in the classroom and behind the scenes, designing workbooks, video courses, learning platforms, and such. So I started thinking it was past the time to migrate to a management position. The opportunity came in a prestigious school of digital art, and I became its teaching manager, overseeing all the teachers and the intern learning routines. It was a hard but honest job for a time. Soon it became obvious that my boss was not exactly what he tried to present to students and employees. He would display bursts of anger and antagonize the team, demanding impossible results and asking about tasks that he never assigned, but somehow was our job to guess. One time during a meeting, he grabbed a big chair and pretended to throw it across the room. It was his idea of a joke. Nobody even flinched, because nobody doubted for a second he was capable of actually doing the deed. Needless to say, nobody laughed as well. In my country, employers may hold employees' contracts up to 3 months, which means that for 90 days, you have no job security and may be fired at any moment without any consequence to the company, which my boss reminded everyone all the time, half joking, trying to keep everybody on their toes. He actually excused me from this treatment. He had this bad habit of treating the managers differently and gave me constant praise for a good job till the day my temp contract ended, meaning I was then an actual employee with full benefits and couldn't be fired without him paying me everything the law stated. So it really surprised me when he started the hostile treatment not 24 hours after my temporary contract ended and the full employment began. Gone were the praises, and in their place came screams, bad reviews, and more insane demands. We paid an outside company to do maintenance on the classroom PCs every week, but somehow bugs and crashes were now my fault. One time, he made me stay after hours on a Saturday after all students and staff had left and prohibited me from going home before I had all computers running smoothly. He asked me to find him a new seller, and I introduced a friend, making it clear that by no means was I asking for him to be hired. I was just making introductions, and if he liked the guy after they talked, it was his own decision and responsibility to hire him or not. A few weeks later, he gave me an earful for going to drinks with this friend of mine, saying that managers should stick with managers, and that I should mingle with him, not the staff, cause they were beneath us, apparently. I said this was absurd, reminded him that I knew this guy for years already, and that if he wanted to, he could join us for drinks anytime. It was not the response he expected. The abuse continued and actually intensified. One day, I started to feel chest pains and my left arm went completely numb. When my friend called for an ambulance, I retreated to my boss's office, at the time being occupied by his fiancée, and calmly told her, "Don't mind me, I think I'm having a heart attack, so I'll just lay here for a few minutes so the students can't see me." Of course, she went nuts after this. The good news, it wasn't a heart attack but an anxiety attack, and it wasn't the last one. I was 36 at the time, and it was the first time I saw my mom cry since my dad passed more than 20 years prior. From, of course, a heart attack. I decided enough was enough, so I gave my 30 days notice citing health issues. I hadn't yet completed 6 months working there. I sat down with my boss, did not blame him in any way, but said the stress was making me worry about leaving my family too soon, and gave him every guarantee he needed that I would work through my entire notice period in order to complete every single project we started since my hiring. So I finished updating the courses, finished the development of our brand new e-learning platform, finished hiring the teachers for the next semester. I even shoot videos to promote every single course on the school's menu. Less than a week left till my last day, he called me into his office to show the company's new career plans. I don't know the equivalent term in English, but it's the path planned by the company for the growth of each position. "So you see, that's what you're going to earn in a few months. That is, if you stop being a sissy and just do your effing job." I could not believe it. After all the abuse, all the toxicity, I had tried to go the higher road and end everything on a good note, and he called my health issues being a sissy? I was done. I told him to just deduct the next few days from my final payment and left. Now for the revenge. Remember how I introduced him to a friend and he actually hired the guy? On my final days, I announced my boss I would open my own school after leaving, but failed to mention that his other employee was my business partner. So when my friend asked himself for his 30 days notice, our boss went livid. He all but threw out my friend, telling him to never put his feet there again and leave immediately. According to the law, that means he had to pay for that whole month, plus every remaining day he worked before, plus commissions. Adding to that my own last payment, which came with 6 months of benefits, we had more than enough to start our new venture. But that's not the revenge. He actually made us sign a sort of NDA with a bunch of illegal clauses, which made the whole contract invalid, preventing us from revealing any company secrets during or after our time with them, at the risk of being fined $30,000, around US $6,000 at the time. However, no contract in the world may prevent one, at least in my country, from reporting any illegal activities, which is why I did not worry one bit when I reported him and his school for having 50 plus PCs running on a pirated version of Windows, Office, the whole Adobe suite, Revit, Cinema 4D, 3ds Max, and a lot of other very expensive software. Not long before this, a big and traditional chain of stores had gone bankrupt in our state for having to pay retroactively fines upon fines on Windows alone. So it's an understatement to say that the government was taking piracy pretty seriously at the time. It gets funnier when you realize that the reported person receives an email with the whole complaint, apart from the author of the report, the minute it is filed, so he can prepare his defense. His response wasn't at all unexpected. Some 5 minutes after our report, a similar email came into our inbox, reporting us for 30 unlicensed copies of Windows and many other programs. My business partner still talked to the finance manager on our old job, and, knowing that our ex-boss would probably be right beside him, fuming and screaming, decided to send him a picture of our only classroom, with no computer in sight. We decided to specialize in classes about comic book making, which dispensed computers, and whenever we would host a class that demanded it, we would ask our students to bring their own. A few weeks later, I heard that the whole remaining staff abandoned ship, leaving him with only an intern and a few teachers without permanent contracts. My former boss actually kept tabs on us and, learning that some of his teachers were contacting us to host special classes, started to blackmail them, threatening to terminate their contracts if they insisted on doing business with us. Even though there was no exclusivity clause in their contracts, some of them called on the bluff, and he had to pay another boatload of money on breach of contracts alone. Time went by, and I heard the guy is counting his pennies and struggling to keep afloat. He used to open full classes each 6 months, occupying every date and time available. Now he can hardly fill a turn, started holding only night classes, and not even every day. Half the week he just closes his doors, not having enough students nor the money to pay employees on those days. Before I left, he had paid $40,000 on the architectural project alone to expand the business within a year, but now I hear he was considering closing his doors and offering only online courses, even before the pandemic. And now for the part 2, where years after my revenge, I made my ex-boss again pay a boatload of money, this time on legal fees. First of all, I need to say that my own school has closed its doors. Me and my friend were not a good fit, as business partners at least, and now we're not even friends. That's life. We cashed out, sold what could be sold, and each went on with our lives. I may eventually write about my petty revenge against this guy. You can say I hold many grudges, but this tale is not about him. Some months later, I found out our ex-boss was suing us, our school that is, which, as I mentioned, doesn't even exist anymore. My ex-friend's sister, who is also his lawyer, contacted me and told me about it. I couldn't find anything on the public records since the lawsuit was running on a court-ordered sigil. I talked to my own lawyer and she said, if they didn't cite you directly, pretend you know nothing about the matter. And so I ignored the issue for a few years. During lockdown, the appointed official finally found me at home and served me. That also gave me access to my boss's claims, since I had 15 days to prepare my defense. My wife found me laughing out loud in front of the computer. His claims were absolutely ridiculous. He claimed I stole his courses and used as proof a printing from our now offline site, side by side with his own, saying something along the lines of, "It becomes obvious that both schools have the same courses." However, he presented no explanation of the similarities besides the names, which weren't even the same. We had a segment of trainings under the umbrella graphic design, but no class with that specific name, for example, and no other class on any of his main subjects. Also, most of our classes were in the topic of comic books, which he never worked with. He also called us cynical for daring to compete with him on the same market, even if it was my own previous experience on the learning sector that landed me the job in his firm in the first place. At one point, the document cited a statement from our site where we said that we took our previous experiences as a way to learn with our mistakes and do differently, and call it a confession of plagiarism. I asked my lawyer to let me write down my own defense, leaving to her the task to translate it to lawyerism. She actually copy-pasted my full statement, saying she couldn't have argued it better. I put on paper all the repulse I felt, cited all my experience with teaching, and rebuked every single one of his claims with facts and actual proofs, attaching printed conversations, saved emails, and bringing attention to his own lacking of proof. The judge tossed the case and made him pay all the legal fees, including my lawyers. He could have avoided it if he had entered the lawsuit in small claims court, but since he wanted the $30,000 from the NDA, plus damages and sigil, he had it coming. Just another shove of dirt on his coffin. Okay, wow, somebody down in the comments said, hey, it's an anxiety attack. I kind of agree with him on the sissy part. This guy has obviously never had a real anxiety attack before because it feels like your heart is going to explode. I can completely sympathize with OP because I know exactly how much of a toll stress from work can take on your body. In fact, as some of you already know, that's part of the reason that I created KCC in the first place, to get away from a job that was killing me. Literally. Now, we read that OP shut down their own school afterwards, and we didn't hear what OP was doing afterwards. So, OP, if you hear this, I hope you're doing well, I hope things have gotten better for you, and I hope you have more revenge stories, because I really enjoyed the way you wrote this one. Our next story today comes to us from J McCarthy 611. I won't come into your store anymore, but no one else will either. Let's jump right in. A couple years back, I bought my wife flowers for Valentine's Day from a national florist that had affiliate florist shops all throughout the country. So the flowers get delivered and they look like complete garbage. The arrangement was smaller than advertised and the flowers were a few days from fresh and wilting. Now, in my opinion, it's Valentine's Day, the one day a year a florist needs to be on point. So I call local florist to complain. I wanted either a replacement arrangement or a refund, so I could go elsewhere to get decent looking flowers for my wife. The grocery store would have been better, honestly. When I called to complain, the person who answered the phone was very rude right from the jump. I have to assume it was a crazy busy day for her, and my arrangement wasn't the only one that had issues. The woman became very defensive, as if the flowers were a part of her soul, and I was personally attacking it. I asked to speak to a manager. She replies, "I'm the owner." We continued to argue for the next couple minutes when I threatened to stop payment on my credit card. She said, "All right, I'm going to refund you the money, but you're never allowed to step into my store again," and hung up on me. "All right, B, I got you." So I spend the next few hours on the phone with National Florist, bouncing all over the country from call center to call center, moving one rung up the ladder of their corporate structure at a time. Until I get about 4 steps from the top, someone gives me a boost, and I got the actual number of the CEO of National Florist. I spent about 20 minutes on hold after speaking to the secretary and briefly explaining my situation. I tell the CEO what happens, and he couldn't have been nicer. I told him I had ordered from different National Florist stores from many different states in the past and was generally satisfied, and I felt like local florist in no way represents the National Florist brand, and they should lose their affiliation. He did not immediately respond to that request, but said he would investigate the situation, and in the meantime, send me flowers from a different florist locally within the National Florist brand. I received those flowers from a florist an hour away within 2 hours, and they looked amazing, better than I could have asked for. About 2 weeks later, I received a letter in the mail, and the letter apologized profusely and thanked me for bringing this to their attention. Apparently, they keep tapes of the calls made to the florist. They reviewed the tapes and agreed. Local florist did not represent how National Florist wants to treat its customers, and local florist will no longer be a part of the National Florist brand. He gave me a $250 gift card to any National Florist store. Within 2 years, local florist closed because it couldn't support being an independent florist in this suburb when there was already another florist under the National Florist brand. So sure lady, I won't step foot in your store again, but neither will anyone else. One thing you need to realize is if somebody is willing to take the time to get all the way up to the CEO of a company to make a complaint about a store, then there's gotta be something to that complaint. Now, unless it's the lady that called my dad when he was an executive at a major catalog business in Canada. Yeah, she called in because she was convinced that the little boy on the front of the catalog was holding onto his private parts. Well, he was actually holding onto a shovel, and all she got out of my dad was, "Are you wearing your glasses today?" Kinda makes you wonder how she got through all those steps up to that point. Our next story today comes to us from Call Me Swellington. I was fired for inadvertently stumbling on my boss's malfeasance. I used his obsession with golf and watches to get him fired. Let's jump right in. This was in the last throes of the analog mid-90s. Fax machines, FedEx, dial-up computing, and voicemail were the most common business tools. I was a young regional sales manager for a major branded consumer product. I covered the grocery class of trade in 11 Western states. My division worked out of Chicago, and I had a home office on the West Coast. I had made my reputation by basically making my quota and keeping costs within budget. I would get reassigned to struggling markets, and more often than not, I would usually make my sales numbers. Nothing too fancy, I just figured where the best opportunities were and concentrated on them. In those days, we had something called Market Development Funds, MDF, or as we called it, Marking Days Fund, in the time before such things were deemed illegal. It was money we could literally use for almost anything you could imagine. Wining and dining, sending buyers to the Super Bowl, taking them on market research trips. I once took 6 honchos for a weekend of fishing in Mexico. As long as you had the receipts and your boss knew, except in cases where they specifically asked not to know, we were free to spend money as we saw fit. This was old school Mad Men style slush funds, all tax deductible. Typically, the MDF money was 2% of your total annual gross sales and was use it or lose it, meaning it had to be spent because it wouldn't roll over. I always had some left over. As a team player, I would let my boss, Sasquatch, know so he could use it. No big deal. Towards the end of the year, my weekly FedEx pack from the company started including sign-offs for payments to a supplier I had never heard of before. What was weird is they were for a demo company that wasn't one of my regional suppliers. If you've ever been offered a sample or a coupon in a grocery store, that was a demo company. I called the broker and agent in that market and learned that they had never used the company or even heard of them. I finally figured out that they were from Sasquatch and that he had thrown them in with my other sign-offs. I called him and asked if he knew what they were. He said they should be assigned to my MDF and not to worry about them. This was a little unusual because demos would normally be taken out of other monies or came down from marketing. Whatever, I signed off on them. Hung out to dry. About 3 months later, I was called into HQ for a meeting where I was told I was being transferred to a market that I had never worked before and would be required to relocate. At the time, my wife was pregnant, read her ProRevenge story in my feed, and we just started an extensive remodel on our newly purchased house. The company had some relocation benefits, but it was just too hectic to pull up roots and move to the southeast. I declined the offer and was told that I could look for another job within the company or receive a severance package. I wound up taking the severance. The truth comes to light. Several months later, one of my ex-coworkers told me that my region had been taken over by one of Sasquatch's past work associates, who he managed to get hired in my spot, and that the region was tanking badly. Nothing made sense. Why was I terminated and then replaced by someone who lived in another city and who couldn't do the job? I started to think in my naivety that I may have put a target on my back. After some research and digging, which was much harder before the internet, I learned that the demo company billing the MDF was based in my ex-boss's previous city and was just a PO box, a telephone, and a DBA registered by the new person in my job. I later found out it was his girlfriend or mistress. I was livid. Like most people, I tend to plan revenge in my head, but never really go through with it. Most of the time, it's a coping mechanism and not very useful in moving on past being wronged. But this was so egregious, so uncalled for, and so disruptive to my life that I felt I had to get even. My plan evolved to take this guy down, whatever the time it took, whatever the cost in lives or money. I was going to get this mofo. I may have been able to rat him out to the company, but they might have dismissed my complaint as coming from a disgruntled ex-employee with an axe to grind. The hook. I decided that I was going to approach the guy as a phony recruiter, not just a guy collecting resumes, but as a retained corporate headhunter, someone paid to onboard people for big jobs. I had spent a year early in my career working for a super exclusive headhunting firm and knew exactly what transpired in the process. My subterfuge required international telexes, phony letterhead, faked English accents, and overseas friends to do my bidding. Sasquatch was obsessed with expensive watches and golf. He played regularly and watched pro golf both on TV and live. He would incessantly chatter on about both subjects. To bait him, I arranged for him to be approached for an executive position with a major Swiss watch company for a position tied to pro golf and other swanky sports, sponsorships, and included a shopping list of benefits and prerequisites. The job would require hobnobbing with major sports organizers, flying around the world, first class naturally, and basically spending money. It was a job he could only dream of. The setup. In the slow and methodical long con, I strung him along until the time was right to close with an offer. The only catch was that he had to report to Switzerland for final offer and onboarding. I deliberately scheduled it for the week of the old jobs division meetings and reporting. They were mandatory and impossible to miss without raising red flags. Sasquatch was worried that his absence would be impossible to cover, especially if he was out of the country. The headhunting firm said that they could move the appointment up a few days so that he would be able to attend his meeting, but that he would need to purchase an unrestricted business class seat and make his own hotel reservations. Save your receipts, and the watch company will reimburse you, he was told. Sasquatch showed up to his swanky hotel suite using his own credit card for the big money room, and promptly received a note from the watch company that his appointment had to be rescheduled for the following Monday because of a major corporate crisis. Sasquatch called the phony recruiter in a panic about missing the corporate meetings back in the States. It was agreed that he would call in sick and that whatever happened with the old job, he was heading to much greener fairways. Enjoy your weekend in Europe. By Monday, you'll be in your dream job. The sting. While Sasquatch was cooling his jets in Europe, I nonchalantly called his boss, the president of the division, and casually asked for a reference on Sasquatch's work ethic and dates of employment. You'd be surprised how often this mistake happens. The president, to his credit, didn't tip his hand or act very surprised by the call, but like a good corporate wonk, he referred me to human resources. I let it slip that he was in Europe finalizing his new job, and that he'd already given the company notice. My bad. Bloody aftermath and how the Revenge overstepped its original mission. Eventually, I was able to put together the aftermath from old coworkers and other people in the trade who did not know I was the Revenge Ninja. When Monday came and went, Sasquatch must have been apoplectic. This is to be assumed since we had cut all communications to let him twist in the wind, because we received at least 20 calls to the exchange and multiple faxes. Sasquatch hung around the hotel for a day or two and then finally decided to leave for home. I assume at some point he may have contacted the watch company, but I never confirmed it. When he finally got home, he found his office had been packed up and left with his wife. An HR person met him off-site to give him his severance and retrieve the car and other company property. I heard his wife left him sometime later and his mistress was fired for theft. I figure he spent at least $10,000 on travel and hotels. Epilogue. I wish I could say I tipped my hand and told Sasquatch that I was the author of his demise, but it really served no purpose, and in theory, may have exposed me to some retribution of my own. By my moral lodestar, I got even with a thief who was content to steal and take my livelihood. That was plenty. It was commented down below that he must have gone crazy in that hotel room, and OP replied with, "The slow realization that he had been screwed still warms me on cold nights. That was actually the one time when I thought I should call him at the hotel. Hey Sasquatch, it's OP. How did I know you were in a Swiss hotel? I was the guy that sent you there. You should call work too. They're looking for you." I absolutely love it when karma is applied in a situation, but with interest. Now, OP mentioned earlier in this story that his wife had a ProRevenge story as well, and so I looked that one up. Here it is, again, from Call Me Swellington. The Girl Friday with the PhD takes over the business from ungrateful owner. Let's jump right in. This is a long tale. It is also a textbook case of why you don't abuse loyal associates. My spouse was the second person hired at a consulting company in a very specialized industry. In her 15 years with the firm, it grew to a respectable 3-office entity, 8 to 10 employees at each location. She and the owner grew the business on the contacts, expertise, and presentation of my wife, to the extent that my wife's abilities and education were the main reason new business came through the door. Over the years, her scope of responsibility grew so that the owner was basically 75% absent and mostly unaware of day-to-day activity. As he got more and more removed from the business, he would make overtures that he would eventually retire and sell her the business. He was so dependent on her income generating that he took out a life insurance policy on her. I did not involve myself too much, but at a major industry dinner party I attended with her, he introduced my wife to the table as My Girl Friday, basically a secretary, which was weird. Over the years, she tried to get an agreement in place to buy the firm, even if it was years away. He always delayed and made promises, but never followed through. I told her, this guy doesn't respect you or your contribution. He will never sell you the business because there is no reason to. He can make more money by stringing you along. And essentially, you are the business. Why would he sell it to you? One day, out of the blue, my wife received a raise and bonus, a very minor amount of money, and a contract that included a non-compete, non-disclosure agreement. After reading it, she realized that the owner was trying to lock her down from leaving for another firm. She had been getting feelers from other companies. To make things even more suspicious, she received a call from a competitor who said they were in final stages of due diligence and they wanted to meet her. The butthole was selling the company and didn't think to tell her or ask her if she was interested in buying it. She ignored the agreement, and there were no other agreements in place. She was totally free. My wife is extremely loyal. She has missed so many special days working for this guy, stuck around when they were wobbly, even skipped paychecks when there were tough financial times. She was furious, the absolute maddest I've ever seen her. We discussed starting her own firm, and I asked, how much business is contractually obligated to stay there if you leave? It turned out that most agreements were either handshakes or 30-day at will. I also asked how many would leave with you. She said about 75%, including her biggest source of revenue, who didn't even know the owner. In a very short time, my wife took a 3-week vacation. She had months of unused time, during which time she rented an office in the same building and made all the arrangements to set up a new shop. She agreed to leave any and all company property behind and do her best to give the old company no obvious ammo for litigation. She called her clients and said, I'm leaving. If you want to look into relocating your account with my new company, you'll need to quit the old one before we can discuss it. Most understood the implication. While she was on vacation, she received a panicked call from her boss. We lost such and such company. Do you know anything about it? She said, I'm sorry, but I just sent you an email. I've resigned. All my keys and company stuff is on my desk. Bye-bye. The new firm took basically 90% of the business and seamlessly transitioned into the same company as it was before, but with a new owner. Even most of the office staff would come aboard. Within a year, her old company closed down except for the small office her old boss ran. She sees him once in a while and he just scowls at her. I think people give loyalty to a company way too much weight. If you're able to better yourself and take a better offer at a different company, then do it. There's nothing keeping you at that old company. If they really want to keep you around, they'll be willing to pay for you. So give them that chance. Say, hey, I'm gonna get better money at this company, so what are you willing to do for me? Our next story today comes to us from Brew Boo. Steal my money and then become hostile when I ask for a refund? Have fun with that felony on your record. Let's jump right in. This happened a few years ago, right after I graduated college. I would make an 8-hour drive home a few times a year to see family, usually over the holidays. During these trips, there was only wilderness, fields, mountains, and tiny little towns along the way. During one of these trips, I stopped at a gas station to get some food, and I apparently lost my debit card or it was stolen. It was a card I never used and looked identical to my main one, so I didn't notice it missing until later when I got a call from my bank and I see my account overdrafted. Being fresh out of college making $12 an hour, the $400 was a huge deal. I worked at a credit card processor at the time, so I had a very unusual familiarity with how credit card transactions worked. This was a debit card but ran as credit. I could have done a chargeback, of course, but I knew that merchants were fined $15 for each chargeback on top of the return, and got a ding on their record with Visa, MasterCard, or Amex. If they had too many chargebacks, they would have their processing revoked and incur heavy fines. Merchants are usually mom and pop shops and are usually innocent in the matter, so I decide to give them a call. Also, the charges all came from the same gas station that I lost it at, so I suspected it was an employee who found and stole my card and was stupid enough to use it at work. I wanted to let the manager and owners know so they could keep an eye out for unscrupulous employees. Employee theft is unfortunately common and is not brought to light until a customer brings it up. I thought I would just give them a call and ask for the refund, easy. I call and a woman answers. I asked to speak with the manager and she says she is the manager. I explained that I had lost my card at that location and someone had later used my card there. I said I didn't want to accuse anyone, but I think one of her employees had the card and she might want to investigate. I also said I'd like a return for all the purchases to save them the hassle of a chargeback. When I usually work with managers in this situation, they're very willing to help and take employee theft very seriously. Instead, I'm met with hostility and insults. She told me I probably deserved it for losing my card in the first place and not noticing, and I deserved this lesson. She interrupted me and told me to basically go F myself, and none of her employees would steal. Getting a bad feeling, I ask for the number of the owner. She says there is no owner. What? By now, I'm shaking in anger, so I tell her I'm calling the police and hang up. She tries to call back and I don't answer. By now, I'm angry crying. I have a feeling I know who did it, but now I need to prove it. I had no intention of calling the cops because what cops care about some petty credit card theft? It's incredibly hard to prove, and most cops have murder and crap to worry about. Lucky for me, this is in the middle of nowhere, population 100 or something. First, I call my bank and ask if they have the record of the exact times the card was used. They gave me the times down to the minute. I then call the police and get a very friendly woman. It seems she's not busy and actually listens to my story, including the hostile manager. I ask if she's able to go look at the surveillance tapes or something. She says the store is 5 minutes away and she will stop by. I guess she felt sorry for me or was bored, but I'll take it. She says she'll give me a call if she finds anything. I eagerly await her call but was not expecting much. A couple days go by and I get a call from the nice officer lady. She says that she went by the store and reviewed the footage. At the exact times I told her, the cameras caught the hostile manager making the purchases, signing receipts for the exact same amounts with a card that looked exactly like mine. Even better, they were going to charge her with felony identity theft since making purchases on someone's card without permission is identity theft on top of monetary theft, at least in my state. They asked if I wanted any restitution, but my bank had refunded me the stolen money, so I declined. I was absolutely not expecting a cop to go out of their way to help me, and I was definitely not expecting it to result in an arrest. I felt a sense of pride for actually sticking up for myself and not just taking the money from my bank and letting the thief go. I'm a pretty small and non-confrontational person, but that day I felt like a badass. If she'd been nice and worked with me or even just apologized and done the returns, I would not have called the cops. Because she was so rude and unhelpful, she got a felony instead. It's very true that employee theft can cause some major problems, especially in smaller businesses. I've worked in one where there's been a couple of them. In one case, an employee would swipe their own rewards card every time somebody went to get fuel and didn't have one of their own. Yep, fired. And then there was another one that figured out how to take money out of the till without it being on record and they got almost $10,000 over the course of a few months. Fired and charged. Back to the story though, can we take a moment just to think about this manager who committed a felony at her place of employment while completely on camera? You're not too bright, are you? Our next story today comes to us from Metal Dude. Horrible boss blocks my promotion and other job prospects, so I go Liam Neeson on his butt. Best revenge I've ever had. Let's jump right in. This is a bit of a long story, but I really wanted to sketch an image of what kind of a person this boss really was, so you would understand why I sunk so low as to seek my revenge in such a brutal way. I was desperate, and he had it coming. I stumbled upon the revenge stories here on Reddit about 2 weeks ago, and it dawned on me. I have an excellent revenge story myself. Why not share it with you guys? This happened a few years ago, and because I recently left the company, I feel it's safe to share this story here. I, OP, then 35 male, was working in a major wholesale company in Belgium. I was second in command at a large branch of this company. The branch manager, then 40 male, was a complete butthole. Let's call him Stalin from now on. Other characters in this story are my girlfriend, then 27 female, Stalin's wife Cinderella, then 30s female, the big boss of the entire company, Big Boss, then 60s male, and one of the heads of a department at our branch, then 28 female. Let's call her Naive Girl. I was working for this company for quite a while at this point in time. I always got along with my direct superiors and was now second in command, well on my way to becoming a branch manager myself one day. But then, out of the blue, my old manager got promoted to headquarters and was replaced by a new manager. Introducing Stalin. The guy was a few years older than me and introduced himself to the team as someone who gets things done, and that we would grow into the most successful branch of the company under his wings. He also didn't like the word can't, claiming to be deaf to that word. He was a winner and only surrounds himself with other winners. Roll eyes. Everyone immediately knew we had a character on our hands. From week one, it was clear to everyone that Stalin didn't know the first thing about the company and what we were selling. And he did not know anything about leading a team and working with people. He always knew everything better than others and had the annoying tendency to let other people do most of his work. So yeah, as second in command, I suddenly had a lot on my plate. I'm not gonna bore you guys with the details, but my full-time job just became 2 full-time jobs because I had to do most of Stalin's work too. As in, here you go, and never expect a thank you or good job. So Stalin was a terrible boss. Surely things couldn't get any worse than this. Now, can they? Spoiler alert, but yes they can. One day, I was working and I got a telephone call. The person on the other side of the line introduced himself as an important manager of our biggest competitor. For such an important manager, his French was really bad, so I already figured something was fishy. And why would a competitor call me and introduce himself as being an important person? Turns out this manager was offering me a job at their company if I was willing to share any company secrets of my current employer, and maybe try and steal some customers away to the competitor's company. I didn't buy into this absurd conversation, but I remained friendly and respectfully declined his offer. 1 hour later, I get called into Stalin's office. He then confronted me with the phone call and told me he was testing me to see if I was loyal to the company and to him. He ended this baffling conversation with the words, "And I will continue to test you from time to time in the future." What the hell? The guy prank called me himself to test my loyalty while I was drowning in work because I had to do most of his work as well. And douche over here was spending his newly acquired free time by doing crap like this? Who does this? This is the stuff you see in bad comedies, not in real life. Things got even worse in the weeks to come. Stalin began to do less and less of his work. There were times when I came into his office to ask for some help, only to find him reading the newspaper or even playing online poker. He didn't even try to hide it. After all, why should he? He was so superior, remember? When we didn't hit our mark and the results were not as good as anticipated, he would round everybody up and yell at us. He was expecting results from now on, and he wouldn't hesitate to fire people if they didn't have what it took, all the while without doing anything himself. To make things worse, he fired some people who were easily fired, new workers without a long-term contract, to set an example, and he didn't replace them to lower the costs. So now everybody was working 40 plus hours on a 35-hour contract just to keep the branch up and running. Well, almost everybody. Naive Girl, the head of a small yet important department, stopped working at noon every single Friday. And Stalin himself surely didn't do 40 plus hours. Nuh-uh. Every Tuesday, he was gone by 2 p.m. His weekly Thai massage and relaxing spa. Every Thursday, he'd come in later and later. Turns out, Wednesday evening was soccer training. He was the coach of a team in the lowest amateur division. So after training, he was busy drinking beer like there was no tomorrow. On top of this, every Friday afternoon, he was gone as well. He told us that he always went to headquarters in Brussels then, meetings with the board and the big boss. I recognize bullcrap when I see it. My former managers never had to do this. Also very mysterious, but he's gone every Friday, just like Naive Girl. You already know where I'm heading with this, but that's for later. Some juicy stuff is coming up. Stalin also got a lot of pleasure from calling certain people into his office and yelling at them in person, threatening them with their job if they didn't start working harder and more. He especially seemed to target the youngest and newest employees and, if possible, the females. I don't recall him ever treating more mature male coworkers like this, but we, as a team, made things work and we hit our target a few months in a row. It helped that a local competitor went out of business, of course, but still, we did very well compared to the other branches in Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. So at the New Year's reception, a company tradition, all the major branch managers and second managers are there. Stalin got called on stage where the big boss, the head of the entire company, handed him over an award, Manager of the Year. Instead of thanking his employees, this sack of turds started thanking the big boss for the faith he had given him, thanked his pregnant wife, and then he started complimenting himself. He was a good manager with a nose for good business, and he knows how to get the best out of people. Blah, blah, blah. I nearly vomited. It was disgusting to watch. And then the applause he received. This was his moment, and he wanted everybody to know. The next day, the trophy he received, a cheap piece of metal, was on an especially designed piece of furniture in the middle of his office. Honestly, Stalin reminded me a bit of Steve Carell of The Office at this point, but the evil version with an even bigger ego. A few weeks later, I was working late again, and by sheer luck, I glanced over at the security camera and I was in shock. I witnessed Stalin kissing with one of our heads of a department, more or less a third person in command, on the parking lot. Naive Girl and Stalin? She was a bit of an odd girl, a pretty girl, but I always had the feeling she didn't have all of her marbles in place. She actually went to the same high school and university as my girlfriend, so the two knew each other without being friends. Small world, this will be important later. So Naive Girl was dating Stalin? I thought she was smarter than this. And wait a minute, didn't Stalin thank his wife during that terrible speech at New Year? His pregnant wife? Oh, what a butthole. He's cheating on his pregnant wife, just when I thought this guy couldn't get any worse. Because I knew he was the worst of the worst. To show off his power to anyone, and especially me, who he couldn't control or threaten in a face-to-face conversation, he had this annoying habit of controlling everyone's vacation days, like a Roman emperor who's controlling the fate of the fallen gladiators. In his first year as a manager, I requested a vacation in October, somewhere in April, and he denied me that week, only to grant me the leave of absence 2 weeks before I was supposed to go on holiday. I was planning on going to Greece with my girlfriend and her family, but because I didn't get my holiday approved in time, my girlfriend's family decided to postpone and go another time. My girlfriend and her father didn't apply for a vacation because of this. Stalin didn't just screw me over, he screwed my in-laws and girlfriend over as well. He refused to give me that holiday, only to grant it to me afterwards to show me he's the boss. And it cost me my trip to Athens. He truly was a major douchebag. This guy's ego had gotten so large, it deserved its own national flag by this point. It was so big astronauts could spot it from space, just like the Chinese wall. I hated that prick. The next year came, and because I witnessed him doing this to other employees and myself, I figured I needed a plan. I proceeded in requesting to have my holiday approved, And surprise, surprise, Stalin denied me my vacation again. He claimed he needed me at work that month because of an inventory, which is done by other people, not myself. But this time, I had a plan. He needed me because I did my job. And on top of that, I did most of his job as well. Everything he didn't like about his job, basically everything with numbers, accountancy, paperwork, etc., I had to do it. He couldn't afford to lose me. So I decided to try one of his own tricks on him. I called in and pretended I was the manager of another company. I told Stalin that I had received the resume of OP and was inquiring to know what kind of employee he is. I can do different accents and voices, so this was a piece of cake for me. The plan was for Stalin to know that I was looking for another job and that he could lose me, forcing him to do his job himself. Scary crap. So the plan was for him to give me my days off just to please me. Stalin believed I was another manager because he put on his important person voice and started to thrash talk me as an employee. I was unreliable, always late for work, sloppy, forgot things that were important, etc. You get the picture. It wasn't pretty. In order to prevent me from getting another job, he decided to talk bad about me to potential new employers. What a dick. What a horrible waste of oxygen this guy was. But at least it gave him a scare because the next day my request for a holiday got magically approved. He never confronted me with applying for jobs elsewhere though. Mission accomplished. I got to plan that trip to Greece with my girlfriend and her family. They are Greek Belgians. I was finally going. Fun fact, but no, I wasn't going. After I booked and paid for everything, he came back on his word. 1 month before I was supposed to go on holiday, he called me into his office and told me he had to go on an important business meeting in Prague, Czech Republic. And because one of us two had to be at work, we had no choice but to cancel my holiday. I was speechless for a moment, but started thinking really quick. So I demanded that he put this on paper because my girlfriend would not be amused. He laughed, agreed, and sent me an email confirming my holiday got canceled because he had to go to Prague. Little did he know I was building a case against him, and I needed this on paper. The moron actually believed it was just to show my girlfriend I had no choice but to cancel our plans. Now, if this were true, then yeah, I would understand. But I knew he was lying. I just knew it, but I couldn't prove a thing. I had enough though. I really had enough. Working for this man was impossible, and he was standing in my way. I had heard through the grapevine that he had blocked my internal promotions. See, I know a lot of people at headquarters, and someone had told me how he branded me as incompetent for seeking a better paid, higher up job within the company. He wanted me where I was at the moment, as a second in command who would do all of his work. This meant he was blocking my promotions and was preventing me from getting a nice job elsewhere. I heard firsthand how he down-talked my abilities. Sure, I have flaws as everybody else does, but I'm not the screw-up he painted me to be to potential employers. I needed to find a new job, but Mr. Stalin over here was blocking every good opportunity. As long as he was in charge of the branch, I was basically his serf, bound to the company and bound to him as my lord. I needed a way out, but I didn't know how to do it. But then Lady Luck walked into the room. The week I was supposed to go to Greece, Stalin went on his business trip, or so he told me. My girlfriend went to Athens with her family and saw something on Facebook. She called me and told me to open my WhatsApp. Girlfriend had sent me some screenshots from her Facebook. Turns out, Naive Girl was posting pictures of her with Stalin in Switzerland. He was skiing with her. There was no business trip. That absolute disgrace of a human being had canceled my holiday for the second year in a row so he could cheat on his wife with a younger woman. Ow, how I hated this dude. He did not expect my girlfriend and myself to see these pictures though. Little did he know that girlfriend and Naive Girl knew each other and were Facebook friends. No contact in real life whatsoever, so Stalin really had no idea. It gave me the fuel I needed. I had proof he was cheating on his wife. Not just that, you see. Now here's where things got really interesting. Only 2 weeks before this, I was networking at a company after drink, and I started talking to the manager of another branch, a direct equal to Stalin. I already had a few drinks, so I was a bit loose and therefore did little to hide the fact that I disliked Stalin, and what do you know, that other manager didn't like Stalin either. Turned out, Stalin only got his job because his wife is the daughter of the owner, Big Boss. This explained everything. The guy was so unqualified for the job, he only got the job because daddy-in-law threw him a bone. So not only was he cheating on his wife, he was cheating on the Big Boss's pregnant daughter. Oh snap. Can I get a hallelujah? The universe was smiling upon me at last. And now I had proof. Pictures of him kissing another woman. Time to set things in motion. So my girlfriend was in Athens without me, and Stalin was in Switzerland getting laid. I was stuck at work and things were difficult because we were understaffed. I decided to send an email to all branch managers, plus the Big Boss who never responds, asking for extra help, and that I couldn't ask my manager because he is on a business trip and asked not to be disturbed. I knew he told the Big Boss he was on a holiday because he had to hand in a request to get that holiday. So him being on a business trip made no sense, and I knew that. I wanted Big Boss to know that Stalin told us a lie. I didn't have a direct line to the Big Boss. Heck, I only talked to the guy 2 to 3 times during my entire time at the company. So I needed to draw his attention in a sneaky way. This email caught his attention all right. The Big Boss immediately replied to me, telling me Stalin is on a holiday and that he will inform him that the request for backup was granted. I made subtle contact with the Big Boss. Now I had an email conversation going. No, he told us he's on a business trip. That's why he canceled my holiday. He's visiting an old school friend in Switzerland. I will get you some extra workforce myself. Here's the email in which he canceled my holiday. I forward Big Boss the email Stalin sent me at my request. He clearly wrote he had to go on a business trip. I will talk to him about this. That's odd. Maybe he wasn't paying attention. I will call him this afternoon and sort this out. Thank you and keep up the good work. The day after, Stalin calls me from Switzerland. Big Boss did call him, and this took Stalin by surprise. And Stalin doesn't like surprises. Little did he know this was just the beginning. I was prepared and decided to record the phone call. He went berserk on the phone, a little paraphrasing. "You are nothing. I can squash you like a fly. If I decide to take your holiday, there's nothing you can do about it. You're gonna sit there like a little girl and take it like the bee that you are." Yes, he was very female friendly. The Big Boss doesn't need to know I told you I was on a business trip. I don't owe anyone an explanation. You leave that senile old fart out of this, you hear me? At that moment, a light shined down on me from the heavens. I got him. It was just one sentence, but it was pure gold. Senile old fart. I bet rich daddy-in-law will have a field day with this one. I wanted more proof. I was like frickin' Sherlock or Columbo at this point. If he was having an affair, maybe those pictures wouldn't do. He could claim those were old pictures or something, I don't know. Didn't want to take the chance he'd talk his way out of it, so I needed more proof. Where was he going every Friday afternoon? Surely he was meeting Naive Girl somewhere. I needed to know where. Then a light bulb started glowing above my head. His emails. He once gave me his password to the company email address so I could access his work emails. Because this way I could do more of his work, you know? His password was the name of his favorite Belgian soccer team. It's actually the biggest rival of my team. You can't make this stuff up. The guy was my antagonist in everything he touched. Would this password work on his personal email address as well? Surely he can't be that big of an idiot. But he was, of course. Mr. Idiot had the exact same password for everything. I found out he was on Tinder. I found out he was emailing a chick from the Philippines. He must have met her there. And I found all the emails he sent with Naive Girl. Apparently it started way in the beginning, so they'd been seeing each other even before he got Cinderella pregnant. Gotcha, mother effer. As the Mission Impossible tune started playing, I began to unfold my plan. Stalin was now back from his little trip and acted like nothing happened. I could still access his email, so I checked every few days or so. On Wednesday, I struck gold again. He received an email confirmation of a visit to the Spa Wellness for 2 people at 3 p.m. and a confirmation of a visit to a certain restaurant at 6 p.m. also for 2 people. Both were for Friday. I wonder who he was going with. Checkmate, mofo. Got you again. The timing was right for the next and final phase of my execution plan. I had printed out the pictures from Naive Girl's Facebook. Stalin kissing with Naive Girl, them skiing, them having drinks together, and Stalin in front of the Swiss flag in front of a cabin. Classic stuff. He was such a grateful model. I had put these pictures in an envelope and put a little note in it. It said something along the lines of, "Hey, we don't know each other, but I felt you needed to see this and know that your husband is having an affair. He did not go to Switzerland to visit some old school friend. No, he went there with this chick. Her name is Naive Girl. This is her address. This is her email, and this is her Facebook and phone number. She isn't a bad person. I don't even know if she knows he is married and has a kid. He told his boss he was in Switzerland to visit an old friend, and told his coworkers he was on a business trip in Prague. Both are lies. He is having an affair with a girl from his work. I have hacked your husband's email and found some interesting stuff. You can read it for yourself. Please take your time in reading these emails and check the last mails he received. They're meeting up at restaurant name at 6 p.m. today. Before this, they're going to the spa resort at 3 p.m. I am sorry to throw this in your face. I know it's a lot, but you deserve better than this scumbag. Signed, Anonymous." I had some reservations as to include this poor girl, Cinderella, into my revenge. I was about to destroy her world too, and she didn't deserve this. But my girlfriend convinced me. She said, if it were you and you were cheating on my pregnant butt, I'd want to know sooner rather than later. She needs to know, OP. Obviously, my girlfriend doesn't call me OP. That'd be weird, but you understand, right? That particular Friday, I called work to say I'd be a little later that day because I had car problems. First time I was late in years. Instead, I drove to Stalin's and Cinderella's place and dropped the envelope in their front door mailbox and rang the doorbell, after which I quickly went away. I knew Cinderella was home alone. Her car was in the driveway, and she was still home with a newborn. Stalin was at work. I then went to work where I sent an email to the big boss. I told the big boss that Stalin was skipping work a lot and that it was too much for my team and myself to keep dealing with this. I told the big boss that I was going to resign because of this. I ended the email with the following, and I included a voice recording you'd find very interesting to hear for yourself. It's Stalin calling me right after you called him in Switzerland. It only took like 15 minutes and my phone rang. It was Big Boss himself calling me on my company phone. Oh crap, even better than I'd hoped for. Big Boss told me he was amused by how Stalin talked to me and about him, and thanked me for sending this to him. He told me he would talk to Stalin about this and asked me to wait with my resignation for the time being. He would straighten things out. He'll just deny everything, and as soon as you end the phone conversation with him, he'll project his anger on me. No, I'm visiting my daughter and grandson this afternoon, and I'll swing by at work before that. It's not that far apart. Ding, ding, ding. Did he just say he was visiting his daughter? The daughter I just bombed with the news of her husband cheating on her? The same husband Big Boss wants to talk with before visiting his daughter? Maybe I should play the national lottery this afternoon because everything felt like it was going my way. I decided to keep my mouth shut about the cheating, well duh, but also about him being absent this afternoon. I was originally planning on complaining to the Big Boss that Stalin was never in on a Friday afternoon, luring the Big Boss to that restaurant at 6 p.m., but this was even better. No, let the Big Boss come in and see for himself that Stalin just wasn't there. 12 p.m., Naive Girl said bye-bye to everyone and off she went. 12:15 p.m., Stalin shut down his computer and left the office as well, without saying goodbye of course. Emperors don't talk to the peasants and plebs. 16 p.m., the Big Boss entered the building. It was showtime, bees. Big Boss was clearly and visibly upset with something. Could it be his daughter showed him some naughty pictures already? Did he visit her first? He asked me where Stalin was, and I swear to God, Leonardo DiCaprio could hand me over his Oscar immediately. I acted all surprised and said, "Oh, you were coming here to talk to Stalin? I must have misunderstood on the phone. Why didn't you talk to him in Brussels at headquarters? He's there every Friday, no?" The Big Boss looked surprised. I deserve that Oscar, I really do, and went like, "What do you mean?" He always leaves at noon every Friday because he's meeting you every week in Brussels, or at least that's what he told us. I could see the dominoes inside Big Boss's head start falling as Big Boss's face went blank. He took his phone and called someone. He took a few steps back, but I overheard some parts of the conversation. I think he was calling his daughter because he said, "No, he's not here. Apparently he went somewhere." I can only imagine his daughter telling him about the emails and the information I gave her about the restaurant and spa resort. Looked like she hadn't told him that part yet. "Oh, really? I know that place. Okay, I'll come over." Big Boss then thanked me and said he'd take care of this and ended it with his classical "keep up the good work" as he left the room. I was full of questions that entire weekend. What had happened? All I know is that when I came in at work that Monday morning, Stalin was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was some guy from headquarters telling us that Stalin won't be in that week and that he'd be replacing him temporarily. Stalin never came back though, and after a month or so, they appointed a new manager. Years later, I was working in Brussels at headquarters. I got that promotion, haha. And I befriended a member of the board. During a business meal, we started talking, and when I mentioned I used to be second in command under Stalin, the guy started laughing. "That guy?" he said. "Man, let me tell you a story." The board member then filled in all the blanks I had for all these years, not knowing I was the one who talked Stalin into the gallows, of course. Apparently, Stalin really did get the manager job because of his relationship with the Big Boss, being son-in-law. He was the golden kid, and Big Boss had big plans for Stalin. He was supposed to take over the company when Big Boss retired. But it turned out he was cheating on Big Boss's daughter with a few women, and was also stealing time from the company by not being at work when he was supposed to be there. All stuff I already knew, of course, but hey, I was still an A-list Hollywood actor, so I acted all surprised and crap. Apparently, Big Boss and his daughter, Cinderella, walked in on him when he was in a restaurant with one of his mistresses. Ow, how I wanted to be a fly on the wall when that went down. I'd give my left testy to see this whole event unfolding before my eyes. He then told me Cinderella divorced him, threw him out of the house, and Big Boss didn't fire him. They were afraid of legal implications, but instead demoted him to a meaningless position in the southern part of Belgium where people speak French. Stalin did not speak French. He only spoke Flemish and Dutch, and even this with a heavy, thick accent, so most people didn't understand him even when they themselves spoke Dutch. Needless to say, Stalin was lost over there. He did not fit in, had no friends, no connections, no more power, and on top of it all, he did not understand the language. He quit the company after a few months and was now working in a low-wage job. As for Naive Girl, she walked away unharmed. We never talked about it though. She met someone else and even married the dude a year later. Girlfriend and myself were invited to the wedding. Big Boss retired a few years later and sold the company to a foreigner. He didn't have anyone to succeed him, but the millions he received did miracles to soften that. His daughter apparently went back to the guy she dated before Stalin. They were still a couple the last time I checked. I do not feel bad for Stalin, not one bit. I'm not the kind of person who enjoys other people's misery. No, I am not a sociopath, but this guy really boiled my kidneys, if you know what I mean. I never met such a narcissist, self-centered butthole in my entire life, and he wanted to destroy my life and the lives of many other people. As far as I'm concerned, I stopped him before he could do any more damage and saved my own career in the process. His wife is better off without him. The company is better off without him. My colleagues are better off without him, and I am better off without him. It's amazing how one person can bring down the lives of so many other people. Could you imagine if this guy had actually made it to the top of this company? How many lives he would have ruined in the process? And the company that he would have driven straight into the ground? OP got some epic revenge, one of the best stories we've had in ProRevenge in a very long time, and I honestly think OP actually improved the lives of a lot of people with this revenge. Our next story today comes to us from Jack Crow. My ex-wife learned the hard way to not ignore a court summons. Let's jump right in. Not sure if this is petty or pro, but because the ultimate outcome was settled in front of two different judges, I'm putting it here in ProRevenge. Fair warning, it's a bit long, but worth it in my eyes. A bit of background. I was married to a woman for 15 years and ended up divorcing her because she liked to sleep with other guys. While it took me 6 years to stumble onto this fact, she worked from home, I commuted 2 hours each way into the city. I owe it to her being either a sociopath or a narcissist, or both, why not? She could absolutely turn on and off the charm and could come up with lies staring you right in the eyes. Hindsight is 2020. Let's call her V, short for Voldemort, as one time when I was talking about her after the separation, I referred to her as she who must not be named, and the nickname stuck with all my friends and family. During the marriage, my ex and I were best friends with another couple, and for this post, we'll call them Sam and Marie. Sam was, still is, my best friend. Marie was V's best friend. Marie had found out about V's plans to cheat on me prior to me finding out and told V that she couldn't condone infidelity and their friendship would end if V did cheat on me. No, Marie did not tell me, and I don't blame her for not doing so. When I finally found out V was having a Facebook affair, if you're going to have an online affair, don't do it while married to a computer expert with some dude in California. We lived in Massachusetts. It was just 2 weeks before V was flying him out and putting him up in a hotel for 3 days. I spent those 2 weeks getting a lawyer, a private eye, and my exit strategy together. I left her the weekend after their hotel stay. She would spend the days with him and come home for the afternoon evening without a shred of guilt showing in her actions. The PI haven't gotten pics and video of them leaving the hotel and eating lunch together and heading back to the hotel. I first stayed at Sam and Marie's in their in-law basement apartment, eventually moving to a small apartment back in the town where V lived. Fast forward 9 months, and I'm divorced from V. Why it was so short to divorce is another tale worthy of this subreddit. We had one daughter, let's call her Rebecca. She was 13 at the time. Between us, still at home, and we're trying shared custody and live about a quarter-mile apart. There are other kids from the marriage, but they were living apart from us at that time and don't play a part in this part of the whole story. We had acquired a lake house during the marriage and had it listed to sell, and we had it written into the divorce agreement to split the proceeds, but paying half the mortgage on that and the rent on my apartment was really stretching me thin financially. One day, Marie emails me, subject line in all caps, V just tried to get me fired. Long story short, V emailed Marie's boss claiming that Marie was gossiping about V on sales calls to customers, but her boss knew it was BS and told V as much. Wisely, Marie didn't mess around waiting to see what was next. She went to the local courthouse that day and filed for an anti-harassment order against V. It took several visits to the judge as V chose to ignore multiple summons to court so that the judge could hear her side of the story. Eventually, the judge granted the order because V never showed up to court. During this time, V called 911 on me multiple times, one time claiming I put a letter bomb in her mailbox, and 2 other times I had entered her apartment without her permission. The letter bomb accusation was due to me posting a link to shipyourенemiesglitter.com on Facebook months before, and subsequently mailing her a thick bundle of forms to sign. Police were called and I had to go to V's apartment and open the letter in front of the police. Needless to say, there was no glitter, let alone a bomb. Oddly enough, this accusation came just days after there had been an actual bomb threat called into the town hall. Funny that. The 2 times I had gone into her apartment had both been to drop off Rebecca's book bag when she had forgotten it at my apartment. Both times I had text from V granting me permission to open the door and put the book bag just inside. She would then text me after I had done so, trying to revoke the permission. To this day, I think V thinks that if she deletes a message on her end, the message is deleted on my end. Even though kids will be kids, and Rebecca did forget her book bag at my place on at least one other subsequent occasion, I did not fall for V's ruse a 3rd time. All forgotten book bags were delivered by Rebecca and I meeting halfway between the apartments. Also included with the multiple 911 calls were multiple minor child wellness checks on evenings when I had Rebecca at my apartment. It's so much fun having to explain to your child why the police are showing up at 8 o'clock at night to check to see if she's okay. Basically, V was trying to get me frustrated and react badly. Throughout this whole mess, Sam and Marie have been lifesavers to me and Rebecca, hosting and cooking weekly family dinners for us. They are Rebecca's godparents, and just being absolute rock steady in their support and tolerance of the situation. Around this time, V filed for sole custody. At the strong urging of my lawyer, I insisted on a guardian ad litem, GAL, being appointed to represent Rebecca's best interests, her being a minor child. Of course, the parents must pay the fees of the gal. At this point, my finances are really getting worrisome, so I write an email to V saying we need to drop the price of the lake house and get that sold regardless of profit. I needed that albatross off from around my neck so I could continue to afford to live where I could co-parent Rebecca as well as fight the custody battle. So there I am, going deeper into debt, can't pay rent and mortgage long term, and V is starting another court battle for full custody. With no other choice, I move back in with Sam and Marie so I can continue to pay my lawyer and keep fighting. About a week after I'm settled back in with Sam and Marie, I hear from Rebecca that V's glass patio table was smashed the previous night. I was in New Hampshire that evening with a witness, so it couldn't have been me. I was paying for Rebecca's cell phone, and we have Life 360, so we could know where each other was at any time, due to an earlier threat by V to take the two youngest kids and move to California to be with the idiot from Facebook. Plus, it had history, so I could at least prove my phone was in New Hampshire. Rebecca says she knows I was in New Hampshire and tells me she'll tell her mother it wasn't me. The next day, I was served with a restraining order claiming that I had vandalized V's patio furniture and that she still felt afraid due to the letter bomb incident. The cops knew it was BS, but the judge had no knowledge of the incident when V filed the restraining order and had to take her at her word. The restraining order was for 10 days, and then I could show up in court and contest it being continued. The officer who served the restraining order explained that he had to confiscate any firearms and licenses. While I did have a recently acquired Class A concealed carry license, actually from a couple's firearms course that was an anniversary gift from V the previous year, I hadn't any firearms other than a BB Pew Pew of Rebecca's. The officer left with just the Class A license, smiling as he said he was pretty sure I wasn't going to go on a rampage with a BB Pew Pew. The first thing I did the next day was go to the police station and request all incident reports that involved me since I left her. I knew of 7 incidents, but the desk sergeant informed me they had 19 incident reports from V. He talked to me a bit, clearly trying to get a feel for what kind of person I was and just what was going on. We parted company with him assuring me that the patrol officers would now know what was going on, and the PD would do right by me so long as I kept my cool. Fair enough. 2 nights before court appearance to contest the restraining order, Sam, Marie, and I are sitting on their porch, drinking some beer and brainstorming about what I'm going to say to the judge. I'm a bit discouraged because I know it's going to be a he said, she said situation, and I'm living in Massachusetts. If your chromosomes don't match, you are a second-class citizen when it comes to parental rights in MA. Plus, V deserves an Oscar for how well she plays the victim. It wasn't looking good. My only hope was if V decided the restraining order itself was enough to make me look bad to the gal and not show up and let the restraining order expire. Marie suddenly said, "Hey, let me see the restraining order." I handed it over to her. "Hey, this is my judge. She's the judge that granted me the anti-harassment order against V." "You're kidding." Sam and I looked at each other in amazement. "I swear it is. Let me go get it." Marie goes inside and comes back a few minutes later with her court order. Sure enough, it's the same judge. My grin felt like it was going to split my lips. Now I knew exactly what to do. Now for the meat of the story. The court date to contest the restraining order arrived, and I'm there first thing, just me, no lawyer, because he had to appear in court elsewhere. I strongly hoped that V wouldn't show up, but she did, with someone other than her divorce lawyer, and before court was in session, her new lawyer approached me and offered to let the no contact order lapse, but wanted a do not abuse order left in place. I politely declined her offer, stating I had done nothing to warrant either order, and that I wanted the judge to hear my argument. V's lawyer was taken aback by this a bit, and then shrugged as if to say, "It's your funeral," and walked back to where V was sitting. We went in front of the judge, and V told her side of the story, and I started telling mine, introducing all the incident reports from the police department, but V and her lawyer didn't have copies of all of them, so the judge sent us back to the gallery to await second call while V and her lawyer reviewed the reports. When we were called back, the judge started to go into the content of the police reports, and I stated that the content was almost irrelevant, but she insisted on going through them. During that, V emphasized the 2 incidents where I briefly entered V's apartment with her permission, but she characterized them as me doing so without her permission. I said that if necessary, I would be able to provide the communications where she gave me permission, but I didn't have them with me today. When going through the first police report from the night I found out about the online affair, wherein V claimed I had brain lesions, V also tried to characterize me as having multiple personality disorder as told to her by our shared primary care physician. The judge asked her with little incredulity, "His doctor told you this without his permission?" "Yes, Your Honor." The judge looked at me, puzzled. I shrugged and said while slowly shaking my head in disbelief, "I have a very close relationship with my doctor, and I highly doubt he would violate HIPAA." She looked a little nonplussed, but I think she got the message that V wasn't being entirely truthful. As that was the last police report to go, I reminded her that my point wasn't the content, but that I thought V was using the courts to harass and intimidate me, and to make me look bad to the gal. And I brought up that this isn't out of character for V, as she has an anti-harassment order in place against her, put there by Your Honor, Your Honor. The judge blinked at that bit of info. I gave her the details and reminded her that V declined to show up at the multiple hearings. As I recounted the particulars of Marie's story, the judge squinted her eyes more and more, and her frown got deeper and deeper. She turned to V, and her voice was slow, cold fury. "Do you have an anti-harassment order in place against you?" V's voice was so small and weak. "Yes, Your Honor." I so wanted to look at V's face to see her reaction, but I kept my eyes locked on the judge. The judge pointed at V. "Why didn't you show up to the hearings?" A pause as V struggled to find some excuse. "Because I didn't want to associate with that," but the judge waved her to silence. I think that was the turning point, as I think she was going to grant their request for the do not abuse, but she turned to me and said sternly, "I think there is a bit of this going on both sides, but clearly she wants you to stay out of her apartment." "Never again, Your Honor." Restraining order terminated, and with a bang of her gavel, we were done. Because the restraining order was terminated, legally, that meant it never happened. I got my Class A concealed carry license back the next day and ultimately won the custody battle, a large part of which was the termination of the restraining order, but also due to V's subsequent increasingly poor emotional and verbal treatment of Rebecca. Well, it sounds like OP finally has some things going in their favor. Now, they did post an update to the story. It's called "Ex-Wife Tries to Frame Me for Theft, She Fails." So let's jump right in. I'll admit that this doesn't quite rise to ProRevenge levels, but it is an addition to my previous post as requested in the comments. Background: at this point in the saga, having lost the custody battle, V is moving to New Hampshire to be with her then primary lover, now husband number 5. A detail that amuses me to this day is that he shares the same first name as the Facebook lover from California, as mentioned in my first post. I always refer to them as Paul number 1 and Paul number 2 when talking about them. Yes, I'm easily amused. The incident. About a month after the custody hearing at which I got full physical custody of Rebecca, V and I had an email exchange in which we agreed that I would go to her apartment and take Rebecca's captain's bed and some of Rebecca's belongings the day before movers arrived to pack up Voldemort's stuff. She was moving 75 miles away to central New Hampshire, having burned pretty much every bridge in the area. As Sam drives a truck, he graciously agreed to come along to both help and to be a witness. So we get there around 7:20 p.m. and knock at the door. After a brief wait, V opens the door, iPhone glued to her ear. She sullenly mumbles something about her stuff is upstairs, and then heads off to her second floor bedroom, weaving and mumbling something that made me stop and think. I didn't quite get it, but I recall thinking, I really cannot go in here at all without a witness. I stick my head out the door. "Sam, come on, you need to come in with me." So we go in. Holy crap, it's a tip. It's not quite filthy, but it's beyond cluttered. By now, V has disappeared into her room, complete with slamming the door, so it takes me a bit of wandering to find Rebecca's room. It's not just that she's in the middle of packing, but there is crap everywhere. Dust, cobwebs, tracked-in dirt, unwashed dishes, empty boxes of wine, dry dog food scattered and trampled underfoot. I could see that it's quite a nice place, an open living area with a balcony overlooking it, and lovely woodwork and exposed beams and inset shelves in the walls. An antique wood stove on a hearth is blazing away. Really, lots of potential, but a tip nonetheless. So Sam and I start gathering up Rebecca's stuff and take some stuff out to the car. I realize we need an Allen wrench to take apart the bed, so I go out to the car to get one and come back in. In the lull in activity, she had come back into the living area, but went right back into her bedroom as we climbed the stairs, phone still glued to her ear. It takes a bit, but we finally get the bed taken apart and have moved most of the stuff in Rebecca's room out to the front lawn. Without conferring, it's clear Sam and I both decided to get the stuff to the front lawn and worry about packing the vehicles after we're completely out of the house. It's at this point that it starts to get weird. Sam is carrying out the second to last load when V pops out of her bedroom door, looks out from the balcony and says, "Why are you taking stuff out of my house?" Sam drops what he's carrying and exits the house. He knew what was up instantly. I come out of Rebecca's room, and V clearly didn't realize I was still there, and say, "You agreed via email that we would take Rebecca's bed tonight." She looked startled and said, "Is that Rebecca's stuff?" "Of course it is. You said her stuff was in her room." "Fine." She goes back into her bedroom. I take what I'm carrying and go outside. Sam says, "Dude, that's not right. We need to call the police." "You're absolutely right." I could tell that Sam was expecting me to object, and he does a double take when he realized he wasn't going to have to convince me. "Crowsville Police Department, you're on a recorded line." "Yes, hi. My name is Jack Crow, and I live at 321 Main Street here in Crowsville." While I'm talking to the police on the phone, I'm aware of V coming to the door and opening it, and becoming quite agitated as she realizes I'm talking to the police. By the time I finish the following explanation, she has slammed the door and is tromping around inside the living area, heatedly talking on her phone. I'm at my ex-wife's apartment getting some of my daughter's belongings, as we had agreed to via email, and while I'm getting the last of the stuff out of the house, she suddenly asks, "Why are you taking stuff out of my house?" So in order to protect all parties, I'm asking that a police officer come by to verify with Mrs. Crow that she agreed to this and that she is fine with what we have removed from the house. "An officer will be right there, Mr. Crow." As I'm waiting for the officer to arrive, leaning nonchalantly against the front of Sam's truck, Sam is standing there next to me, just shaking his head. I'm gonna call Marie and let her know what's going on. Right about here, V throws open the front door, muttering something about having not gotten all of Rebecca's stuff, and proceeds to deposit another laundry basket piled high with clothes and other items on the front stoop, and then disappears back inside. I start to whistle, pop goes the weasel. Most of the stuff we moved is still sitting on the front lawn. We leave it there. After about 5 minutes, the officer arrives. He steps out of the patrol SUV and I slowly approach him, arm extended to shake his hand. "Good evening, officer. I'm Jack Crow." "Evening, Mr. Crow. Allie Johnson." We shake hands. I give him a brief explanation of the situation, and he comments that I was right to call him and that he'll go speak to V. He's up there for about 2 minutes, and then he comes back down. "You guys are good to go." We briefly chat with him, apologizing for having to get him involved, and he replies, "No, you did the right thing. If a woman in Massachusetts says something bad about you and you've got stuff dangling between your legs, then you're going to be in trouble." I liked him a lot after that. We start loading the rest of the stuff, and he asks, "How much more is in the house?" "Nothing, it's all out here, except that last laundry basket on the stoop that Miss Crow brought out while we were waiting for you." "Oh good, I can't sit here all night. If you guys are good to go, I'll take off." "Wait, what's that?" "What's what?" "I think I saw a phone in that basket." He shines his flashlight on the laundry basket on the front stoop. I walk up to that basket, and an iPhone is sitting on the top of it. I pick it up, and it looks like Rebecca's old iPhone 4. "It's my daughter's old phone, I'll just take it with us." I carry the basket down to my car and put it in the back seat. Just as I'm walking away, it rings. Incoming call from V's landline. I realize it's V's phone. I pick it up and answer it. "Hello?" Click, I look at the front. There's a text from Paul number 2 on the lock screen. "Is he gone yet?" "Yep, it's her phone." "Wait, officer, I was wrong. It's Miss Crow's phone. Could you return it to her?" He takes it from me and returns it to V at the front door and walks back down to us. "Okay, you're still good to go. I'm going to go now. If you could, swing by again in 15 to 20 minutes. If we're still here, you might want to pull in and make sure we're still okay." "Sounds good. You two take care." Not 5 minutes after he pulls out, and while we're still loading stuff, V again pops out the front door, phone glued to her ear. "Is the officer still here?" "No." "Get him back." "Why?" "I want him back. Get him." And back inside she goes. I'm briefly tempted to tell her, "If you want the cop back, you call for him." But that little voice in my head says, "You call." So I redial Crowville's finest and request that Officer Johnson return to the address. Again, Sam and I assume our waiting positions at the front of the truck. This is why I didn't want Rebecca here tonight. Good call. A few minutes later, Officer Johnson arrives. "Hey, Officer Johnson, long time no see." He grins at me. "She just came out the front door just after you left, asking for the police to be called. I'll go see what she wants." He goes up there and V hands him her phone. He talks for a few minutes, hangs up the phone, continues speaking with V for 20 more seconds, and then returns to us. I look at him quizzically. No worries guys, you're still good to go, but I'm going to stay here until you're done. I continue to give him the raised eyebrow. She wanted to accuse you of trying to steal her phone, but I pointed out to her that I was the one to notice it in the basket you hadn't touched yet, and that you were the one to ask me to return it to her. Her boyfriend asked if you could be made to wait until Sunday, but I told him no, they've got 3 more things to load and they're out of here. Just finish up guys, we all want to go home where it's warm. We finished up and we all shook hands and got out of there. One thing I want to comment on in the first place is that I hope that Sam and Marie have been told on a regular basis what amazing friends they are, because they've gone through all of this with OP and helped him out hugely. Can you imagine how this would have gone down though if the phone hadn't been noticed and ended up inside Sam's truck? I am going to do a search for more stories on this though, because OP said that while life has moved on and there's very little opportunity for new material between them, there was plenty of material from the past. Our next story today comes to us from Hasgar2K18. Accusing me of something I didn't do? Pay me forever. Let's jump right in. This story has taken place in 2007, but still pays off quite literally. I'm from Brazil, meaning different legislation and probably some grammar incorrectness. I worked as an IT assistant in the education area. It was a good job, excellent work hours, and the team was great. The school was a very small one, owned and directed by husband, wife, and some other family. My job was initially as an IT assistant, which means hardware and software stuff, but since there was no senior IT, I was the IT. Not really a problem, since the demands for me were basically editing documents and maintaining the website. This was 2003 and things were good. Fast forward 4 years, I'm still IT assistant, but in charge of 2 interns, system maintenance, IT security, user support, and all the publicity. Again, all good since I had the time to study and work in another place repairing hardware. One day, the owner's wife called me in her office. I noticed rage in her face. She was red as a tomato, and when I entered the room, she closes the door and starts screaming, "OP, are you stealing from the school? Look at these reports from accounting. You are not billing these students. You are stealing from my family." Her face red and the angry expression completed a very disturbing scene from a 50-year-old small and fat woman. She gave me the reports and I murmured, "Oh, okay, I'll have to look into that." She starts to scream again. "You don't even realize what I'm talking about. This is what happens when you don't pay attention to your work. Go on and get me some answers on how much you cost us." I say, "Okay, I'll have to look into that," and leave her office. With the report in hand, I started to calculate and found some inconsistency. The process was very simple. I generated the invoices and the accounting director, her brother, had to authorize the batch to send it to the bank. If the bank found any inconsistency, they returned to the system, and the director had to authorize or not. Sometimes we would edit the values for discount, calculation errors, or typos, things like that. Since I didn't have the access to this part of the system, I took the blame, since I couldn't explain how that happened. Life goes on. One day, months later from the episode, the computer god smiled at me. The accounting director asks me to help him. "OP, I'm getting this stupid red flag on these names. I don't know what it is. Solve it so I can confirm and send the invoice to the bank. Normally I click on the names and then click on yes, and the flags go away. It's not working." I clicked and the message was, "Do you confirm canceling this invoice?" I stared at him and asked, "You really click yes every month?" He confirms. I explained that he should choose no to send the invoice back to me. He thanked me and I began my evil plan. You know, when you are the only IT from somewhere, 3 things the owner should keep in mind. 1. The control of all the passwords. 2. The control of the processes from IT. 3. The patience that IT requires. We are problem solvers on caffeine and hate. We don't sleep. We are fed by light. We are Legion. The plan was simple. Make the business more and more automated and IT dependent, which on a normal business would be a very good news, but it was not, since no one knows at this school how important IT is. Remember that I was still an assistant, even doing all the jobs. I made sure that the processes were automated. For an entire year, I busted my butt working in methods to put all the processes in automatic pilot. I created some cool bots, Python for the interested, to integrate the systems and almost no human interaction. In 2008, I ended the automation process and quit. The school was kinda happy functioning without an IT person, and for an entire year, all was good. One day, in 2009, I get a call from the other owner, the husband. "OP, we're having a problem in the system. Could you fix it?" You know, I hold grudges, and this was my time to glow. "Hey, Mr. Owner, I can fix it, but I'll charge you $100. Is that good for you?" "Yes, OP. After fixing what was wrong, I advise, you should hire an IT person or outsourcing IT. He says, okay. 1 month later, he calls. "There's another problem with the new printer. Can you fix it?" "Yep, it's $200. "Okay." Since they didn't do anything about it, I offered a malicious contract to help the school for $1,000 a month and $150 extra for any visit. They agreed. Fast forward, it's 2021. They still don't have an IT department. They still pay me $2,000 a month plus $250 extra per visit, and the computer system works like a charm. The accounting director knows that I know he did wrong in the past. They don't talk about it. The owner's wife knows that I know that her brother is a stupid account director, and if I open my mouth, he'd have to be fired. They don't talk about it. The owner tried to change the automation system. The cost is prohibitive. The system that I made is free for them to use, but if they want a manual, there's a cost since I was an IT assistant, not a programmer. The manual is in the program font. To know this, they have to contact an IT person, which they won't. We don't talk about it. Now I have a contract, don't do practically anything, and they are obligated to pay me since they don't have the knowledge and are afraid of me. If they wanted to change anything, I'll have to look into that. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around why the IT assistant was responsible for billing in any way. Shouldn't accounting be generating those and then sending them to the customers? Regardless though, I think we've learned through many stories on the KCC channel that we just never want to piss off the IT people because they know more than you and they keep things running. Our next story today comes to us from More Sarah. "You steal my identity, I steal your cars." Let's jump right in. Names have been changed to protect the guilty. Our 40-something neighbor Frank Smith has a brother 3 years older named Fred, with the two similar in looks and build. Apparently, these boys were not obedient children and got into trouble a lot. Frank, mostly, straightened up by the time he reached 21, but Fred kept at it, with drinking, drugs, multiple DUIs, etc. While the two were still living at home with their parents in their early 20s, Frank happened to leave his wallet on the kitchen counter one night after coming home from a night out. The next morning, he discovered his ID wasn't in his wallet. Thinking he must have left it at a bar the night before, he tried locating it but with no luck. Not thinking much about it, he just got a new ID. Fast forward a year or so, and Frank gets a phone call. It's his uncle, whose son works at the county jail. Fred had been arrested, and their cousin happened to see him when he was getting booked under the name Frank Smith. Turns out, Fred had given the police Frank's name and ID and was going to jail under Frank's identity. Needless to say, Frank was pissed. He went down to the jail to prove he was Frank and Fred was a liar. Fred was ultimately sentenced to serve time and stayed put. During the time that Fred was in jail, Frank received a letter in the mail from the state BMV. It said that his two vehicles, an Audi sedan and a VW Bug, were due for e-checks, emission checks. Frank was confused because he only owned a truck. He went to the BMV and discovered that these two vehicles were indeed titled in his name. That's when Frank realized that his brother, who had lost the right to own a vehicle due to excessive DUIs, used his identity to register these cars. The revenge. Frank asked how much it cost to get duplicates of the titles, $8 each. So he paid $16 and walked away with title documents for the two cars. He knew enough of his brother's friends to start calling around in search of the cars. Lo and behold, he located them both at different locations. Frank is a knowledgeable mechanic and could start these cars without keys, but he knocked on the door of each house where the cars were. He explained to each person that he owned the title to the car, showing them the document, and gave them the opportunity to remove their belongings from the vehicle before he took it. They understood and didn't push back, taking their things out of the car and handing him the keys. Frank proceeded to sell both cars and pocket around $3,000 for all his troubles. The good news is that after his stint in jail, Fred got sober and became someone Frank could actually be friends with. Okay, I understand that Frank went down to the jail and sorted out the identity issue, but wouldn't Fred have gotten extra time for identity theft in this case? At this point, it's not even a question of whether Frank wanted to have him charged or not, because the Justice Department would be all over that for an extra charge. Our next story today comes to us from RVNG Throwaway. Oh, you had me living a lie for a year? Maybe I'll just go ahead and dismantle every aspect of your life. Let's jump right in. Well, I was had. I've been took. I've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. This is a trailer trash roller coaster. All aboard. The lies. I thought I was in a slightly tumultuous but overall fun relationship for a year. I had gotten out of a 12-year relationship when I met FB. He was so charming and handsome, I thought I won the lottery. He was super pushy about saying I love you first and defining our relationship. He introduced me to his family, his niece started calling me auntie. He tells me about his 3 children and their mothers and lies about how the mother of his oldest hates him and is keeping him away from the kid. But then things start getting weird. His ex starts calling all the effing time, multiple times a day. They had children together, but the grandmother had custody. The lie I was told to make it seem normal was that both of them had jobs where they traveled a lot, so they signed legal guardianship over to the grandma to make schooling and emergency issues easier. Then she moved down to the city we were living in for work training. Then she was moving down permanently without the kids. When I asked why the kids weren't coming, the lie I was told, they need to stay in the same school. They are 6 and 4. I'd say staying with parents is more important at that age than their peer group. It was weird, but I'm the cool girlfriend, and it wasn't my place to tell them where their daughter should live. His work was in the cannabis industry, kind of. He worked with the ex-brother-in-law going to legal states, buying pounds at a time, and trafficking it via USPS. So when he tells me he's going to Oregon, I think nothing of it. After a week in Oregon, a lot of stories aren't adding up. Like his phone is always dead even though he carries a power bank with him. Then, one of his friends starts posting cuddled up selfies with him. I quickly put 2 and 2 together and dump him for cheating on me with this chick in Oregon. The truth. After I dumped him, I made a messy Facebook post on his wall, which the mother of his oldest child sees, and she contacts me and lays out the truth. He never contacts his oldest daughter, even though he has her cell phone. No one is keeping him from her. He owes $20,000 in back child support for her, as he has never once made a payment, and he moves around a lot and works under the table, so the mother was never able to collect garnishments or anything. He has a huge criminal record, starting with sexual assault he committed at age 15, and then a lifetime of fraud, larceny, and drug charges I knew nothing about. His ex, who moved to our city, was his girlfriend of 9 years, who was very much still in a relationship with him. They willingly gave up the 2 children because they preferred to use drugs. Him heroin, her pills. There is a 4th child. He and the mother conspired to pin the paternity on another poor sap. And it's been 17 years now that this other man has been paying for a kid that is not his. I was his side chick. His family knew and played along in the lie, and included their 10 and 16-year-old children in the lie. His chick in Oregon is actually his star-crossed lover from childhood, and every time they would try to be together, one or the other would end up in jail. The Oregon chick also has a criminal record. Highlights include criminally negligent homicide from a DUI where she killed her passenger, fraud, larceny, drug charges. This shocked me, so I paid for a criminal background check, which is how I learned of their records. The revenge. I profusely thanked the ex for telling me the truth about the situation. I mulled on it for a bit, trying to convince myself to simply consider myself lucky and just walk away with my dignity intact. But then he'd be winning, and I knew I had everything in my power to come down on him like Thor's hammer. I gave the ex all of his info, social security number, state ID numbers, current and past known addresses. With this, she contacted her state's child support services. He now will have his driver's license revoked and can't get another one, no matter the state he moves to, until he is current with his past payments. If he ever gets a real job, 25% of his wages will be garnished. He now has a warrant for his arrest in the state his oldest kid lives. He's trying to play house with his new girlfriend and contacted the mother of his oldest to arrange a meeting with his kid and his girlfriend's child. The mother is playing nice and pretending it's a go, and he is planning a trip to visit the daughter. He will not see her at the meeting. He will be seeing the police, and they will arrest him for failure to pay, and he won't get out of jail until he pays a sizable chunk of the $20,000 past due plus bail. I gave the ex his info the day before his federal tax refund was set to go out. She was fast enough at getting his info to CSS that they intercepted his full tax refund, and now he has, for the first time, paid for something for his child. His past due child support is also going on his credit report. I know the name of the business his ex-brother-in-law owns and uses to launder his drug trafficking money. I dropped a dime to the IRS. So he's losing his only steady income soon and can't get a job at Walmart due to his criminal record. And if he does manage to find someone that hires without a criminal background check, he will lose a quarter of his paycheck. I told this story to two of my hacker friends, and they got in contact with hackers more talented than themselves and are now going to take care of a few more things for me, like finding the guy who was conned into paying for a kid that's not his. Well, another thing here, OP, that you might not know is that you could possibly get a kickback from the IRS for reporting them. All of this under-the-table income not being reported on taxes is a big no-no. Our next story today comes to us from Lego Morph Lover. Got $40,000 for accidentally confiding a secret to a gossiping coworker. Let's jump right in. I worked at a chain salon in the US for minimum wage plus tips. We got paid on a sliding scale. The more you added services, the more your hourly pay. Then, for back to school, we started offering $10 haircuts. It's dumb to offer a big discount on back to school because that's when everyone needs a haircut, but whatever. Except to advertise this sale, we had to stand on a rickety step stool and hang a 10-foot long, 3-foot wide banner off the roof of our store. The step stool alone made it a dangerous task, but on top of it, the sidewalk was uneven. Our manager insisted we do twice a day, open and close, in case someone steals the banner. Because certainly, someone would want to steal a banner with our logo that says $10 haircuts. It was annoying, but I was looking forward to my next paycheck. I had a high service dollar per hour, which should have meant a bigger hourly pay and paycheck, except it didn't. That $7 haircut discount, it was coming out of our final service dollar calculations, and we ended up making significantly less than usual. I'd worked there for years, and this was the smallest back-to-school paycheck I'd ever seen. I went in the next day and was pissed. That morning, a coworker, who was a total brown-nosed gossiper, and I were outside setting up the banner. It was my turn to stand on the rickety step stool, and I said I was glad this would be the last time I ever do this. I was fully prepared to make a joke about how I was going to fall and crack my head open when the petty revenge idea came into mind, and I swiftly executed it. When she asked why, I told her not to tell anyone, but I'd accepted a job at another salon with a set schedule, higher commission, and $5 more an hour. I said I'd planned on putting in my 2 weeks, but they needed me to start sooner, so I was going to work the weekend and not come back. This would leave us understaffed for the back-to-school rush. After reiterating she could not tell anyone, especially not our boss, she agreed. I left early that day, and on my next shift, my boss pulled me into her office. She said she'd heard a rumor that I was leaving to work at a different salon. I told her I had a much better offer elsewhere, but if she could match that, I would love to stay. She had to put in a call to our district leader about the raise, but said I could work with a set schedule starting the following week. I was working until 9 p.m. some days and at 9 a.m. the next. The unpredictable schedule made finding childcare a pain in the butt. I was consistently ranked number 2 in sales for our store and the district. So the district leader approved the raise and I stayed there for another 5 years, which means I got an additional $39,000 in pay for accidentally telling the salon gossiper my secret. I also got 20% commission on $500 to $1,000 a week in product sales. The ProRevenge. I also started printing out my service sales slips from the day before at the beginning of every shift, so that when payroll readjusted the paychecks to include coupons, I could pull up my record and dispute it. According to payroll, there was nothing they could do about it. I stayed another 5 years, raising the issue sporadically until they brought back the $10 haircut sale and I quit. A few months after I left, I was made aware that a different employee in another state filed a class action lawsuit, and I got a letter asking if I wanted to be a part of it. I accepted, and the lawyer loved receiving 5 years worth of documentation, emails from corporate and payroll, etc. They had to go back through all of my paychecks and compensate me for the difference. This included adding the free haircuts, reward program, and discounted haircuts as their whole amount, increasing the service dollar, 19 cents an hour here and 30 cents an hour there, added up, and despite the fact that the settlement was split with a lot of people, I got $10,000 from that, in addition to my adjusted pay, which was around half the settlement amount. Does anyone else here think that intentional wage theft should be punished with prison time? Also, hey boss, do you want me to go hang that banner? Do you have all the proper safety protocols in place? Oh, you don't? Well, I guess you can go hang it yourself then, huh? Our next story today comes to us from Devilish Rogue. Mess about with my flight? That'll cost you millions of dollars. Let's jump right in. A long time ago, I took a trip to Turkey on their national carrier with my girlfriend. When attempting to return home, I was told that they had overbooked the flight and there was only one seat left. Rather than abandon each other, we were told we could catch a flight the next day instead. So we agreed to that. We were both a bit annoyed as we were due to work the next day and our employer was not pleased that we wouldn't be returning as agreed. But these things happened, so we made the most of it. We had to find accommodation as where we were staying had been booked and pay as much for a single night as we'd spent on the entire rest of the 3-day trip though. The next day we turned up at the airport only to be told that my ticket had expired and I was supposed to fly yesterday. I explained the situation but was told that it was my problem, not theirs. In the end, I had to buy another ticket, which cost me more than the entire rest of the trip, including the extra day's overnight stay. I was livid, and the uncaring attitude of the staff really rubbed me the wrong way. So when I arrived back at work, I decided to make some changes. Both my girlfriend and I were working in international events organizations, and we decided to avoid using this company in our respective organizations. I also canceled existing flights booked using them, and switched to other providers. This alone cost them tens of thousands of dollars. I did a rough calculation when I left that role a couple years later and worked out that my boycott alone had cost them almost $300,000. And as part of my handover notes, my experience with them was thoroughly chronicled along with instructions to avoid using them at all costs. Many years later, I'd forgotten all about this when catching up with old colleagues. I was introduced to the person doing my old job, and she updated me on some of the places and events that had recently been held, and when she was telling me, she said, except for Turkey, of course. Apparently, even after I'd left and several replacements had been in post, this instruction was still part of the handover notes. I told her that I was the guy who had put that in the notes and why, and she said that it was the perfect petty revenge. I posted this there, but have a DM telling me that because of the sum involved, it belongs here instead. This whole business has cost them millions of dollars by now, and I've no idea if my long-since ex still did the same for her place of work, which might mean millions more. Either way, it is something they'd never know unless they read this. I'm the kind of person that likes to take credit for the things that I do, especially when it has such a huge impact. So if I were OP, I'd probably send an email to the CEO of that company with a link to the Reddit thread so they could read it and know exactly who screwed them over. Our next story today comes to us from Craps Today, Music as a Weapon. Let's jump right in. I had just bought my first house. From the start, my next door neighbor was not friendly. No problem, I'll just ignore the guy and move on. But this guy was retired and spent all day outside on his porch and would stare me down, not saying a word, the entire time I was mowing or doing chores or getting my mail. I would say hi and wave, but got nothing in return ever. Well, I'm not the kind of person to be intimidated with a little staring contest, and I ended up being just as obnoxious. When he would stare me down, I would either A, be super nice and talkative, and generally annoying him with my outgoing nature, or B, drop what I was doing and join the staring competition, explaining to him that this was not a game he was going to win the whole time I was staring back at him, taunting him. After about 2 years of this, he started talking, and oh boy was he pissed at me, yelling at me for nonsense stuff, called me boy a few times, then came the finger pew-pews and big pew-pew air pumps, To explain this, he would aim his finger pew-pew at me and mime pulling the trigger and also pumping an imaginary big pew-pew sometimes. So I asked myself, how do you deal with crazy without a face-to-face confrontation every time? Oh yeah, I play an acoustic guitar, so I went to the music shop and got an amber-colored Les Paul and a 60-watt tube amp, and now, all of a sudden, I play the electric guitar. I then mounted that big effing amp under the window closest to his usual perch. At one point, I had put up security cameras and one just happened to be pointing at his perch, a topic he loved to scream about. The setup was complete. A full electric guitar rig right next to my office PC that showed a live security feed. Every time I could catch him outside on his perch, I warmed up the amp, dropped whatever I was doing, and got in a jam session. Loud AF. Loud. Louder. I got professional stage quality earplugs and everything. The amp was giving up teeth-rattling vibrations. I ended up building a $2,000 pedal board with an assortment of distortion and looping effects, wah pedal for extra joy. I liked playing grunge and metal because it was the loudest. I got into a place, musically, where I would play Grateful Dead songs in the style of punk rock. If you're not into jam bands, you're really not going to like punk jam bands, laugh out loud. I played guitar basically every day for about 4 years right in his face. Window open, windows closed, morning, noon, night, it didn't matter. If he was out there and I was home, I played guitar. He would get up and leave and go inside, only to come out a little while later with a drink or something, and then I would start playing again. Rinse and repeat for years. He never called the cops. He threatened it but never made good. He also never got the hint and kept up with his side of the feud with escalating screaming and taunts whenever I was outside. Again, this went on for about 4 years. One random Monday, I had been stuck in traffic for about 2 hours after work and was very pissed off. I get home and had a few whiskeys and played my guitar for about 5 hours, raging the whole time. Went to bed, woke up the next morning to tapping on my windows closest to his perch. It was a cop tapping on the window. I went outside and the cop said he was doing a wellness check on my neighbor. He missed an appointment or something and his son couldn't get a hold of him on the phone. He was not answering his door. Hours passed and the son comes over and opens the house. Sure enough, my neighbor had died of a heart attack. The last thing he probably heard was me blowing off steam loudly in the key of A. I have taken a lot of joy from that likely possibility. It has been 2 years since he passed, and I have played my electric guitar only about a dozen times. I just can't find the rage any longer. I should note that our houses are built like concrete bunkers, and sound doesn't make it very far. I asked around, but no other neighbor ever said a word about loud music from my house, but he heard every single note wherever he was in his house or outside. Okay, so OP sped up the death of his neighbor by playing loud music and pissing them off on a regular basis. Yeah, this won't be in ProRevenge for very long, so if you want to go leave a comment on this one, do it now, because it'll probably get deleted really soon. Now that being said, for our YouTube listeners and watchers, comment down below. Do you think OP contributed to the death of the neighbor, or do you think the old crotchety guy just died of his own accord? Our next story today comes to us from Pretentious Banana. The Wrath of the Stoner Art Student. Let's jump right in. So I think this would count as ProRevenge because I planned it kinda. A bit long, sorry about that. First time really posting this anywhere. Things to note, as the title says, I'm an art student. I live with my parents while I'm on college to cut living expenses. Couple of years ago, my dad had a security system installed that came with 2 cameras to set up. One pointed at the side door and driveway. One pointed at the street by the front door, so you can see the cars. It has an app we all installed on our phones that gives us alerts. I also have this shed I asked my parents if I could use for most of my art as it gets messy. I would always clean up after myself, but paint still stains the carpet, and if I had to smell that tangerine floor cleaner one more time, I was going to barf. I fixed it up a bit, still looks crappy, but it's mine. Took about 2 weeks to set up. We also have a problem of people going through cars, a lot, like ridiculously so. I have a crap Ford Tempo that I never kept anything important in, so I didn't care. The incident. As I said, I have an art shed and I'm a student of the visual communication program in my local college. My professor had given us our term assignment, which was basic but fun. Pick a piece that was in the textbook and either write a 10-page essay on it or do a recreation with a 2-page blurb of how you copied the techniques, yada yada. I was stoked because Van Gogh was covered in there, and I wanted to do a piece called Cafe Terrace. It's a gorgeous piece, and I put a lot of time and effort into this thing and smoked a lot of weed while doing it. But one night, my phone gives me an alert from the security system while I'm at a small party, get-together, and I see a blurry image of 3 teens running past my side door. I think it's odd, but I wasn't home to check it out immediately. When I get home from being driven by a friend from the party, I get back to see my car door ajar, and I roll my eyes because it's annoying but not new. But then I remember the alert on my phone and went to check around the house. Check the shed last because there's a lock on it, it'll be fine, right? I live in Canada, who's gonna break into my shed? Oh no. When I get to my shed, it's trashed. Lock on the ground. The material I hung up over the ceiling was ripped and burned. All works of art I put on the walls were ripped down. My paint was everywhere and my pastels were stomped on. They even broke my effing little crappy stool I nicknamed Hermit. But the worst was my term project was destroyed, cut apart, and then repeatedly smashed with my effing bong. My 9mm glass beaker bong that I got as a present. 2 weeks before I had to turn that effing project in. I was livid. The revenge. I was able to get a week's extension as I emailed my professor and sent him photos including the security alert and contacted the police about the destruction of property. Still can't get over them looking at my shattered bong and me just whipping out my green card to be safe. Cleanup was a couple of days and I did manage to turn my project in on time without the extension by just not going to sleep. First one was better, but hey. I was still pissed though. I kept thinking of ways on how to catch them or lure them in and scare the crap out of them. So I left change, loonies and toonies, stuff they would go for, and 5s in my car's console. Left my doors unlocked and at the front of the house. I turned on that camera as it had been off for a while because it would go off a lot. And I kept a bat in the shed and the side door. No guarantee that it'll be the same idiots, but I keep hoping. A few people picked my car, but it wasn't those turds, so I waved it off. A month later, and a few days after my final exams, I'm in the shed at 2 a.m. smoking and sketching something when the alert goes off. It's the front camera, and I see 3 familiar-looking blurs ransacking my car. I grab the bat, and before I set out, I hear them coming towards my shed. I flick the string of lights off, and I let them get closer before I jump out with a bat in hand. One of them screams so loud before they book it, and I run after them to scare them away. I'm bad at running and fully expect them to outpace me, but one of them cuts across my front lawn and slipped on the wet grass. He biffs it, and I catch up to him and grab him by the back of his hoodie with the bat, threatening him. Were you the ones who trashed my shed? I'm sorry, I won't do it again. The F's your name, Matthew. His name was not Matthew. Give me your effing wallet. The dude throws it, and I let go of him to retrieve it, and he runs off, whatever. I pocketed my 5, plus what I'm assuming was another $40 of stolen money, took a look at his wallet and his high school ID with his real name was there. Facebooked his mom and told him what happened and emailed the school as well, mentioning I was a previous student there and that I was devastated that this is how the school teaches children. My mom turned up at my door with another mom and an older dude and the 3 turdlings. They had to apologize to me in person. Isn't that nice? OP added a quick edit, it says, also think my professor gave me a few more points than I deserved on the piece I submitted, just because of what happened. Bless your soul, Clint. That painting was crap, but you gave me 82 out of 100 anyway. I honestly can't imagine the heartbreak you would feel when someone destroys one of your pieces of artwork. I reckon it's pretty close to the same feeling I get when I spend about $40 on a pen blank, put it on the lathe, start spinning it, and the damn thing explodes all over the place, unusable. Anyway, our next story today comes to us from Alert Illustrator 6922. I got 1 company shut down and 2 more fined by the state of North Carolina. Let's jump right in. To get started, I, for the past 4 to 5 years, have been working as state-certified security for several companies. I tend to make it about a year before being completely done with the BS at the company before moving on to the next one. My story begins at my first security job ever. We shall call the company First for the purposes of this post. I have never done security before, but my brother has been working in the field and helps me get the job at First. North Carolina has laws that regulate this profession and require all field employees to go through state certification for unarmed security if working without a pew-pew, or both the unarmed and armed certifications if working with a pew-pew. This will be important later. I went through this training and passed my unarmed certification just fine. It is a pass-fail system, and began my new job enforcing rules for low-income apartment complexes. Oof. After about 6 months, I got a promotion, a whole 50-cent pay raise, and a lot of new responsibilities. These new responsibilities often required about 4 to 10 hours of paperwork, phone calls, and other manager duties that could not be done on-site at the apartment complexes, per company regulation, but could be done at home using Dropbox or other websites. After about 9 months, First decided they wanted to arm all managers, and we went through the class and I passed again. Then, after about a year, the other managers and I started realizing that we should be paid more, now $11.50 an hour, and hadn't been receiving most of our off-site 4 to 10 extra hour of work pay each week. We started conversations with the owner, Billy, not close to his name at all. He refused us extra pay and claimed he didn't pay us for the extra time because it wasn't approved by him first. I know this isn't malicious compliance, but cue it anyway. We all started tracking our unpaid work, making sure to get every second of extra work approved, or most of the time not. Also, we only worked when approved. This caused First paperwork to die a slow death from neglect. Then, after about 3 months of this, we all had found new jobs and quit on the same week, leaving him with no managers. After my time at First, I now had a glowing review from my previous manager, who quit along with the rest of us, and a bit over a year of experience both as a regular guard and a manager. This allowed me to get a good job at a new company. We shall call this company Second for this post. Second was much better than First. I was brought on as a regular guard with mentions of a possible promotion after 6 months. Also, my pay was $12.50 an hour. Woohoo! I worked there for about a month and then informed them that my unarmed and armed certification received at First would be expiring within 60 days, and I would need to recertify before it expired. This is very common in my field because the certifications only last 1 year before needing to be recertified. In return, I got vague promises of upcoming classes. 60 days came and went and I hadn't been scheduled for a class, despite reminding them every couple of weeks. I would like to say that I stopped working when it expired, but I didn't. I needed the money, and they kept promising classes. After about 3 months of this, my old manager from First, the one that recommended me to Second, contacted me and told me that she was starting up a new company and asked if I would want to come on board. Due to a few minor problems with Second, as well as my violation of both state and federal laws working armed with an expired certification, I jumped at the opportunity. I put in my 2 weeks notice and informed Second that I couldn't work for those 2 weeks due to the violations regarding my certificates. State law requires them to pay me during this time because it is 100% on the company to get me trained. My start at Third, not the real name. During my 2 weeks notice, I signed up with Third and they put me through my required classes. After that, I started. Work was hard. We only had one contract, but that contract was 24/7 and there were only 2 of us. It would be me working for 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, and my coworker working nights, then rinse and repeat. We did this for about 2 weeks until a few new employees came on board and evened out the hours. I worked there for about a year. During this year, Third had some bumps in the road financially speaking. Occasionally, I wouldn't be paid my entire dues, but it was always fixed with on my next paycheck. So despite these rough patches, I kept on. The owners didn't know everything they needed to about running a business and were learning through trial and error. We had some awful Craigslist employees and almost lost our one contract on multiple occasions due to the awful employees. Despite these issues, we had a small, good core of employees. After a year of this, I was promoted, but strangely, my pay didn't go up. In hindsight, I should have been able to predict the future from this. I liked having the manager role officially, but unofficially, I had been doing all the extra work since Third's inception, so no real changes to my duties. After all this, it happened. Cue the beginning of the end. The owners decided to not pay us for lunches. This seems small, but for me, this meant about 5 hours a week of pay loss. Keep in mind, we could not leave site for lunch and had to sit at the desk and answer the door every 5 minutes or so to perform searches of guests entering the building. I informed the owners that it violated labor law to do this, and most of the employees ate very quickly to minimize downtime anyway. What we were doing is defined as on-call lunches. This means that we may be interrupted during our lunch at any time to do work-related tasks. On-call time has to be paid. I fought with the owners for about a month and realized they were not going to change. So I started digging into company records to see if there were any other cost-saving measures being used. I also kept very close track of my missing pay. To my horror, I found a few. We had a few employees that were not ARM certified. The full class is about $500 per employee and is required by the state. The lunch thing that violated federal labor laws, and there were also a few instances where earned overtime was pushed to the next week so the company wouldn't have to fork out time and a half. This violated our employee contracts as well as federal labor laws. I got all this information written up into a 5-page packet that included plain text of the violations, legal text of the violations, the legal code numbers being violated so Third could easily look them up, as well as legal fixes for these issues. These fixes were put in simple terms. 1. Pay the owed back pay and stop further violations, the cheapest option. 2. Be sued sometime down the road by an employee or group of employees, potentially the most expensive option. 3. Report themselves to the Labor Commission and Certification Board. The state will work with companies to help them fix their issues and often waive fines and fees to ensure the company fixes itself. 4. Be reported to both the federal government and state boards. My personal favorite and very expensive. I honestly didn't think they knew and would jump at the chance to fix their issues. I had a meeting with the owners and explained everything. To my horror, they knew everything. At this point, I started looking for new work and finally found it. Now at fourth, they put me into the certification system, and to my horror, it turns out that I had been working 2.5 years without a certification. Both second and third never bothered paying the $14 fee to have my records updated. For a bit of info, I am responsible for informing my employer when my expiration dates are coming up and passing the classes. That is it. It is completely on the company to do the rest of the legwork. I was pissed. I started getting all my records in order from both second and third. While doing that, I remembered first that had cut my pay for over 200 hours of unapproved work. I decided to add that to my case. So I filed both first and third's violations with the Federal Labor Board, along with all my records. Then I went and filed second and third with the North Carolina Certification Board. I presented all my records and wrongdoings, working uncertified. They understood and told me I had done everything in my power at the time and would not be held accountable. After about a year, I finally was told what happened to first, second, and third. The federal government went through first and third's records and found everything I had submitted, and more. First was able to afford the fallout and paid about $50,000 to past employees, as well as some fines. Third was fined around $300,000 and had to reimburse all the employees wronged. These payments were the owed amounts, plus a fine equaling 200% owed amount to each employee wronged. Then, the State Certification Board fined both second and third around $10,000 per employee who worked unarmed and was given a stern warning. In the end, first was fined $50,000 plus fines, unsure of the total amount. Second was fined $70,000 and is now on the crap list of the certification board. Third was fined over $600,000 and went out of business, still waiting for them to cut my check. I was informed later that I could have sued them and gotten more. However, I didn't want personal satisfaction as much as I wanted them to learn their lesson. I feel that they did. I love how a security company that's supposed to be enforcing rules doesn't know how to follow rules themselves. We do hear a lot of stories like this from the security industry though, makes you kinda wonder about it. Our next story today comes to us from Micro Giant, the most expensive way ever to get the police involved. Let's jump right in. My friend and I had a first-floor condo in what had previously been a nice complex. Unfortunately, over time, the couple who lived above us, hereafter designated AA for Angry Alcoholic and AAG for Angry Alcoholic Girlfriend, began drinking heavily, or maybe they just got louder about their drinking. Nearly every night became a massive screaming match between them. They'd stay up until 2 a.m. shouting at each other at the top of their lungs. Then, one of them would put on music at top volume to drown out the other. Their taste in music wasn't actually bad, but when it's 2 a.m. and my floor is vibrating, it's a problem. Sometimes they'd even take their fight out into the parking lot, just to be sure all the neighbors were treated to a detailed explanation of who had cheated on who recently, both, and who was threatening to dump who and leave right now. Neither of them ever actually left, they just went out to their car and threatened to loudly. Then in the mornings, he would work on his car in the carport right outside our front door. As far as I can tell, all he did was sit there and rev the engine for, it seemed, hours on end. I have no idea when he slept. Maybe while we were at work, we and other neighbors complained to the condo board, who issued a warning, which Angry Alcoholic and Angry Alcoholic Girlfriend ignored. Eventually, the condo board started fining them, but Angry Alcoholic found a genius solution: just don't pay the fine. All the condo board could do was, eventually, put a lien on Angry Alcoholic's condo. But that would only become a problem for him when he sold the place. Apparently, they couldn't actually foreclose on him, or maybe they just didn't want to go to the trouble. Trying to talk to him directly was useless. If we managed to catch him during a rare moment of sobriety, he'd just kind of blow us off. But if we caught him while he was drunk, he'd get pretty threatening and was then even louder for a few days. We even tried calling the police, but they weren't really interested unless he actually crossed the line into a felony. They gave him a few warnings, which he also ignored. Maybe if he'd actually beaten me or one of my other neighbors up, they'd have done something, but none of us felt like getting into a fight to find out. Plus, there was always the risk that the cops would arrest everybody involved in the fight on general principles, and none of us wanted an arrest record. Eventually, my wife and I decided to sell our condo and move, for multiple reasons that definitely included Angry Alcoholic and Angry Alcoholic Girlfriend. Because of the timing of our move, our realtor wound up actually showing the condo while we were home a couple of times, and we discovered that one of the potential buyers was a city police officer, her husband, and their 1-year-old baby. I guess their old place was too small now that they had a kid. Unfortunately, their offer was $3,500 below the top offer. After talking it over, we told our realtor to accept their offer anyway, and we'd just eat the loss. So Angry Alcoholic and Angry Alcoholic Girlfriend had a cop move in directly below them. I'm Facebook friends with a couple of our old neighbors, and in the 6 months since we moved, Angry Alcoholic has been arrested multiple times and had his car impounded at least once. Apparently, he's now trying to be quieter, but that only lasts until he gets drunk and then he's screaming again. And his new downstairs neighbor has long ago had enough of his crap and does not appreciate it if he wakes up her kid. And I guess she also doesn't appreciate it if he shouts at her. He's in an obnoxious neighbor war with a cop, and he's losing badly. Hopefully soon, he'll wind up in jail for longer than a couple of days. So you mean to tell me that the condo HOA was letting this go on? I mean, that's not how HOAs work from all the other stories we've had here. Another observation on this one, it's interesting how things finally got dealt with by the police when it started inconveniencing one of their own. I'll just leave it at that. The comment section on this one's gonna be pretty interesting. Our next story today comes to us from Mr. Tyrone the Cat. Should have just paid the rent. Let's jump right in. So this is a story about my parents around 7 or 8 years ago when I was barely leaving elementary school. I was really young and my parents kept my sister and I in the dark at the time, but they later told me the gist of what happened. First thing first, my parents owned 2 houses. They decided to keep the old house when they bought a new one so they could rent it out. The old house was in a decent area, but on the edge of the not so good part of the city, so it attracted a lot of the wrong crowd when my parents put it up for rent. After the horror story of the first tenant used a dumb loophole in our state in order to live there for almost 6 months rent-free, my parents found a single woman with temporary foster kids who was interested. Let's call her Bad Tenant. She seemed really nice at first, housing kids who needed a home and selling homemade tacos from her taco cart. My parents did a background check and see that her income from the state for the kids should cover the rent and figure her side hustle would help her out. Everything is signed and she moves in with her kids immediately. Now the wrongdoing. Bad Tenant had decided to take in a lot more kids given that our house was larger than her previous one. I have nothing against these kids, and they are just victims, but they tore that house to shreds. I remember countless times of going with my dad to the house and handing him tools while he fixed a variety of broken things, especially the toilets and general plumbing. Eventually, my dad had enough and told her that all the maintenance he was doing was, 1, not required, since the house was in perfect condition when she moved in and was not due to anything on my parents' part. We planned on moving back after my sister finished high school, so we replaced anything we thought would break and repainted it. 2, caused by the way too many kids in the house. This pissed off bad tenant, and she stopped paying her rent. Just some backstory, my dad is a fairly reasonable guy, and I've never seen him give attitude to anyone, let alone yell. My mother, however, is your typical Hispanic mother who doesn't take crap from anyone. That being said, when my mom took me with her to pick up the rent, where bad tenant said some nasty things to my mom, she kinda lost it. The screaming match was awful, but there was no physical contact on either end, and it ended with bad tenant basically stating she wasn't going to pay a cent until my dad came back and continued doing all the maintenance he was doing prior. Bad tenant was dead serious about this, and my parents had to take her to court. I later learned she only did this in order to stay at the house a little longer without having to pay rent. My parents were pissed. This was the second time a tenant had gotten away without paying rent. At this point, I need to say I truly love my dad, but my mom is the most dedicated person I know. If she wants something, she will find some way to get it. She was born and raised in Central America, traveled all the way to the US, went to school, learned English on her own, supported her brothers, and worked all the time. That being said, my mom was not going to let this woman take advantage of us. The first thing she did was head to child services with photos of the house condition, courtesy of my father, who always took photos of the house when he went over for the maintenance. They looked it over and thanked my mother profusely for the evidence and told them they would look into it. Next, my parents got a lawyer who collected all the photos we took before she moved in to prove the house's condition before she moved in. Now, I wasn't in the courtroom, but from what my dad told me, it was the most satisfying thing he's ever seen. Bad tenant's lawyer was a huge joke and was obviously the cheapest and most inexperienced lawyer around. Bad tenant and her lawyer basically tried lying for every point they made, where my dad and his lawyer simply pulled out a photo or message, completely destroying their argument. Eventually, bad tenant was contradicting herself, and the judge rules in my parents' favor. Now, my parents knew that they were not going to see a dime from the lady, given that she no longer could house kids. Whoops. It also turns out she was using her mother's name in order to house even more kids, which explains why they were given to her to the start. So she was going to answer to that too. Double whoops. Lastly, just to put the cherry on the cake, my parents put a lien on her taco cart, so she couldn't make money that way either. Effing triple whoops. This might not be enough for this sub, but you need to understand, my parents are hardworking people who made something of themselves when given nothing. Piece of crap people shouldn't take advantage of hardworking people. It sounds to me like bad tenant was hiding things and maybe even lying to her lawyer, because even the bad lawyers won't generally try the make crap up and hope we don't get caught school of law. I honestly can't even imagine how much BS public defenders have to put up with. Definitely not a job for this guy. Our next story today comes to us from SpongeBob No Pants. Try to prank me? Good luck getting your camper back with a lot of cash. Let's jump right in. I think this qualifies as ProRevenge because it wasn't petty. This just happened, well, finalized yesterday. Anyone who follows me or read any of my posts knows something about my wife's best friend I'll call Karen. A harpy from hell, she makes everyone, even my wife sometimes, miserable. She also thinks she is smarter than everyone and just stuck up enough to believe no one would dare cross her. So a friend of ours, I'll call Bill, bought a piece of property next door to us. He had a bad car accident in November and lives an hour away. He made me a legal agent of the property, which means I have almost as much power as he does. Think property manager. It has a small house on it that is unoccupied, but I keep an eye on things. He bought the property only because next to the house is a big asphalt parking lot. It used to be a lot for a small used car company. His reasoning was that during the bad winter months, he could park equipment and trucks from his other companies there. So he also had me put up huge no parking, violators will be towed at owner's expense signs all around it. Moving on, so Sunday I'm elbow deep into an RC submersible when my wife bursts into my study, yells for me to listen to something. I take the phone, and who is doing a live video? Karen. Karen was talking about how she was going away for a few days. This was Sunday morning, because she was so stressed out from always giving people advice and helping them through their problems, etc. And then she mentioned, again, why my wife told me. She talked about how she parked her 46-foot, fifth-wheel, $35,000 camper next door to me, and seeing Bill was unreachable this week, I would have to look at it for the next 3 days as a reminder that she is not only smarter, but 10 moves ahead of me, and I'm a dink because I wouldn't loan her a truck and it cost her money to rent one. Turns out she told her husband, who is gone during the week for work, that she had Bill's permission to put it there, so early Sunday morning he towed it over there. I was pissed. She has a tendency to lie, so I went outside and there it was, parked right there. In the middle of the lot was her camper. I actually smiled because I had a perfect plan. As being a manager of the property, I also had a right to have any vehicle towed off there, including that one. I had two options. Call Garage A, owned by a nice guy, doesn't charge the state maximum for the tow and storage fees, explain what happened, and he might cut you a break. Then there is Garage B. He doesn't care if he has to tow your car 15 feet, he is charging you the max and always charges the maximum storage fees. So you're darn right I went with Garage B. Called the guy, gave him my name, told him I manage the property and bring a fifth wheel. He had it gone in less than half an hour. This is the best part yet, my friends. I didn't tell her it was towed until yesterday morning. Yes, I waited from Sunday afternoon till Tuesday morning. Yesterday morning, she is on Facebook live streaming from her car, talking about how she was going to visit her camper for another laugh. Then I go on live. My wife sent her a message to get on my live stream like now and post the link to my page. When she was viewing, I said this: "Hey Karen, hope you had a wonderful time. I have to tell you something. I had your camper towed. With me being the properties manager and Bill being unavailable, I had to have it towed. We can't let people think they can just park on there illegally. XYZ Tow has the camper. I was going to call you Sunday, but you seemed so stressed out that I thought you deserved the break. I mean, the camper is safe, that's all that matters, right?" Well, Facebook lit up like a Christmas tree. As I had hoped, those watching her stream followed because, well, they were curious too. And then the messages started. A few condemned me, but most were supportive. Some thought it was about time someone showed her that she wasn't all-powerful and no one was scared of her. Then it went quiet. Now, a normal person might be pissed, but understandable. She went the wounded Karen route. That afternoon, she got back on again. She was crying, fake crying, about how it was going to cost her over $2,000 in fees because her husband wouldn't be back till Friday to tow it back, and could someone please do it for her? A bonus I was hoping would happen, and that if she started a GoFundMe page, would people donate to help her pay the fees? The answer to that was between no and F no. But hey, she didn't threaten to sue me at least, right? Side note, Bill is unavailable this week except to certain people, which I am part of. I called him and told him the whole story. His answer was exactly, "Good. You want to play games? Then be prepared to lose." The camper is still there. No one volunteered to go get it. A few said they would for gas money, but she tried to play it off as it would be helping her and she owed so much in fees, and that she would owe them a favor no one could collect on because she has nothing to bargain with. So wait a second here, Karen was your wife's best friend, but your wife is the one who came in and showed you that she was live and that she was parking the camper there? That is absolutely epic. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Now, I can't stand Facebook itself and I don't spend any time on there at all. Are you meaning to tell me that there's people on there that live stream just the regular crap going on in their lives and people actually watch that? I knew that place was a cesspool, but this is just confirming it. Our next story today comes to us from You Shouldn't Care. Level 3 crooks get obliterated by level 99 boss. Don't commit crimes you are too stupid for. Let's jump right in. What you need to know in advance. This didn't happen to me, but to my boss. He's a district attorney in a larger city in Germany. He drives an expensive car, and he has a device that signals the police where he is and that he is in danger. The participants are boss, 5 youngsters, and the police. Now on to the story. One day, he drove home from work and suddenly 2 boys, 17 and 16, jumped in front of his car, forcing him to stop. My boss was really scared, thinking that they were to take revenge on him because he put many people in jail, and immediately pressed the button on this device to inform the police. The police immediately rushed with all available units, but they immediately shouted at him, accusing him of trying to kill them. The 3 other boys ran to the scene, also shouting at my boss that they're going to call the police and that he is going to lose his license. Then one of the 2 of them offers that he could give them all the money he's got with him and they would leave him alone. At that point, my boss decided to serve some spicy revenge on these buttholes. Knowing that every police officer available is rushing to the scene and he only needs to play for time, so he immediately agreed, but under one condition. They all need to sign a written agreement containing that he paid the money and they are not going to press charges or inform the police. Those dumb butts agreed, so he wrote the contract and everyone signed it. After they handed the paper back, they demanded the money, but my boss just laughed at them, stating that no one is going to believe them since he had a written proof that what they have done was highly illegal and that they are going to jail, not mentioning that the police were coming. The police come from effing everywhere. Damn, he cannot resist a big, wide smile when he is describing their faces, and I can totally understand that. They were looking like scared ghosts on the verge of existence. One of the smart boys thought that this paper needs to vanish, so this dummy decides to rip it out of my boss's hands in front of the police, as they should later realize this was their biggest mistake, and they tried to escape from the police, but 3 of them were caught. The police thought that they wouldn't get to know where the other 2 were unless one of the other snitches. Well, they didn't need a snitch because they all signed the paper with their real effing names, so police got the other 2 as well. Fast forward to court, there were several trial dates, but I'll shorten it. Do you remember that I told you that one of them made a big mistake? Well, here in Germany, there is a law from the old era still in place that gets you a minimum sentence of 5 years when you rob a motorist. 2 of them, both above 18, got 6 years in adult prison, also because of their criminal history. 2 of them got 3 years in juvenile detention, and the last one was lucky with only community service. All in all, my boss actually didn't need to do much. They destroyed their lives mostly on their own. I just wanted to mention that OP had a little thing at the top that said that English wasn't their first language. Whenever I see that at the top of a post, it's usually much better written than people who have had English as a first language. I just want to touch on one thing. So they pressed this button and it was supposed to summon all of the police in the area to where they are. But after pressing that button, there was enough time for these kids to attempt to extort OP, for OP to completely write up a contract and get all of the 5 kids to sign it? Okay. The police force there might not like protecting you as much as you think. Our next story today comes to us from Deadlock 1989. Good luck paying for the car. Let's jump right in. So this isn't my story, it happened to a friend of a friend, so exact details are difficult to get. But this is what I was told. For ease of story and to hide identities, the names I will use are Jack and Jill. Bit of a backstory, Jack and Jill had been going out for nearly 5 years by the point of this story. A year prior, Jill lost her job due to the company she worked for being liquidated. Money got tight for Jill, so Jack offered to help by covering her car payments, monthly installment, road tax, insurance, and fuel, so she could put the money she got to rent and utilities until she got a new job and was financially stable. Jack had a fairly decent job, so wasn't a strain on his income. A year goes by and Jill is still unemployed, but not through rejections. She got lazy and just spent all day doing nothing around her house whilst Jack was at work. One day, Jack gets off work early and decides to surprise Jill on the way back home. But as he is approaching her house, he sees another car in her driveway. He parks on the street and sneaks up to the house and looks through the window to see Jill with another man. Jack was pissed, but he didn't burst in there. He walked away, got into his car, and drove off. When Jack got home, he did a little digging and found out who the guy was through Facebook and found she had been having an affair for half a year with this guy. He was now really pissed off and wanted revenge, and he knew the best way to do it. This is where the revenge comes in. Jill loved her car, even though she barely used it, so what Jack did was stop all the payments that were going out of his bank account and put them onto her account As the car was in her name, it was easy to do. As the payments had only just gone out, he had to wait for the end of the month for his revenge to unfold. The end of the month comes and Jill's bank card is declined at the shops. She calls the bank up to find out what is going on, and they tell her she has gone overdrawn because of the car payments going out of her account. Jill phoned Jack and asked why the payment is coming out of her accounts and not his. Jack coldly replied, "'Cause I know you cheated on me, and I'm not gonna pay for my ex-girlfriend's car," and hung up. Fallout of the revenge, she tried to get Jack to pay for the car, even got lawsuits involved, but as she was the sole owner of the car, it was declared he had no legal responsibility to pay for her car. As she couldn't afford her road tax or insurance, she couldn't drive the car, and eventually, she got so far behind in the payments, the car was repossessed. To pay the debt, she had to get a minimum wage job and now takes the bus to and from work. I'm not quite sure that's how bank accounts work. Like, you can't just set up another person's bank account for automatic withdrawal. You have to have an authorization. I mean, if this does work, if there's somebody out there who'd like to give me an account number and pay for my car, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Our next story today comes to us from PJ Murphy. My job is super easy. Okay, you do it. Let's jump right in. I was telling a buddy about this sub and he related the story. Buddy is a very charismatic guy, great friend, and probably a great coworker. He's the type of guy that everyone is fond of, easygoing, and seems to have a knack for personal relationships. Always remembers birthdays. If he hears that a band you like is coming to town, he'll text you the news, that sort of guy. Buddy works for a company that services industrial machinery. It was a small operation. There was Buddy, good boss, owner, the kid in the warehouse, a couple of technicians, and some office ladies who handled administration. Buddy was the pivot man in the operation. He was the point of contact for the technicians and had great relationships with the clients and the vendors who supplied the parts. He knew his job inside out, and everyone likes dealing with him. He gets things done. Now, the way this place worked is that the technicians would send in their reports for the day after 4 p.m. Buddy would look them over, looking for rockets. These were high priority jobs that needed to be done ASAP, as opposed to routine maintenance issues. He would then email the kid a list of parts to be picked. Buddy worked 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and was on call for emergencies. If a rocket came in after hours, Buddy would email the kid to add it to the morning order. The kid arrived for work at 7 a.m. and would pick parts orders for the technicians. These would be picked up by a local courier at 9 a.m. and taken to a depot. There were 2 major industrial areas in town, and the depot wasn't more than a large mailbox in a post office in each area. The technicians could avoid city traffic by going directly to the depots, which were very close to the clients. The couriers would get these boxes to the depots about 9:30. Buddy would schedule a call for the technicians, and when they finished the first call, they would head around the corner to the depot to pick up their parts. Things ran smoothly for years, and then Good Boss decided he wanted to move on. He was grooming Buddy for the move up, and Buddy learned most of the managerial duties Good Boss covered, in addition to his own duties, things like QuickBooks and scheduling, etc. Good Boss leaves, and Buddy takes over these responsibilities. Again, things run smoothly, until owner tells Buddy that he's getting a new supervisor, Bad Boss. This guy came from a sales background, had no experience in operations, and was basically there to help owner bid on big jobs, but his title was Operations Director, and he was Buddy's new boss. Buddy was angry that he had been denied the chance to move up, which in a small operation doesn't happen often. Add to that the fact that Bad Boss was a jerk, but not a dumb jerk, and quickly figured out that Buddy was a threat. And so the lines were drawn. Bad Boss had it in for Buddy, and Buddy wasn't taking any of his crap. One day, Bad Boss comes in about 8:45 and sees Buddy shooting the crap in the coffee room with one of the office ladies and lays into him. "Why aren't you at your desk? I don't pay you to stand around talking. Get to work." Buddy starts to protest that he's actually at the office 15 minutes before his shift, but Bad Boss cuts him off. "I don't listen to BS excuses. I want you at your desk at 8 a.m. sharp, and I want you to send me an email every morning to prove it. Now get going." Buddy sends him an email, BCC to owner, asking Bad Boss to confirm that he wants Buddy working 8 to 4:30. There was also a previous email saying no overtime. Bad Boss sends a tersely worded confirmation. Now Buddy comes in just before 8 a.m., sends an email right at 8 a.m. confirming he's on duty and BCC to owner. But here's the problem. The technicians send their reports in after 4 p.m. Buddy lets it be known on the down low that closer to 4:30 the better. So the parts requests come in at 4:25 and Buddy leaves at 4:30. He doesn't get a chance to review them until 8 the next morning. He sends the order pick to the kid, who doesn't have enough time to assemble the order before the courier comes at 9 a.m. So what used to be next day service ends up taking an extra day. If a technician requests a part on his Monday report, he gets it Wednesday, not Tuesday, the way things worked before. The customers start to revolt loudly and energetically. These are industrial production machines, and when a rocket is delayed, it means a machine is down for an entire day. The customers are losing production and they are not happy. Buddy gets called into a meeting on Thursday with the owner and Bad Boss, demanding to know what the heck is happening. Bad Boss is in full form and says that Buddy's job is super easy and these delays are unacceptable. Buddy explains exactly why the delays are occurring. It's all because Bad Boss changed his hours. Owner gives Bad Boss the stink eye after confirming that he ordered the schedule change. Okay, fine, Bad Boss concedes. You go back to your old hours starting Monday. I won't be here Monday, replies Buddy. What are you talking about? I'm on holiday for 2 weeks. Didn't you check the vacation schedule? Bad Boss goes red in the face. I never approved a holiday request for you. You are not on holiday. Yes, I am. The request was approved by Good Boss before you were hired. Do you want to see the emails? I don't give a crap. Your holidays are canceled. Sorry, but my brother's getting married and I am in the wedding party. I fly out to the Dominican on Saturday. I will be back in 2 weeks. Who have you trained to take over your duties? Asks owner. Well, back in the day, Good Boss would cover. I guess it's up to Bad Boss to cover while I'm gone. Bad Boss is stuck. He can't very well claim that Buddy's job is super easy and then claim later in the same meeting that he can't do it. Oh my lord, what a crap show. The technicians requested, say, a front sensor for a boom stopper Model 31. Bad Boss would ask them for a part number, and the technician would reply, I don't know, Buddy knows all the part numbers. Then he would go to the kid and say he needs to send a sensor to the technician, and the kid would point to the racks where all the parts were labeled by part numbers. I need a part number if you want to add it to an order. Buddy had an exhaustive Excel folder with all kinds of parts listed in it on his desktop. He also had a massive collection of manufacturer's binders on shelves behind his desk. The Excel folder was already named something obscure. Bad Boss couldn't find it. So Bad Boss was forced to look parts up in the binders. No Control F in Excel to find a part number for Bad Boss. Buddy had bookmarks on his Chrome browser for manufacturers and vendors' websites. He removed all the bookmarks, so Bad Boss, if he wanted to log into any of these sites, had to create his own login. Buddy's were on LastPass, but Bad Boss didn't have the LastPass password. Buddy was also adept with computers, so he had been given the access to the phone system portal. He set it up so that any calls to his desk phone or work cell would get, I'm on vacation, in my absence, please contact Bad Boss at extension 123. And then the call would forward to Bad Boss's desk phone, and if unanswered, to his work cell. After hours, emergency calls went directly to Bad Boss's work cell, and if unanswered, to his home phone. Buddy set up his Outlook with an auto reply that said to contact Bad Boss and copied owner in. Then, Buddy shut off his work phone and took 2 weeks off. Bad Boss found out in a hurry that Buddy's job wasn't so super easy after all. He was getting calls from irate clients, technicians with the wrong parts, and calls in the evening that he had no way to handle. Remember that they repaired industrial machinery, and some facilities were 24 hours. When Buddy got back, Bad Boss was waiting for him by the door and went ballistic. It was a screaming match that drew everyone, even owner, who literally had to step between them. Finally, Buddy just screamed, F this crap, I can't work with this guy. He turned to the owner and said, you saw how this place ran when I was doing his job, and now you see what it's like when he's doing mine. I'm going back home right now, before I do something I regret. So you have a choice to make. I'll come in tomorrow and clean out my desk if this butthole hasn't cleaned out his first. When he arrived on Tuesday, all the staff were grinning, and Bad Boss's office was empty. Owner called him into his office and told him that Bad Boss was gone and Buddy could get back to work. Nope, said Buddy, his office is empty and I want it. I want his job. I want his pay. I want his perks. I have been here for years and you know what I can do. Put me in charge. And that's how Buddy got his promotion. Since then, the company has grown, and Buddy has grown right with it. There are now branches in 3 cities, a huge staff, and Buddy is in charge of it all. And he still reminds me when my favorite band is coming to town. Yes, we have this person that is completely qualified for the job, trained and has been doing it for years, but let's hire somebody else from outside because they might know better than the person that's been doing it for their whole life. Corporate BS at its finest. Our next story today comes to us from Anouk Day. Don't tell mom the dog sitter's dead. Let's jump right in. This didn't happen to me, it happened to my sister. My sister moved up to South Carolina from Florida about a year ago, but she still visits us periodically. We're a big and close family. Shortly after Thanksgiving, she flew down with her husband and son for one such visit. She has 3 geriatric dogs, so she got a house and dog sitter. My sister went through the basics of how they can only be fed at certain times, they get let out at certain times, they need to be in their crates from X hour to Z hour. Most importantly, they don't get treats. They get vitamins in place of treats, but those vitamins have to be given only twice a day. No people food, very strict diets. They're all happy and healthy, but only because my sister is so strict with their regime. This lady she got to watch her dogs had stellar reviews on the site she was found through. She's a stay-at-home mom who does this as a side thing for extra cash. I feel like I can end it here. You all can guess where this is going. My sister left for Florida for a week. The first 5 days, everything is going well. Dog sitter texts my sister regularly or video calls. She shows my sister pictures and gives her regular updates of when she comes and goes to my sister's house. My sister just bought that house, by the way. She's been working her butt off to finally be able to afford it. She put so much into making that a nice home for her family. My sister has some health problems herself. She's got a ton of prescription medication in her medicine cabinet. She brought enough for the week, but left the rest at home. Stuff for epilepsy, asthma, and allergies, but she's also got a ton of painkillers from when she had my nephew not that long ago. She's paranoid about becoming addicted, so she kept the pills for safety, but never used them. It's a full bottle. On top of that, she's been a collector of rare beer for about 15 years now. Beer that's not even sold anymore because they were promotional from microbreweries. Beer she can't get anymore because she doesn't live in Florida. Those bottles she keeps as mostly decoration in her kitchen. On the 6th day of her vacation, dog sitter stops all communication altogether. My sister texts, calls, emails, nothing. Radio silence. She's got a bad feeling, but she doesn't want to kill the mood because she doesn't get to see her family very often anymore. Day 7, she gets on a late flight back to South Carolina. The plane gets there around 2 in the morning. They drive an hour to their rural town. They get home. The front door is wide open. The lawn looks like someone in a truck, which dog sitter happened to drive, just tried to go drifting over grass and a tree before vacating the premises super quick. My sister goes to handle my nephew, who is groggy and screaming. It's been a rough day. She's thinking the worst, that someone robbed the house while this poor lady was there. My sister's husband, brother-in-law, goes inside to survey the damages. It's all clear. My sister and nephew go inside too. The back door is wide open. The couch looks like it exploded. The rug in the living room and the couch, and pretty much every square foot on the bottom floor, is covered in the kind of pee and poop that can only be made from 3 geriatric furry buttholes. The dogs are, thankfully, still in the backyard, but they're shivering and filthy. There are broken beer bottles everywhere. Some have been stuffed deep in the trash to hide the evidence. Some have been refilled with water and put back with their tops precariously situated on top, so they might look like they haven't been touched. 82 bottles, each growler-sized, roughly 64 ounces, gone. The medicine cabinet is like one of those western ghost towns with a tumbleweed bouncing through. My sister is already thinking this dog sitter threw herself a party. No way in heck could someone 5'6", 170 pounds, drink that much beer and take that many pills and not be dead. My sister called the cops, obviously. The police get there to figure this must be a break-in. They take a bunch of pictures, take an account of all the bottles and drugs that were missing. My sister cleans what she can, but gets to sleep because, thankfully, the upstairs hasn't been touched. One day later, the police find dog sitter. My sister has assumed she's dead and abducted, so the police were looking for her and her car. They found the truck run off the side of the highway, with this lady about 2 miles up, tweaking out of her mind, walking along the side of the road, screaming at nothing. They take her in for whatever charges, I don't know. Her husband bails her out and picks her up. According to her husband, this has happened before. Dog sitter has a drug and alcohol problem. At first, she's messaging my sister super apologetic, saying she'll reimburse my sister, and please don't press charges. My sister quotes her the price of the rug, a new couch, and the vet bills because her dogs had somehow gained access to 9 containers of doggy vitamins, and one of them was having liver failure. The dog is fine now, but she's an old Yorkie, so who knows. Also, my sister buys in bulk from a wholesaler, hence 9 containers. The total was somewhere around $800. My sister didn't bother with the beers, the meds, the lawn, cleaning the house. She could have. Heck, I would have. On top of that, my sister demands that dog sitter never dog sits again, and she has to refund my sister for her dog sitting. My sister works in advertising. I won't say what kind, but basically, if she sees or saw a dog sitter advertising herself as a dog sitter ever again, she has the means to drag this lady until all she sees is mud for the rest of her life. Dog sitter insists she's going to pay it back, but that my sister has to wait until they get their taxes back. Okay, so my sister waits. Late February, she texts dog sitter asking where her money is. Dog sitter immediately starts saying how she didn't do anything wrong. My sister is a bad dog owner and her dogs are miserable. None of the stuff my sister says dog sitter did was actually true. My sister has all the old texts of dog sitter admitting to all of it. So, this goes on for a while. Eventually, dog sitter starts saying how, as a courtesy, she has a friend who owns a furniture store. She will give my sister a credit of $200 for a new couch. And she has an old rug she doesn't want anymore that my sister can have. What? She paid my sister about $500, but insists she'll get the coupon to my sister soon. March goes by, nothing. Around March 20th, my sister marches her happy butt to the small claims court and files. Then, she snaps pictures of everything. Then she sends dog sitter the message, as a courtesy, I'm letting you know that I just filed this at the small claims court. Then the fun starts. This lady goes off on my sister. She says she's going to sue for slander and undue distress and harassment and blah 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 blah. My sister saves all of it, including the fun bits where dog sitter threatens her family and calls her the C word 20 dozen times. Today is what, April 6th? Tuesday was the court date. Things move fast in a small town, I don't know. This lady shows up looking like she just got run through by a garbage disposal. She gives the judge her sob story, talking about how she did nothing but give my sister and her animals the best care, that my sister is making all this up. Yeah, my sister has the OG cop with her. She's got pictures of all the damage, the vet bills, the bottles, proof that she was out of town, police reports of both the break-in as well as dog sitter's DWI the following day. Dog sitter tries to spin it with that one law about how you can't serve alcohol to a known alcoholic. That obviously gets thrown right the F out. Dog sitter then tries to appeal to judge and my sister's sense of humanity. She tells them how her husband just left her and is suing her for full custody. Good. And that if she can't dog sit, how is she supposed to support herself or ever get her kids back? Tough cookies. The judge takes my sister's side for obvious reasons. Come the F on. Dog sitter is homeless now, living with her parents. She can't see her kids, who by the way don't want to see her. Apparently she was a drunk who ran her hubby's credit all the way down. She was abusive to her kids, and because of her heavy alcohol abuse, one of her kids has FAS. Dog sitter has 60 days to pay the remaining $300 or she faces jail time. I don't know how much time, sorry. Her husband filed for divorce already. Oh, and she lost her license thanks to that DWI. As a former addict myself and someone who's been through a DWI, I want to sympathize. That's a lot of stuff to go through. My sister gave her chance after chance, but at some point you have to take responsibility for your actions. It really seems like this lady has just been using her husband as a crutch while she tries to get better, only to backslide hard. It's rough, I know. I hope she gets the help she needs. My sister's dogs are doing well. She got a replacement couch on Amazon for like $75 and a nice fluffy rug for even less. dog sitter eventually coughed up that coupon, it didn't even work. It was for something like 20% off with a purchase of $500 or more, so no thanks. I have to say I agree with the comment section on this one, that OP's sister was way too easy on this person, especially considering they trashed their house, got rid of that whole beer collection, and just didn't care for the dogs. I mean, come on. I would have at least tacked on the value of the beer collection when taking them to court. Our second story today comes to us from Unlucky Lesbian No Love. Don't make my girlfriend cry. Let's jump right in. Okay, so this was a good few years ago, back when I was in high school. In case my username didn't give it away, I am happily and openly gay AF. And I came out at about 14, around year 9 in high school. I'm British. And from that second on, I was even more of a target. I was already the preferred bullying target, the school was aware of it, they were also aware that my family didn't take kindly to this. In my previous school, my mom had brought the police into the school on the day where the younger kids were coming to see if they wanted to go there because they weren't doing anything about me being bullied. So pulled a big huff and puff smokescreen to try and make it seem like they were fixing the issue, though they never did anything. I had plenty of small, regular, or petty revenges throughout my years, getting people kicked out of classes, forced into counseling, etc., but this is the big one. When I was nearly 16, I got my first girlfriend, we'll call her S. I was madly head over heels in love with S, basically from the second I met her, even though I didn't think I'd get anywhere because she was a straight girl from a good Christian family, so when we started dating, I was naturally over the moon. She was in the year ahead of me, so the bulk of our relationship was with her in 6th form and me in my final year of high school. Because of this, she didn't get touched by really any homophobia other than hearing it secondhand from me and seeing how much it affected me. Until the day of the incident. We used to hang out in the library over lunch because the librarian was one of the few people who actually really tried to keep people in order. But then it was closed one day during lunch, so we were stuck drifting around the school grounds. So we found ourselves a bench and sat, ate our lunch, chatted like normal, no real physical business because neither of us were into that PDA. We were just sat together, and once we'd stopped eating, we were holding hands as we chatted. And then one of my biggest tormentors, let's call her O, spotted me, unprotected, in the open, and with my girlfriend. She called over her group of lackeys, and they sat on the next bench and started their usual attempts of psychological warfare. At first, it was just overly loud comments about how disgusting gay people were, how I clearly never washed, lies, let me assure you, about how my girlfriend was fat, she was a little bigger, but it only made her more attractive to me, so on and so forth. So after about 5 minutes of just trying to ignore them, I encouraged her to stand, and we planned to move to sit outside the library since the librarian was still in school that day, so she could hopefully watch over us through the window. We stand and start walking, no longer holding hands, and they follow us. Side note here, I have some slight muscle problems in my legs, mostly around my knees. These girls were aware of this since they were in my PE class. The comments continued, along with attempting to stand on the back of my girlfriend's shoes and knee kick me in the back of the leg so I'd go down. We reached by the library, and by this point, my girlfriend is clearly very shaken. So I pay no mind to the posters telling us the library is shut and hurry her in there. Librarian takes over then, looks after us straight away, calls the headmistress, etc. You'd think the problem there would be over, right? You'd be wrong. We're writing up what happened for an incident report, standard procedure for the school, when the headmistress arrived, and so the victim blaming began. We shouldn't have been so affectionate at school. Maybe if we hadn't been holding hands, this wouldn't have happened. We need to be more careful. And then told me that I shouldn't tell my mom that this happened, since she'd just make a big deal out of it. The only reason this isn't a "I got expelled because I punched the headmistress" story is because all of this, coupled with what had just happened, had my girlfriend distraught and in tears. And despite my anger, she was my first priority at the time. So I began to plan. I followed her instructions and I didn't tell my mom. Not yet. I wanted to do this myself now. They'd upset my girl. That was a death sentence as far as I was concerned. So first I started with the girls themselves. O had an older sister in S's year, so I befriended the older sister and we got on well. This took about a month or so, and then I wore a t-shirt around her for the first time. At the time, I was suffering quite heavily with self-harm. We've now discovered I've got BPD, which is what was the problem with my self-harm. Naturally, my new friend was horrified, asked what happened, why I'd do that. I told her that people like to pick on me, mostly because I was gay, and told her about her sister. Next thing I know, O's been pulled out of school. Find out a little while later, her mother does charity work with LGBT youth, and upon finding out that she was bullying someone to the point of self-harm with homophobia, she yanked her out of school and sent her to the other side of the country to live with her grandparents and attend a different school. I also got a letter of apology from her mother, along with an offer of counseling if needed. I turned her down, but it was a nice gesture. With their head cut off, the lackeys drifted apart. I went back to small revenges with them, getting them kicked out of classes, etc., etc. Nothing too interesting to report there. Then came the headmistress. This one took a long time to get around to because I didn't want it to lead back to me while I was still under her power. So the day after I got my exam results, I anonymously phoned Ofsted, the school inspectors, informed them that they were allowing students to be bullied to the point of suicidal behavior and self-harm, and that the headmistress had, on at least one occasion, if not more, told a student who'd been bullied due to their sexuality that it was their fault and refused to handle the issue. And then I waited. A friend of mine was still in the school, being a year younger, and she became my source of information. They went back in September, and the headmistress was no longer there. Apparently, she'd stepped down, despite having no feasible reason to, as the school had been doing well. We have basically come to the conclusion that she was gently coerced out of her job and simply said step down to save face. And the reason I'm posting this now is because I saw my old headmistress the other day while I was with a friend. She was working at Next, a clothing store, stacking shelves, etc. I asked her how she was doing, and she was giving the very fake, yeah, things have been okay BS. My friend, who is an absolute genius, instantly pretended to be my girlfriend and, while in her eyesight, but not talking to her, kissed my cheek and took my hand. I'd like to think of that like the icing on the cake. Sadly, S and I broke up when I was 17. First relationships rarely last, but we're still good friends. And the friend who acted like my girlfriend for that moment has a boyfriend of her own, but had always been appalled by how little the school had done and wanted her own moment to rub in the face of our once headmistress. I love me some ProRevenge. It is the single greatest collection of peckerheads being punished for being peckerheads, which is definitely the case here. It was wonderful that you ran into the headmistress working her daily 9 to 5 in retail, just like so many other people. Your friend deserves an absolute high five for their quick thinking, taking your hand, and giving you a kiss. Epic. Our next story today comes from user Bomba for Jesus and is titled, "My grandmother put greedy preachers in their places twice, even after she died." Let's jump right in. My grandmother was a member of a large conservative Bible-believing church for her entire adult life. This church, which I'll call Big White Church, was a member of a large evangelical denomination. Big White Church was located in a prosperous suburb of a large city in the Bible Belt of the deep south of the USA. Grandma was very active in Big White Church. She worked in the nursery every Sunday morning, helped cook hundreds of church fellowship breakfasts and dinners, accompanied her children and grandchildren on dozens of church retreats and choir tours, taught youth Bible study on Sunday nights, and was very active in supporting home missions as well as helping with other youth programs. She always tithed and often gave extra for missions and special offerings. Grandma's greatest talent was making other people feel important. I've seen this firsthand many times. Although I belong to a different church, I often visited with Grandma, and when I did, I usually went to Big White Church functions with her. I've seen her single-handedly cook breakfast for dozens of Big White Church youth, a task which took over 2 hours, even in the church's large kitchen. Then, after the meal, she asked the group for a round of applause for the high school student leader for doing such a great job of organizing the prayer breakfast. I remember that, on a Big White Church youth retreat at a rural church camp, she drove most of the night to go back to the city and retrieve a big box of evangelistic materials that one of the assistant pastors, whom I'll call Butt Pastor, had forgotten and asked her to get, in time for our morning program the next day. His boss, the senior pastor, I'll call him Pompous Pastor, never found out that Butt Pastor had screwed up or that Grandma had fixed it for him. Butt Pastor never even thanked Grandma. Even though I was a child, this bothered me so much that I asked her about it. She said that she didn't mind at all. She told me her reward would be that those materials would help children find Jesus. Grandma's service to her church ended abruptly at the age of 73 when she broke her back in a car accident. Afterwards, for the last 10 years of her life, she was homebound and could not go to church because of this injury and declining health due to old age. Her mind was just as sharp as ever, and her faith remained sincere, but her body wore out a little more every day. During those 10 years, she made many efforts to reach out to her church, its leadership, and her church friends, inviting them to visit her at home, etc., without success. Every one of these invitations was declined or simply ignored. Near the end, when she was in a home hospice care, she decided to plan her own funeral. She and my grandpa called her church and asked for the senior pastor, Pompous Pastor, whom she had known for over 30 years, to visit her so that they could plan her memorial service, which she and Grandpa wanted to be held at the church. Pompous Pastor was too busy, but Butt Pastor stopped by a few days later. According to my grandpa, here's what happened at that meeting, with my grandma literally on her deathbed. Grandma, Grandpa, and Butt Pastor discussed her funeral for a couple minutes. Then Butt Pastor started pressuring her to lay up your treasure in heaven by remembering your church in your will. Grandpa told him firmly that this is neither the time nor the place to discuss her will. They went back to discussing the funeral for a few minutes, then Butt Pastor steered the conversation back to Grandma's will with liberal injections of how badly her church needed her support. Grandpa told him several times that it was inappropriate to talk to Grandma about her will or the church's financial needs because she was terminally ill and in an enormous amount of physical pain. Butt Pastor would agree and briefly talk about the funeral, but would then go back to talking about the church's financial needs, heavenly rewards, where your treasure is, your heart will be also, Matthew 6:21, Luke 12:34, etc. My grandma started crying. To put this into context, Grandma was more than a steel magnolia. She was a titanium coated with diamond wrapped in Kevlar. She rarely ever cried, and never ever cried about herself. Not one tear when the doctor told her that her back was broken so badly that she would never walk again, nor during the following 6 months in futile rehab. She would shed sincere but well-managed tears at funerals, and while visiting family members in the hospital when they received bad news, she would cry to console others, weep with those who weep. But nobody, not Grandpa, not her daughter, my mom, nor any of my uncles or grandma's siblings ever remembered her crying for herself. My grandma was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa, a retired steelworker, former Marine sergeant, and Korean War combat veteran, physically grabbed Butt Pastor and escorted him out of their house not too gently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Grandma lived another 6 months, mostly because of sheer force of will. Eventually, though, Grandma passed away, and we held her memorial service at the funeral home, not Big White Church. Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor were conspicuously absent. In fact, there were no professional Christians from Big White Church at the service at all, not even in the audience. To start the service, Grandpa stood up at the podium in front of the crowd and said, "Some of you may have heard that I disinvited Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor from this funeral service. This service is not an appropriate place for me to give you my reasons for doing this, although you all know me, and so you know that my reasons are good ones. Also, my wife asked me to exclude them. This funeral service may be different from other funerals that you have attended. It's going to be an open microphone funeral. Everyone who wants to say something is invited to come up here and describe your friendship with my wife. Tell a story about her that is worth remembering, or anything else that you want to say that will honor her memory and bring comfort to everyone here today. I have asked several family members to prepare statements, but you don't have to have anything prepared. Please, if you want to say something, come up here and do so." There were about 100 people at the funeral service. At least a third of them eventually stepped up to the microphone. The service, which we had planned to last about 30 minutes, lasted for over 2 hours, and, as best I can tell, not one person left early. There was laughing, crying, and hugging. 3 of her grandchildren played some of her favorite songs on the piano and guitar. We all joined hands and sang her favorite hymns. Afterwards, dozens of people told my grandpa that it was one of the most comforting and uplifting funerals they had ever attended. More than a few remarked that funerals are better without preachers anyway, or something similar. Remembering her pastors and her church in her will, the 1-2 punch. A couple of weeks later, it was time to start distributing the bequests in Grandma's will. Although Grandma and Grandpa dearly loved each other, they had separate wills because, she told my mom, that makes it easier for us to respect each other's turf, and because their lawyer had recommended it. Nobody thought that my grandparents were wealthy. They had lived in the same small but charming house in a prosperous, well-maintained suburban neighborhood for the past 50 years, and had worked hard and lived modestly. But it was rumored that they had a very nice nest egg. Of course, there is no legal requirement for anyone to attend the reading of the will, or to even have a reading. Modern telecommunications and near universal literacy have made this quaint custom practically extinct. But the reading of the will was a tradition in our family because it was one of those events that gave our close-knit, extended family an excuse to get together. We never had family reunions. They were too difficult to schedule for our large family, but we got together at birthdays, holidays, funerals, baptisms, etc., so that if you attend several of those, you would see just about every one of your cousins, aunts, uncles, and even great aunts and uncles who were Grandma's and Grandpa's siblings and in-laws. With this family tradition in mind, many of our family members' wills often contained very personal bequests of items that had little cash value, but were the departed family members' way of telling their loved ones that they wanted to share a cherished memory with them one last time. As an added incentive to attend, the family rumor mill had been buzzing with speculation, encouraged by Grandpa that Grandma's will contained some surprises. The reading was held in a conference room at a lawyer's office. Unsurprisingly, the attendees included my mom, as well as my aunts, uncles, great-aunts, great-uncles, and many of the grandchildren. We were all surprised, however, to see pompous pastor and butt pastor from the Big White Church. They informed us that Grandma's lawyer had told them that Grandma's will had bequests not only for Big White Church, but also for them personally. Maybe it was just our imagination, but my siblings, cousins, and I couldn't help noticing that these preachers appeared to be actively salivating over their good fortune at Grandma's generosity. Grandma had a large family, so a sizable number of beneficiaries were named in her will. The lawyer's conference room was a bit smaller than an average middle-class living room. Extra chairs had been brought in, every seat was filled, and people were standing in every remaining space. There was barely space for all of us. Grandma's lawyer suggested that pompous pastor and butt pastor sit in chairs which were in the front of the room next to himself. Since there was a large table in the room, this meant that the lawyer and these two preachers were the only ones who were directly facing everyone else. Although the preachers were gratified to be physically next to the center of attention, they did not notice, as all of the rest of us quickly noticed, that these seats made it easy for everyone else in the room to watch them closely, and practically impossible for them to leave the packed to more than overflowing room before the entire meeting was over, because they were furthest from the room's single door, and there were almost 24 people standing or sitting between them and their only path to escape. The bequests were quite generous, but pretty much what we had expected. Grandpa kept their house, its contents, their retirement accounts, and everything that remained after all of the bequests had been satisfied. Children, grandchildren, and several local charities received nice, but not extravagant amounts of money. Several sentimental items were named and given to various friends and relatives. Grandpa was first beneficiary listed in the will, but after him, all of the other bequests were arranged in order of increasing worth. They started with sentimental items, which had very small cash value. Then each grandchild received several $1,000s. Then each son, daughter, brother, sister, niece, and nephew received a little more. Then several local nonprofits received very nice amounts, etc. Bequests to Big White Church, pompous pastor, and butt pastor were almost the last ones listed in the will. They listened politely to the other bequests, but with steadily growing anticipation as they noticed the exponential upward trend in Grandma's largesse. When Grandma's lawyer got to the big white church and preacher's part of the will, he said, "This is a bit unusual, but before I announce these bequests to big white church, pompous pastor, and butt pastor, Miss Grandma's name requested that I read the following statement to everyone present." He opened a letter that was written in Grandma's own handwriting. For the past 10 years, not one person from Big White Church has ever called me, come to visit me, or sent me a note to tell me that they cared about me. Not one minister, not one deacon, not one of the church women, not one of the church members who I worked with for all those years, loved dearly, and thought were my friends. I worked very hard for you when you needed me for many, many years, but when I needed you and your church, you all pretended that I didn't exist. I only got one visit when I was dying, and I invited pompous pastor to come to my house and help me plan my funeral. This was my last attempt, after many attempts that I had made over the past 10 years, to reach out to my church and pastor, whom I still love dearly even though they had made it clear that they did not love me. If only I could have my funeral at my church, maybe some of my church friends, whom I had not seen in a decade, would come to the service to see me one last time. And I know they love to hear pompous pastor preach, so if he preached at my funeral, maybe they would come to my funeral to hear him, even if they would not have come to see me. But pompous pastor couldn't find the time to visit me, or even call me to tell me whether or not he was willing to preach at my funeral. But pastor came by my house, but he didn't want to talk about my funeral. He just wanted me to remember his church in my will. That's all. Just remember his church in my will. It was then that I realized that I had allowed my church to break my heart for one last time. But that was the last time. The very last time. But pastor did not know it when he visited me, but Grandpa and I had already prepared my will, long before his visit, which did include a double tithe, 20% of my entire estate, for what was now my former church, Big White Church. This amount was, name the amount, an enormous crapload of money, generating muffled wows from many of her heirs, including me. But I got to feeling badly that we had not personally remembered such nice people as pompous pastor and butt pastor. So I changed my will to include them by name. While I was at it, I changed the amount of money that I left to Big White Church to match all of the love that they have showed to me during this last 10 years of my life, when I was suffering and lonely, and no longer able to work my butt off for them for free like I had done for almost half a century. That is her entire written statement, the lawyer said. Now let's get back to the bequests in the will. Bequest to butt pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to pompous pastor, 1 cent. Bequest to Big White Church, 1 cent. The pompous pastor and butt pastor sat there looking like someone had just injected a gallon of Novocaine into their jaws. Every one of Grandma's family and friends felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud, but we kept quiet because we knew Grandma. We knew she wasn't finished yet. Grandma was simply setting them up for a 1-2 punch. The best was yet to come, and we didn't want to miss it. There is one last bequest, the lawyer continued, for a charity called, which he named, and I'll call Black Charity. Then he paused before naming the amount. Most of us had no idea what Black Charity was, but by the looks on their faces, we could tell that pompous pastor and butt pastor knew Black Charity very well. Their faces displayed the same expressions of shock, dread, and horror that they would have if the lawyer had said, "This bequest goes to the demonic baby eaters to buy extra large rotisserie barbecue grills and tons of charcoal." Every eye in the room was now fixated on pompous pastor and butt pastor. The lawyer, who happened to be my uncle, one of Grandma's and Grandpa's sons, let the silence continue a few seconds more. If we had been able to read pompous pastor and butt pastor's minds, we would have known the history behind the looks on their faces. Black Charity was sponsored by a large black church just a few miles from Big White Church. They ran a free food and clothing bank, assistance programs for foster children, home delivery of pre-cooked meals for homebound seniors, legal aid, and other social services. A long time ago, Big White Church, which was and still is 100% Caucasian, had provided a few years of financial and other support to Black charity. Then there was a very bitter, acrimonious breakup, allegedly because Black charity was practicing the social gospel, while Big White Church was preaching the true gospel. Big White Church even sued to try to get some of their money back, although the suit was eventually settled and very little money actually changed hands. But this being the Deep South, everyone knew the real reason why Big White Church, or any white church, would stop supporting a Black charity. They were getting uppity and not staying in their place. Grandma and Grandpa had seriously considered leaving Big White Church at that time, but they had reasoned that it was better to stay there and teach tolerance by their words and example. They knew they would never persuade everyone, but maybe they could reach some of the youth at their white church and break the generational cycle of racism. Grandma used to tell us, "My church is my mission field." We did not learn the true depth of her statement until after she died. Since then, Grandma and Grandpa had secretly sent a portion of their tithe to Black charity every month. Most of Grandma's family, including me, didn't find out about any of this until after the meeting had ended, but Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor obviously understood what Grandma, by her actions, which are more powerful than words, was saying to them. If you had grown up as a white person in the Deep South, as Grandma, Grandpa, Pompous Pastor, and Butt Pastor had, you would understand. To many white Southerners, this was one of the most personally insulting things you could do to them. It simultaneously labeled them as racist, condemned their bigotry, and crushed their delusions of white superiority by saying, "These Black human beings, whom you hate, disrespect, and have mistreated, are better people than you are, so they deserve my money more than you do." Having allowed time for everyone to observe Pompous Pastor and Butt Pastor while they thought about how their white church had treated this Black charity, and how they and their church had treated our grandma, the lawyer said, "The amount is," then he named the exact same amount that Grandma had named in her handwritten letter, the huge amount of money that would have gone to Big White Church if she had not changed her will. Our next story today comes to us from Rocky Moose. The story is called "Landlord is Jealous of My Income, Raises My Rent $500, I Screw Him Years Later for $20,000. Let's jump right in. All names have been changed. In the late 90s, wife and I were just married, just getting started, and we decided to dink, double income, no kids, it for a few years to save up for a down payment on a house. The dot-com bubble was still rising, and I was a newly minted software developer. I had an entry-level job for a while, and then got recruited to a new city and a new job that paid 3 times what I was making before. It was an offer too good to pass up. I ran the numbers and it was a no-brainer. By living frugally and saving my entire salary, living off just her income, we would easily have enough in a year to put 20% down payment on a new house. We rented an apartment in the new city that was listed for $950 a month. The landlord was a real estate agent who owned a 2-bedroom condo as an investment property. Let's call him Hank Wazowski. Hank was a thin, gray, no-nonsense guy. He was pleasant enough, but perfunctory, dry, and had no sense of humor. He made a point of explaining that under no circumstances was he responsible for maintaining the garbage disposal, and that it was not included in the rental agreement, and he would not be responsible for fixing it were it to break. Okay. He seemed slightly amused by us, a clueless, young, newlywed couple, but I could tell he wanted to rent to us because we were very obviously a safe choice as renters. We filled out the rental agreement and the credit check, and this is where my troubles began. Hank looked hard at the credit application where I listed my job title, software developer, and my income, $75,000. For a 23-year-old in his second year out of college in the late 1990s, this is a small fortune. Throw in my wife's salary and we were over 6 figures in income, renting an apartment far beneath our means. Like I said, dink is the way to go when starting out. "I can't believe how much money you make," Hank must have said half a dozen times, muttering under his breath. I explained we were saving to buy a house and that we were only going to stay in the apartment a year. We might stay a few months after the term is over. Would month to month be okay after a year? Hank assured us that would be fine. We saw Hank only once during the year, and he again mentioned my salary and how he couldn't believe that's what software developers were making. It was awkward, and I gave a vague reply. Anyway, a year later we had found a house to buy, signed all the papers, and we're making plans to move. The new house wasn't going to be ready until 2 months after our rental lease was up, so I called Hank to ask if we could, as discussed, simply extend the lease by 2 months before moving out. Hank assured me on the phone that it would be no problem and he would send over an extension for us to sign. The extension arrived in the mail and it included a month-to-month clause and a $500 increase in the rent. I flipped out and called him. Hank, why are you increasing the rent over 50%? That's too much. That's more than my new mortgage is going to be. He was super condescending to me. OP, it's what the apartment goes for now. I would be losing money by renting it for less. I tried to reason with him, but it was very clear he knew we could afford the $500, had no choice in the matter, and he was going to screw us over as best he could. He got angry with me for arguing my point, and I'll never forget his parting words. You don't have to like it, OP, you just have to pay it. My wife and I tried to figure out a way to move out early by putting our furniture in storage for a couple months and crashing with friends, but it just wasn't going to work out. I swallowed my pride and wrote out the check for $1,450 for the extra month. A month later, I wrote a similar check and then we moved out. I made sure the apartment was spotless before moving, but still, Hank withheld $300 from our security deposit for BS things that were just a way for him to squeeze a few more dollars from the kids who made too much money. $100 for cleaning? Sure, but $300 was obscene. In my mind, he had screwed me over for $1,200, and there was nothing I could do about it. What made it even more infuriating is that I saw the ad Hank put in the paper after we moved out, and he listed the apartment for rent at only $150 more than we had been paying originally, not the grossly inflated $500 increase, and it didn't rent. A month later, I saw the same ad, and he had lowered the price to $75 more than we had been paying, and I assume it got rented since the ad stopped appearing. Fast forward about 5 years. Life is good, the house is good, we have a baby, and even though the dot-com bubble has burst, I'm still employed. One day, out of the blue, I overhear one of my coworkers, Phil, a senior developer, talking to the guy working the reception desk. Hey Mike, I'm expecting someone to drop off some paperwork for me. If a Hank Wazowski asks for me, tell him I'll be right out. I freeze and get a taste of bile in my mouth, remembering how I had to write out that name on those checks all those years ago. There's no way it's the same guy, right? I walk over to Phil, who is still by the reception desk. Phil, I say, how do you know that name, Hank Wazowski? Phil explains that Hank is his real estate agent. I bought my condo through him several years ago. I'm selling my condo now so I can buy a house, so I'm going to ask him to be my agent again. Do you know him? I tell Phil that I used to rent an apartment from Hank and describe what he looks like. Phil confirms the description. It's the same guy. Wow, small world, right? And on cue, right then, the front door to the office opens and in walks Hank Wazowski. I stare in disbelief. He's carrying a folder of papers and doesn't recognize me. Phil and Hank shake hands and they talk for a few moments. I stand there silently, wondering what to do. Phil finally says, Hank, this is my friend OP. I think you may have already met. Yes, hello Hank, good to see you again. My wife and I were your tenants a few years ago on such and such street. Remember the software developer who rented for a year saving to buy a house? Well, this is where I work, here, with Phil. Hank's eyes indicate he now remembers me, and he's starting to put it all together. We shake hands and he says yes, of course he remembers, and asks how we're doing. Oh, we're just fine, thanks for asking. Phil says that you're his real estate agent. Small world, isn't it? Hank nods pleasantly. He still doesn't remember the details of our last conversation. I do some quick math in my head. This is the early and mid-2000s. The real estate market is very strong and easy money for any agent. The crash of 2008 is still a few years in the future. I start to think out loud. Selling the condo for around $150,000 to $200,000, and you're looking at houses in the $500,000 range, so that's $650,000 to $700,000 in total transactions. An agent getting 3% on the sale and the purchase is getting around $20,000 for his trouble. That's a good commission for the agent, isn't it? Hank's eyes flash, and I can tell he remembers everything about me now. Phil is surprised at my passive-aggressive tone. I am enjoying the uncomfortable silence. Hank deflects my question, saying it's complicated, and tells Phil to send back the papers as soon as possible. He shakes hands with Phil, looks at me, nods, and goes to leave. "It was really good to see you again, Hank," I call behind him. He exits the building. As the door is still shutting, I say a bit too loudly so that Hank can hear, "Phil, don't sign anything just yet. I have a story to tell you." Phil looks at me and says, "OP, what the hell was that all about?" He looks pissed and confused at my behavior. I tell Phil the whole story: the rent, the $500 increase, the security deposit. You don't have to like it, you just have to pay it, everything. "Phil, you can't use this guy to sell your condo and buy a house. I hate him, he's evil. I'll help you find another real estate agent. Just use anyone but Hank." So the great thing about Phil is that, well, he's a great guy. He says he's a little surprised at my story and has always known Hank as a straightforward guy. "But I totally see him doing that to you," he admits. "There's no way I could use him now. What a dick." Then Phil's eyes lit up a bit. "What do you want me to say when I fire him?" I have special feelings for Phil now. We came up with a plan, and I made sure there were some key phrases in Phil's repertoire. We planned it all out together in advance. My only regret is that I didn't get to see Hank's reaction in person a day later when Phil made the following phone call while I stood behind him listening. "Hi Hank, it's Phil calling. Yeah, about that. I've decided to get some other quotes from other agents. I'm not gonna sign up with you." Pause. No, you shouldn't give a discount. You'd be losing money if you did that." Pause. "No, this is just a decision I've made. No, it has nothing to do with OP." Pause. "Well, you don't have to like it, Hank. You just have to accept it. Goodbye." Click. And it was the greatest revenge I could have ever imagined. Through a chance meeting years later, Hank got screwed out of $20,000 in easy commissions. And the best part is, Hank absolutely knew it had everything to do with OP. Our next story today comes to us from FighterJet24. "Kept screwing over your group members? This teacher is tired of your crap." Let's jump right in. This is my first post here, and for reasons that will soon become obvious, this channel speaks to the depths of my soul. It's also a very long one because I want you to delight in my destruction. The particular flavor of this revenge comes from the fact that everything that goes down is the result of a domino effect that leaves devastation in its wake. Dedication. This story is for anyone who's ever been effed over in a group project, and I certainly hope you enjoy it. Some details are deliberately vague because duh, and I don't feel like getting sued. My backstory, not super necessary, but will give you insight into my logic. I've been teaching for many years, but it's important to understand that in my first year of teaching, I got put on blast by an elite group of entitled parents and their entitled kids. Not a week went by without someone either demanding my job, trying to undermine me, or just calling me a piece of crap. I nearly quit halfway through the first semester. The verbal and emotional abuse was so bad. This was at a school in a tough area, so I was accused of racism constantly for asking kids to stop talking, was ripped into for giving failing grades for missing work, and even enforcing the rules in the student parent handbook got me in hot water. My principal reprimanded me for being a negative influence on the school, and I was told I needed to let more rules slide because he was tired of hearing from parents. I would have parents just show up unannounced to sit in on my lessons and then tell me I was a crappy educator, a bad human being, etc. I have plenty of horror stories from that school alone, but the point I want to make is that this experience defined the kind of teacher I became going forward to my next school. I needed to be that person who was untouchable because I needed to focus on the one job that mattered, teaching kids. My next school was in a fairly affluent area. It wasn't uncommon for me to find out that my students' parents made millions, which brought its own unique set of problems. However, my new principal was super supportive of me as long as I followed the school's handbook to the letter, because, by doing so, I was in line with the school's philosophy and protected by law. We seriously had parents filing frivolous lawsuits all the darn time. This school had long ago learnt that caving to parents' demands spilled blood in the water and brought the rest of the sharks in droves. My first year at this new school was successful for many reasons, but primarily because the school culture was easily adapted to. By planning ahead, I was able to head off 99% of all negative parents at the pass. The few times a parent tried to rip into me at conferences, I ripped back so hard that I developed a reputation amongst the kids and parents as someone you couldn't F with. Everything I did was in line with the rules, and any attempt to take me down got stonewalled by my principal, who would have to say, "Mr. OP is following school policy, so I'm afraid the ultimate decision is his." No joke, I had some parents in tears because their kid could no longer get an A in my class. I wasn't the teacher who wanted to destroy kids. I just wanted them to be accountable, and sometimes that meant letting them fail. Needless to say, this job became a lot of fun because instead of waiting to be ambushed by parents, I could work on making my class fun for my students while still teaching them something. I made ironclad rules for the classroom that brooked little argument and would adapt the following year to make it harder for students or parents to ruin my day. I have many stories like this, but this is one of my favorites. The backstory. The year this happened, I taught a high school class with grades 9 to 12. That's 14 to 18-year-olds for you overseas guests. My class wasn't necessary to graduate, but did count as a core requirement. One of my beginning of the year rules was, I never want to hear, "When will we ever need this?" because you didn't have to sign up for this class. How I structure my class is that I try to make students accountable for their own actions. My class was built so that it had something to offer everybody. If you tried your best, you were guaranteed a C. If you worked really hard, you could get a B or an A. I would bust my butt to help a student with any reasonable request. The best example of this was a student was working hard on an assignment and said, "I think I understand it now, but I can't turn it in on time." To which I answered, "Then turn it in tomorrow for full credit." This is how hard work pays off. Other than a few hard deadlines in my class, I would do whatever it took to see you learn the material. F around in my class, I have already found ways to run circles around the pathetic excuses you throw at your parents for your piss-poor performance. It sounds callous, but I was the teacher who would stay for 90 minutes after school to help you catch up, to help you fix your project for another class, or even to listen to you cry about your parents' divorce. If I caught you goofing in class instead of doing your work, my rule was that at least 70% of class time was intended for homework, quizzes, etc. I would warn you a couple times, email your parents, and then wait and see if they even gave a crap. If they didn't, I would let you keep digging that hole until you were hip deep in water and begging for a ladder. And then I would toss you a rope instead. You could still climb it if you tried hard enough, but a lot of kids would just cry until that hole caved in and buried them. I also utilized my school's online grading and assignment system for nearly all of my assignments, which meant I could document when a student looked at the assignment, how long it took them, etc. All of this allowed me to see what my students were doing when they did it, and also if they were plagiarizing. This was one of the tools that helped me make important decisions about leniency and also allowed me to say things at conferences, such as, "Of course the test was hard. Your child didn't attempt the 9 homework assignments until 11 p.m. the night before the test." Being able to prove that a student wasn't trying made it impossible for blame to be laid unfairly at my feet. It also meant the worst kids avoided my class. Bonus. However, this year something magical happened. Every other year, I would get a wave of kids who just wanted to screw around and blame everyone else for doing poorly. At the end of the year, students would crap talk me, my class sizes would drop the following year, then I would receive high praise from those kids, so everyone would sign up, so on and so on. But this year, not only did I get a giant wave of knuckleheads, but they came with parents who love to make trouble. I had already heard tales of some of these parents. Other teachers were just dying to hear stories about our interactions because these parents were very much entitled. They would name drop lawyers when they didn't get their way, try to badger teachers into giving their kids extra credit, and would largely deny any wrongdoing on their kids' part. These were the parents who would get called in because their student was busted cheating, then accuse the teacher of making the class too hard, therefore validating their student's need to cheat. So about these knuckleheads, it was a group of roughly 7 senior boys who all shifted their schedules to be in the same period with each other. The other teachers could not believe that I had all of them at the same time, but I just shrugged it off. Every week, the staff lounge was dying to know how I dealt with their shenanigans, but for the most part, I had shut down most of their crap from day one. I actually got along very well with them, despite their constant goofing, because they had mastered the ability to appear busy and didn't distract my other kids. Then came the first group project. My class size was just right for 7 groups of 4 to form. The Idiot Collective formed 2 groups of 4 by pulling in a kid who had been absent on the first day of the project. These 2 groups crashed and burned on this project super hard for several reasons. But the biggest were that A, they effed around during class time, and B, put off a 2-week assignment until the weekend before, and then dumped all the work on everybody else, which resulted in everybody doing minimal effort. I handed out the crap grades and was immediately pulled into parent conferences with several of them, one at a time obviously. Every meeting was the same. My kid did all the work, so he doesn't deserve a bad grade, or my kid didn't understand the assignment, to which I handed over my hyper-specific rubric, which is a checklist for how I grade things. I never wanted to be accused of grading based on not liking a kid. These largely went like this. My kid did all the work, and I don't think it's fair. It should hurt his grade. Here is the work your student turned in, hands it over. Here is my rubric which I printed and emailed to your student the day the project started, hands it over. As you can see, I have itemized the grading for ease of use. I would be happy to go over the grade your student earned. Reads through all the evidence, looks at kid. Where are the missing parts? My group members were responsible for that. I can't grade what I never received, so I can't reasonably just raise your kid's grade. Sorry. Now, good news for all my students. I make assignments worth more throughout the semester with the idea that kids that screw up early on can make it up later by working hard. I seed extra credit throughout the semester, and all of these parents are disgruntled but happy to hear that their entitled embryo can still get an A in my class. Now, the end result of this meetings was that it clearly wasn't my fault. Remember, I had all this data to prove that I made every effort to contact everybody, etc., so it must be the other kid's fault. So these parents all decide that their perfect angel is no longer allowed to work with their previous group mates. Like a cancer, this failure of friends distributes through the rest of the class. Like the genius that I am, I make my students write a group contract for every project that details who does what and when it is due. Why is this important? Because the contract provides me with the documentation necessary to allow me to dismiss a bad group member and give them a 0 without their parent crapping all over my day. So here is where the problem begins manifesting. These seniors begin bouncing from group to group like cancerous ping pong balls, wreaking havoc. I let students choose their groups, so these seniors are desperately integrating with anybody that will have them. Because of my class size, every group has at least one coddled child to deal with, and these children just end up rotating until all of my students have worked with one of these seniors at some point. Now I am getting constant complaints from parents of other kids about these boys. Their kid wanted a good grade, which means they ended up doing all the work while the senior slacked. This is usually after the fact, at which time I bring up, I would love to yank that leech out of your grade pool, but you have to use the contract. Students don't want to say anything because they fear retribution from the seniors, but I can't do anything because I will be accused of harassment. The contract can provide me with the leverage I need to prove that these kids were doing no work because these seniors have been playing their parents for years. I make my class utilize Google Docs because the changes are time-stamped. No joke, I've had students produce all the work the morning of a parent meeting to try and lie their way out and make me look like a piece of crap, but that timestamp is a godsend. Luckily, my class is balanced. A crappy group mate can make things hard, but not undoable. And parents are appeased that I have an out for their kid, but disappointed that their kid doesn't use it. Every time I announce a group project is on the way, some of these seniors sucker up to the other kids to the point that it is expected that a spot will be made for them. I'm talking buying kids lunch, bringing them gifts, etc. Seriously, the day before a group project starts, all of the seniors now sit at separate tables from each other so that they could pull the "I'm already here, let's be in a group" card, which works most of the time. The strain on class morale is difficult, but I am biding my time. The other students are grabbing at extra credit opportunities constantly so that their grade can absorb the blow, and parent complaints are completely mitigated because I am still offering every chance for success. My principal has a copy of my syllabus in his computer so that he can quote student policies that the parents signed off on. Not uncommon for him to hear, "I don't read that crap, so it doesn't apply." But he reminds them that the clause above the signature line says, "My signature denotes that I have read this document in its entirety and agree to abide by all the rules," or something similar, and that this should be a lesson to the parent and the student that when you sign something, you should read the fine print. If you ever become a teacher, find an awesome boss like this and stick by their side. The setup. So I have 7 slothful seniors, but I shall name the worst of these Larry, Curly, and Mo. The fallout affects all of them, but these 3 are the ones whose parents have a boner for making trouble. Every time they bully a teacher into compliance, I imagine they sit around a smoking room with cigars and cognac, laughing at how they got their way yet again with a lowly teacher. I know that anything I do will be heavily scrutinized once the grades start falling, and I need to be able to shrug it off, because I have other crap to do, and I refuse to be the smiling topic of discussion in their celebratory circle. However, a special note about Larry: since he turned 18, his parents now travel non-stop and are impossible to reach. Larry is now just a huge douche, because his parents no longer care about what he does. I closely monitor their grades in my class, but also in others. This may sound sketchy, but I routinely do this with any of my students who struggle with the material so that I can identify if the issue is my class or all of their classes. Students have been known to fake their grades using Inspect Element, and I got tired of hearing, "But they have A's in other classes," because then I look like the piece of crap. Anyway, after a check, I speak with the other teachers. It isn't hard to find out that these boys are doing minimal work in other classes, and I actually discover that Larry has been finding ways to get other kids to do the work for him and then disseminating it amongst his friends. Other teachers have been bullied into lowering test percentages in their class, and guess what? He and his friends are enrolled in these classes. Despite bombing these tests, homework and project grades give them a comfortable cushion so that most of them are floating at low B's. I can't prove this. They are using Snapchat, but when I bring it up with their teachers, the teachers don't feel like trying to prove it and duke it out with the parents. Now, they are gaming other classes for minimal effort. However, their only recourse in my class is to keep rotating through groups and leeching off their hard work to maintain C's and B's. And the other kids are too nervous to utilize the group contract to get them fired. Remember how I mentioned that I steadily increase the value of my assignments to keep kids working and give them a chance to fix their grades? Random day in class. "Hey everybody, I was looking in the schedule and realized that your last project before finals may stress you out unnecessarily. Would anybody mind if I dropped it?" My class: "Tired of getting banged on group assignments? Nope, drop it, best teacher ever." "Okay, well, just so you know, I'm gonna move our next project back a couple of weeks and extend the deadline by a week. Also, since I canceled the last project, this means that the next project will now be worth roughly 20% of your final grade, so do your best. Screwing this up could kill your grade." My class: "Whatever." So in one step, I have inflated this assignment and also moved it. I send out an email to parents and students letting them know about the change to the syllabus and the assignment. Get no responses other than happiness that I am removing stress from the end of the semester, etc. I actually did this primarily because another teacher, who was a huge douchebag, plunked down a monster project that same week, and I knew it would burn out my students prior to finals, so figured a break was in order. Win-win for me, really. Now, why did I move it? Maniacal laughter. The Friday before the project started, I announced at the start of class, "Okay, I'm introducing the project now so that you can get into groups today and we can do it first thing Monday morning without delay, since this project is so important." This announcement elicits a room full of crap-eating grins. Why? It was senior ditch day. Our school didn't condone a ditch day, so the kids tried their best to keep it a secret, but I found out a month in advance. All 7 of these kids were absent from class, which meant I had just given the entire room freedom from these deadweights. Immediately, groups are formed, and even better, I had a couple kids transfer out of my class that semester, which meant, number-wise, these knuckleheads will have to work on this last group project together, in 2 groups. I emphasized that everyone needed to get to class as soon as possible so that they could start as soon as attendance was called. My original intention was to light a giant fire under all 7 of these chumps to get them to actually put in the effort they had neglected to do all year. Most of them had grades in the low C range, except for one in the low Bs. As a bonus to all my students, I put an extra credit portion on this project so that they could recoup their early semester losses, but also allowed these seniors to do very well if they put in the effort. This wasn't meant to be a revenge tale, but an attempt to give them one last lesson in responsibility. Before the end of the day, I send out a parent-student notification that the project had been started and that any absent students needed to contact their classmates to establish groups before Monday morning. This was important, as you'll see. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. Immediate fallout. The next Monday, the seniors come traipsing in seconds before the bell to discover that there are only 2 tables to sit at. Whatever, they take their seats. After attendance, okay, everybody has a copy of the rubric, so go ahead and get started. The rest of the class immediately pulls out the rubric. The seniors start looking around frantically. The seniors quickly realize that they have been played and the arguing starts. First thing that happens is Larry, Curly, and Mo decide that they now belong with whoever they happen to be sitting with and scoot their chairs over to sit with different tables. I catch this right away and tell them that the groups are already at maximum size, 4 people per group. The other 4 seniors are already fighting with each other because they know that none of them will actually do any work. Larry, who thinks he's God's gift to everybody, tries to sweet-talk me and his group into special privileges and allowing a group of 5. Now, I see some of the other kids wavering, and I know Larry is putting pressure on them to argue his case. I designed this project specifically for 4 people and had a job for each one, but I extended a separate offer. I will let you join, but since there will be 5 of you, I expect double the work. Literally, I told them they would have to do the project twice. Larry tries to argue, but I point out the roles I have established and inform him that if 4 people could do it once, having 5 should make it easier to do it twice. Sounds like a dick move on my part, but I have now intimidated the other kids into saying hell no and even have them put it to a vote. Unsurprisingly, Larry is the only one who votes that this is a good idea, and when the other kids catch wind of my offer, they physically shoo off the other seniors trying to pull this deal as well. You will all be delighted to hear that the rest of the period for my seniors is spent arguing over who will work with who. They end up forming 3 groups and I nod my head, make sure they have the rubric, and then wish them the best of luck. Being the smart teacher that I am, I email Curly's parents and Mo's mommy that they have chosen to work with each other. Mo's mommy shows up to argue with me all the time, but has quickly learned I won't take her crap. At a previous meeting, she even laid into Mo and told him, "I'm tired of fighting these battles with your teachers, and I'm starting to think that you're the problem, but I suspect this is for show." Curly's parents email me back and say they will make sure Curly writes a group contract. You see, Curly has sold himself as the best student ever, and clearly he will do the work and fire his classmates. Mo's mommy immediately requests a meeting with me. Per school policy, I do not have to respond to an email for 48 hours. I wait until hour 47 and email a non-committal "I would love to meet, when are you available?" and wait for a response. I then wait another 48 hours to inform her of a time the following week that works for me. Now, some of the other senior parents have emailed me angrily demanding why I let their kids choose to work with the bad kids again. I had to inform them that I didn't expect all of them to be absent. Immediately, some of my seniors get burned at home because they ditched, and their parents tell me just try to help them pass, which I agree to. Some of them need this class for graduation after all. Mo's mommy, on the other hand, shows up ready to wage war. She starts by demanding that I put Mo in a different group. I decline because the project has now been going on for a week and it wouldn't be fair. She demands that I add him to another group. They're all full, and students have already done the lion's share of the work. She demands that I let him work by himself with an extension. I gladly offer him an extension and slide a copy of the rubric over to him, and he goes white. At this point, he knows that he is never planning to do any of the work. In fact, I know that his group hasn't even started. I have a copy of their group contract which was hastily scribbled in pencil with no due dates on it. He starts arguing with his mom that he would rather work with his friends and that he is upset that he got stuck in this situation. Contemplating this, she accuses me of deliberately waiting until that day to screw the seniors over. After all, it was a school-sanctioned event, and I'm being a jackbutt about it, and she'll go to the board with her story. Wrong. The joy I get from all my prep work is shutting down BS like this. All 7 of the seniors hung out on ditch day at her house and told her that the principal had given them the day off. Even better, they called in and pretended to be their own parents so that it was an excused absence. He is immediately busted, and his mom flips her switch and jumps all over him. You see, she can keep pressing me on this issue, but I now have evidence that he pretended to be his own dad, and this is a suspendable offense. I buy myself into her graces by telling her that I had no idea that senior ditch day was that Friday, but I gave her kid a free extension on the homework that was due because I thought seniors deserved their own traditions, blah blah blah. She buys it. Also, I can prove that I emailed him and her and gave them plenty of notice before Monday morning that they needed to pick groups before something like this happened. Obviously, once I found out about ditch day, I tried to give her precious treasure a heads up, but I don't know why he didn't take it. She makes him open his email. My email is sitting there unopened, and I have won this battle. She thanks me and takes him home. Class morale is super high, unless you are one of the seniors. A week before the project is due, neither group has actually started, and the HMS class average is about to hit an iceberg. The project comes due. It comes as no surprise that my enterprising seniors have turned in easily some of the worst work ever. One group got into a text argument the weekend before it was due and made one of the kids do all the work. Mo and Curly are in this group. The other group with Larry has also turned in a steaming pile. I make sure to grade these 2 projects first because I know the fallout is going to be big. All the seniors dropped at least 1 letter grade. A couple dropped 2. This is 4 weeks before graduation. Larry appears to take his F- in stride. They got something like a 10% on it, so I know he's plotting something. Curly's parents demand a meeting, and so does Mo's mommy. Curly's parents are super upset that they got a bad grade and demand to know why. What they didn't know was that I had already met with the student who did the entire project poorly and his parents. I informed Curly's parents that I had seen the text exchange between the seniors that pretty much ended up with, "You effing do it." Curly refused to turn over his phone to his parents for confirmation. I also show them Curly's project and hand over the rubric. Mom and Dad are not happy. You see, Curly has been blaming everyone else for his mistakes since the dawn of time, and his parents have bought in completely until today. Dad pointedly asks, "Which part did you do?" And this causes Curly to spout actual tears. I then pull up a spreadsheet of all of the group project scores from the year with no student data and have highlighted his scores, which are among the worst. The purpose of this was to use data to prove that their son, frankly, never does the work. Curly is absolutely destroyed by this. His parents kick him out of the conference because they are tired of his excuses and ask me what they can do. I tell them I would be happy to offer one-on-one tutoring and that he can still pass the class if he does his homework and gets a B on the next exam. They agree to this, we all shake hands, and they leave. Curly's story largely ends here. He never shows up to tutoring, and I email his parents. After 3 emails, his dad finally responds with, "His mom and I have decided that he needs to learn to be an adult and are leaving him to his own devices. Thank you for your efforts." Curly will spend the rest of the semester doing little to no work. Because he is grounded at home, he is now just watching YouTube videos on his phone during school. The ripple effect is glorious, because now Curly is doing this in all of his classes. I speak with his teachers, and they all email that he has quit doing work in class and get the same reply I did, rather than the vehement responses they are used to. When Curly fails his classes, he still graduates, but his parents have informed him that they are no longer paying for his college and it's time to get a job. Mo's mommy flips her crap and demands answers. Unfortunately, Mo is in the same group as Curly and she gets the same answers from me. Strangely enough, when she's exhausted every effort and attempt to somehow blame me for this, she admits that she knew Mo was part of bullying the lone senior and that he should be ashamed of himself. She deliberately tried to play me, but outed herself when she knew that I already knew everything. Super annoying, but I agree to help tutor him one-on-one, which makes her happy. Long-term fallout. Mo's mommy is emailing me every few days now. Is my son doing his work? Did he get help with his homework, etc.? Non-stop, but she knows better than to fight with me. Larry is unusually chipper and is no longer doing his work. I find out that Larry is supposedly going to a college where he just needs to maintain his GPA over a super low number. He claims an F in my class won't change anything, so I make sure he doesn't distract the others. Mo shows up only occasionally, but strangely enough, Larry pops in just to say hi whenever Mo is getting help. I can't fathom why he does this, but suspect he is up to something and already have a backup plan in place. You see, Mo's mommy is nuts, and I make sure that there's always another person in the room with me when I tutor him. Anyway, Mo's mommy is constantly checking in. I start waiting 48 hours between emails cause I can, and she starts dropping by in person unannounced to check on him and me. She's been acting cagey lately and I'm starting to suspect something. It's effing Larry. Larry is a friend of Mo's, so he's been in her home feeding her made-up stories to convince her that I have been emotionally abusing Mo when other students aren't around. Stuff like I was calling him a tard after school, etc. And then telling her, you can even have the school check the cameras to see that I'm there. This starts a whole thing where she is now demanding answers from admin, but Mr. Fighterjet is smart. Admin asks me about details regarding my interactions with Mo, and I end up sitting down with my principal, Mo, and Mo's mommy. She details that Mo is struggling, might not graduate, and that she believes I have singled her kid out for abuse and wants his grade raised. You see, Mo is dumb and lazy, and his mom is just as bad. When Larry went to her with this story, she never bothered talking about it with her own son. He just agreed and went along with it. So I asked Mo point blank to please describe what has been said during our sessions, and then offer to leave the room so that he can tell the principal without me there. She tells me to stay because she wants me to hear from her son what I've done to him. What neither of them knew was that I was a mentor teacher. That meant I had a first-year teacher as my mentee, not a student teacher, but a new hire that works with a veteran teacher to learn the ropes of our school. And I had her working on grades and such in my room after school. You need so many contact hours on the days I agreed to meet with Mo. She was young, so Mo thought she was another student and never questioned it and couldn't even remember that she was in there. My principal already had statements from her detailing my interactions with Mo, and Mo was unable to give any actual details and suddenly forgot what had been said to him. This lands her in hot water with admin, and she blames the whole thing on Larry and becomes visibly upset that she fell for such a stupid ruse. This results in an email cautioning teachers from being alone in a room with either student. Suddenly, after-school help evaporates for both, but hey, I always have someone in my room, so whatever. After that meeting, Larry is now suddenly super concerned about his grade. I rationalize that he is hoping to burn me out of my job and then use the fallout to get a free passing grade. Obviously, it doesn't work, so F Larry. I have kids who actually want to succeed. My free days are now on days I know he works, and he never shows up for tutoring anyway. Now that other teachers are hesitant to meet with him, he is unable to cut deals to raise those grades either. Seriously, teachers fell for his change of heart spiel every semester. Mo's mom makes a last-ditch effort and tries to convince me that the parents of the seniors have scheduled a meeting with my boss to have me fired for giving their kids a bad grade, and that she would be willing to put in a good word for me if I meet with her first. I'm sitting next to the principal when I get this email through an app on my cell phone, and he has no idea what she's talking about. I tell her I'd be happy to meet everybody, but that I would probably eat my lunch during such a meeting, and that I hope people didn't mind the smell of fish. I got a, no, seriously, they're threatening to sue you, but feigned stupidity and informed her that I couldn't be sued for eating fish during a meeting. She now realizes I give zero Fs about anything and can't be threatened. Again, there's nothing she can do because I am simply following policy. The last few weeks are frantic for these seniors. One by one they fail because they've done little to no work for a couple years now and they have no idea how to apply themselves. Other teachers are emboldened by how hard I shut them down and finally hold them accountable. A few of them just barely manage D's in my class, the rest fail. I get a few last-second squeaks of, what can I do to raise my grade, but have now documented that none of them attempted the extra credit assignments, and that was their chance. It's hard for a parent to crap on you when you can prove you actually tried to give their student extra credit, and can then prove they never opened the assignment online. These guys are now failing some of their other classes. A couple have breakdowns in my class and leave crying. Their friendships are fracturing with each other because they now all hate each other for what happened, which they will get over during the summer. My last test came, and I made it an online multiple choice test. It was easy enough to have the question and answers shuffled in random order, meaning they couldn't cheat off each other. You see, I knew for a long time that they would sit next to each other to try and cheat on the exam, and Larry had blown a ton of money on a tutor to try and carry his friends. This throws them all off, and when Mo's mommy accuses me again of trying to trick her kid with a much harder test, it was easy enough to shoo her away with a simple email. Larry passes the exam, but his grades move up to a meager D-. The results. If you're still here, congratulations on dealing with my wall of text. Here are the results. Of those 7 seniors, 1 didn't graduate and had to transfer schools. His parents were embarrassed that they paid to fly the whole family out for a graduation that he didn't get to take part in. 2 of the seniors lost all of their scholarships and could no longer attend the schools they wanted. Their fallback plan was to attend the same school together and become roommates, which they did with 3 of the other seniors, including Mo. I do have some after stories because I still work at this school and occasionally hear from the kids who graduated. Larry's college was not happy with his final GPA. I'm not sure what his long game was, but it sucked. The college kicked him out before he could even start, and I found out his huge web of lies extended to his parents too. He toured Europe over the summer and tried to surprise his parents by coming home instead of going to school. Apparently, they kicked him out immediately after because they were selling their house to get a condo somewhere else. Remember, they travel for work all the time now, so wanted to downgrade. Last I heard, he made up a story that he joined the military but got released due to a made-up illness. I say made up because I heard this tale from 3 different people, and each one was given a different disease. Curly's parents relented and decided to pay for Curly to go to college after all. Curly got kicked out halfway through the year, got busted more than once for underage consumption, and then kicked to the curb after living at home for a year and refusing to get a job. Last I heard, he works in a vape shop. Mo went to school and used his book smarts to try and pay other kids to do his work for him. His mommy is rich. When that failed, he faked his grades to get his mom to keep footing the bill. Eventually, the school kicked him out and he moved back home. The story his mommy told a friend of hers, who I ran into at a school function, was that he decided that he would rather be an entrepreneur than go to college, and that he bought a drone to film weddings with. Last I heard, he was acting as a distributor for his weed dealer, but had moved up to selling acid on the side. His mommy thinks he's working weddings. One senior went to college with his friends and immediately realized he needs to change. He quit hanging with his friends and, last I heard, graduated with honors in a lucrative field. He emailed me once to thank me for challenging him in high school because it prepared him for college, so that was nice. That's it, the end. Thanks for reading. And if you ever had a teacher you loved, send them an email. We love hearing from our children. Our next story today comes to us from Barbecue Lunch and is titled, "Can't You Just Unload Around Me?" Let's jump right in. So this happened earlier today and was too perfect to not share with you guys. I work in construction as the foreman for a new house build. The location is kinda strange. The house is 250 feet up a hill via a footpath only. All of our materials have to come up this footpath by hand. It's a pain in the butt to manually carry, quite literally, an entire house up this hill. One of our saving graces is having the 2 parking spots on the street at the bottom of this hill marked with official no parking signs. Unfortunately, there is an elementary school about half a block away, and the parents of children seem to regularly, at least twice a day, think it's okay to park in our spots. Now, I consider myself a reasonable person, so if someone is parked in the spots and we don't have a delivery or a need to park a truck, I will let it go. If we need the spots and there's someone parked there, however, I will ask them to move nicely, and most of the time they do so immediately until today. I get a phone call from the lumber delivery truck that is en route to our location. He says he'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. I let him know I will meet him at the street and make sure he has space to park. He's carrying all of the material to frame the roof of our house, which is a lot of really big lumber and will take easily an hour to bring up the hill. So naturally I didn't want him parked in the middle of the street with his hazards on for an hour when we have a perfectly good parking spot for him. As I begin my trip down the hill, I notice there's a school parent sitting in her car idling, assuming she's just waiting to pick up her child. I walk to her car and politely let her know that she is parked in a no parking zone and we really need her to clear it to park a delivery truck. She scoffs at me and rudely states back, "I'll just be a few minutes and your truck isn't here. Take a chill pill, dude." Before I can respond, a giant lumber truck comes around the corner and I wave to him, and then gesture towards him to the woman in the car who has now put her window back up to ignore me. I put on my best customer service smile and wave at her through the window. She puts it down halfway and angrily shouts, "What?" By now, the truck has pulled up alongside her car, and I politely ask her again, with a stronger tone of voice, to move her vehicle, reminding her that she is illegally parked in a tow-away zone. Then she gives me this wonderful idea. She says, "Can't you guys just unload around me? Jesus, it's not that hard." I gave her another smile and walk away, a brilliant plan forming in my head. I instruct the delivery driver to park as closely to her as possible and block her in with the porta potty that is at one end of our reserve spots and the parked car that is parked just adjacent to our spots on the other end. He smiles because he immediately gets what I'm trying to do and proceeds to expertly block this lady and her car into a little 2 parking spot jail. We unstrap the lumber and my guys begin humping the material up the hill. Meanwhile, I call the police parking enforcement to let them know the situation. At this point in time, I wasn't trying to get her in trouble. I just wanted a record of why we were blocking part of the street so we don't get in trouble with the city. The very friendly traffic officer lets me know that she can be there in about 30 minutes and deal with the situation for me. Wonderful! As we continue to unload lumber, the child of the parent shows up. And wouldn't you know it, Mom is just now realizing that the lumber truck is parked so close, she can't get out of her driver's door to meet her kid. She awkwardly clambers across the inside of her car and stumbles out the passenger door, shooting glaring looks at me and the truck driver in the process. She loads her kid into the back and then begins to realize that she has no way of leaving. She comes storming up to myself and the driver and states, "I'm in a big hurry. You need to move your damn truck right now so I can go." Before I can respond, the driver gets a grin on his face and says, "Ma'am, in order to unload the lumber on the truck, we had to unstrap it. And per our company policy, I'm not allowed to move the truck with any unsecured load on it. Sorry." This sends her into near aneurysm levels of blood pressure. Meanwhile, I can barely contain my laughter. "F your policy, I have somewhere to be," she barks back at him. At this point, with impeccably convenient timing, the parking enforcement officer shows up and parks behind the truck. She doesn't see the officer arrive, and while the officer is still getting out of her vehicle, I just casually say, "Can't you just pull around it? It's not that hard." With the biggest crap-eating grin I've ever had, I watched as she realizes that I just used her line on her. "F you," she yells, and storms back to her car and angrily clambers back in through the passenger door and into the driver's seat. At this point, the officer is walking up to myself and the driver. Before she can even introduce herself, the mom in the car slams it into reverse and stomps on the gas, crashing into our porta potty and knocking it over, and then throws the car into drive and tries to mount the curb and drive on the sidewalk. The officer, driver, and I are staring in disbelief as she gets halfway over the curb and gets stuck. I can hear her screaming obscenities over the idling truck from inside her car. The officer promptly walks up to the door of the car and orders her out. My favorite part of the entire thing is watching her face go to shock as she realized she just did all of that in front of a police officer. She gets slapped in cuffs as the parking officer calls for a second unit, and she is promptly sat on the very curb she tried to drive over. She sits on the curb yelling to the now 2 officers about how we told her she could stay there and that we never asked her to move. The traffic officer responds that she was the one who was originally called when she first refused to move and that she already knows what's going on. While myself and the driver are giving a report to the second officer, my guys finish moving the remainder of the lumber and the driver finishes his statement and takes off to go back to the yard. By the end of the ordeal, she was arrested, charged with child endangerment. Her kid was in the back of the car the whole time, reckless driving, destruction of property, the porta potty, and driving on a suspended license. On top of all that, she also got her car towed. The kid went home with his grandma, and she went to spend some quality time in a cell. I never expected her to actually heed my advice to just pull around it, but I think next time she'll probably think twice about parking in a tow-away zone if she ever gets a license again. Our next story today comes to us from Deleted Account. It's titled, "She Hated Me and Made Me Think I Was an Idiot." Let's jump right in. I don't know if this is pro, but it is certainly more than petty. In high school 10 plus years ago, I was quiet and attentive in class. Teachers liked me, I wasn't popular, but I had good friends. I say all this to explain that high school was relatively calm for me. I played sports, was on the student newspaper, and got decent grades. However, that all changed my second semester junior year. I've always been a voracious reader. My freshman English teacher recommended I move up to the honors English track, so I did for freshman, sophomore, and the first half of junior year. Then I was put into classical literature my second semester junior year. I've always loved Greek and Roman stories and had already read your typical high school classical reading list on my own. I didn't mind reading them again until I met Miss Umbridge. She put on a sweet facade, but she was downright evil. She also decided she hated me. I still do not know why or what transgression I committed, but she hated me. I assume it was my habit of sometimes nodding off in classes. At the time, I had undiagnosed thyroid issues and was getting up at 5 a.m. for swim practice. I say sometimes because it happened maybe twice a month total between all 8 classes. I don't remember nodding off in her class, but it could have happened. Anyways, her class was 50% essays and written reports. The rest were random quizzes and a couple tests. I was on the student newspaper, and I was a decent writer. I wasn't worried about maintaining a B or up. We wrote our first paper, and I got a D. I was shocked. The only class I struggled in was chemistry, and still my lowest assignment grade was a C. After class, I asked Miss Umbridge what I did wrong, because her notes were minimal. She told me my assessment of the material was uninspired. Okay, can you direct me to an example of an inspired assessment? Come back during study hall. Thinking she'd have some example materials for me to review, I got a pass to see her during study hall. Nope, she spent the full hour basically telling me I was an idiot. I remember leaving and crying because she didn't tell me anything constructive. My friend, the eventual valedictorian, offered to help me on my next paper. My friend and I spent hours on my next paper. She never got below an A- on anything. I got another D. My friend was furious. She took it to her AP English teacher and asked him to review it. She said she was entering a writing competition and wanted advice. He said it was great, her typical A+ work. My friend, quicker on the uptake, asked me for a copy of my original assignment. She asked her AP English teacher to look it over too, and he said she should enter the first one. This one was still good. He'd probably give it an A-, but the other paper was better. My friend was convinced Miss Umbridge was treating me unfairly for some reason, and she must not like me. My friend wanted me to tell my parents or my school counselor. A teacher didn't like me? That had never happened. Sure, they didn't all love me, but none had actively disliked me. I decided to try one more time, but this time get Miss Umbridge to help me. Despite the previous horrors of spending study hall with Miss Umbridge, I went to her office during study hall 3 times before the next paper was due. She reviewed the paper and gave me tips on revising it each time. She did this in red pen. I took notes. By the time the next paper was due, I had 3 revised versions with her notes in red ink on each one. I got a D+. She smirked and congratulated me on my improvement. B, I was done. My friend was right. This B had it out for me and was giving me crap grades on purpose. I'm a laid-back person, but I was pissed. Never before been this pissed. I took my paper to my newspaper teacher. Sure, he didn't teach English, but our student paper constantly won awards because of his work. I told him I was having trouble in English, and could he please look over my paper and give me advice? He was a little confused as to why I didn't ask my English teacher, but he did it. He also told me it was great, but gave me a few minor changes to make. I asked him if he thought it was a B or better. He said he'd give it an A, not 100%, but a solid A. I went to my friend and we brainstormed. I couldn't request a drop or add. This wasn't college. You just don't switch classes at my high school unless the teacher recommends an honor placement. That's not true, said my friend. The football and basketball guys get moved to easier classes all the time to keep their grades up, so they are eligible for games. The athletics director was a friend of my dad, so I requested a meeting with him and my swim coach after school one day. I told them I was in danger of losing my eligibility to swim because I was pulling a D in a class. I wanted to move classes, but I knew I'd need approval from administration, which I wouldn't get without a good reason. They asked if I had requested help. I explained I had asked for help from multiple people, but my grade wasn't improving. I didn't know what to do. They asked to see my papers. I sat while they read them. They both looked at me confused. Neither of them could understand how those papers were worth only a D. The student VP was brought in. He asked who helped me. I explained my friend. He knew who she was, again, future valedictorian, and she had even asked her AP English teacher to look it over for advice. I had also asked my newspaper teacher to help me. Student VP asked if I ever actually asked my teacher for help. I smiled and handed him the 3 revised versions of paper number 3 with Miss Umbridge's red ink all over them. He frowned. AP English teacher and my newspaper teacher were pulled into the meeting. They were each asked to grade the papers. All 3 papers got an A- or better. While this was going on, my dad was called in by the athletics director. My dad was pissed. He demanded I be moved to another class and that Miss Umbridge be put under review. Clearly, she wasn't grading students on their work, but on her own personal opinions. The school administrator obviously bristled at the accusation that a teacher was treating students unfairly. A lot of arguing that I wasn't allowed to sit on occurred in the VP's office. I could hear plenty of yelling as 6 adult men argued over the appropriate next steps. It was decided that myself, my dad, VP, and athletics director would have a meeting with Miss Umbridge. The following morning before school, we all met. Miss Umbridge seemed to think she was going to get to tell everyone why I was so stupid. VP explained that if I maintained a D in her class, I would lose my extracurricular eligibility, and we were all meeting to discuss what to do. She smirked and said I should be moved to the non-honors English track, and I had no business being in honors English. I didn't have the aptitude to understand the complex classical literature they were studying, and I probably would need a tutor to even get through basic English. I've never seen my father so red, and I half expected to see steam come out of his ears. VP asked why she didn't try to help me improve. She said it was up to students to put in the initiative to get better. VP asked if that meant I had never asked her for help. She said I had not. VP then pulled out the 3 revised versions of paper number 3 and handed them to Miss Umbridge. Now it was her turn to be read. She called me a liar and said those notes weren't hers. Things got heated and I was asked to leave again. I sat outside the office. This time, the secretary was there and we both heard the shouting. School was set to start in 30 minutes and they were all just shouting. Then AP teacher and newspaper teacher were called in again, more shouting. About 5 minutes to the start of classes, the teachers left and I was called back in. If looks could kill, I'd have died then and there when Miss Umbridge walked out of VP's office. I was being moved to basic English effective immediately. My current grade would not carry over. I would not need to make up any past assignments, and new teacher would be instructed to grade me only on the assignments going forward. My new English teacher, Miss Honey, ended up being the English department head. She was at least 65 and had been doing this for decades. After 2.5 years of honors English, this class was easier than PE. I barely had to try to get an A, but I refused to let Miss Honey think Miss Umbridge had been right. I tried harder in that class than any other class that semester. I finished projects so quickly that I was asked to tutor a girl struggling in the class. I spent half the class period just helping this girl understand the material. I helped her go from a C- to a B+. I got something like 104% in the class. At the end of the semester, Miss Honey called me into her office during study hall. She was recommending I return to honors English for senior year. I must have looked panicked because she assured me Miss Umbridge would not be my teacher. In fact, she would not be anyone's teacher. She was leaving at the end of the school year. Miss Umbridge was only in her late 20s and unmarried, too early to retire, and my high school was in one of the best paying school districts in the state. I knew what leaving meant, but Miss Honey still explained that I was put in her class on purpose. The school administration trusted Miss Honey to determine the truth of Miss Umbridge's claim that I was basically a lying idiot. Miss Honey stated I very clearly belonged in honors English. She apologized if her class had not been challenging enough for me. I cried. I mean, full-on ugly snot cried. I didn't realize it, but part of me had actually believed Miss Umbridge up until that moment. Miss Honey hugged me and consoled me. I spent senior year in honors English and spent my study hall tutoring Miss Honey's struggling students. To this day, I think about that awful woman fairly regularly. My career is strongly writing-based, and I still worry obsessively over my writing. I hope she never taught again, because she wreaked havoc on my self-confidence. Our next story today comes to us from DeadDrone999. Neighbors sued me after harassing my dog for months, lost horribly. Let's jump right in. Several commenters telling me that you guys would enjoy this story. About 6 or 7 months ago, my neighbor got a drone. I don't mind people having hobbies, but for some reason, he insisted on flying like the biggest jerk possible. He would hover in front of other houses and windows, trying to race cars going down the road, and worst of all, he had a habit of flying his drone in my fenced backyard, buzzing over my dog, diving low just over my dog's head, before circling around to do it again. My dog isn't small, he's about 70 pounds and a Malamute, but the drone terrified him, and I was worried what would happen if it hit him. I asked my neighbor several times to please not fly in my yard and explained that it was scaring my dog. He basically told me to get lost and laughed in my face. When it still continued, I called the police. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do other than ask him to please not fly over my house and property. Finally, in late December it happened. My dog got tired of his crap and managed to catch the drone right as it was diving towards him. He shredded the drone. The thing was just a jumbled mess of wires and plastic. Neighbor was pissed. He stormed over to my house swearing and threatening me, which I ignored. A week later, I got a summons to small claims court. He wanted $900 for the cost of his drone and an additional $300 for supposedly denying him access to his property. The drone sat in my yard for a couple hours before it was retrieved. F that. He could have killed my dog. I don't have kids or a girlfriend. I just have my dog, who is my best friend for the past 7 years. That dog has moved with me 3 times, was there when I graduated college, saw me buy my first house and my first new car. I love my dog. Went to legal advice, got some great help from them. Turns out him suing me was the best thing to ever happen. When we got to small claims court, the judge basically laughed away his claims that I had intentionally trained my dog to attack his drone. But little did he know I was prepared. I had dozens of photos of my yard showing it was impossible for him to accidentally fly that low to my dog, videos of him harassing my dog in the past, and I had saved all my medical bills from taking my dog to the vet. $700 for an x-ray? Check. Another $250 to sedate him during? Why not? Don't want him being uncomfortable. Full dental exam with tooth cleaning and repair? $400. Then there was the cost of the anti-anxiety meds and a secondary checkup, wet food for a week in case his teeth were hurt, and just extra for good measure. In the end, the butthole ended up owing me almost $2,000 and is now being investigated by the FAA for not having a registered drone and violating several FAA regulations concerning drone flight. Too near an airport, too close to other people, out of sight of operator, and way above the maximum altitude. Enjoy never being allowed to fly drones again, dick. Our next story today comes to us from Dr. Rave Ninja. Harass my daughter on Minecraft? You can't hide from me. Let's jump right in. So my daughter, who was about 8 at the time, was really into Minecraft, as most kids are these days. Also desperately wanting to join the YouTube and Let's Play culture, I had installed some screen recording software that would let her make videos of the games she was playing, so she could later upload them to YouTube. Anyways, one day I'm minding my own business when I hear her quietly sniffling over on the computer. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me, so I let it go, but decided to keep an eye on her. A few minutes later, I discovered what was happening. Someone was harassing not only her, but also all the other kids playing on whatever server she was on. This kid, we'll call him Little Craphead, was saying crap about how he was going to hurt my 8-year-old daughter. She told him how old she was, hoping he would stop, how he was going to hack into her IP and steal all her info, swearing profusely, remember, this is a game for kids, etc, etc. By this time, I had gotten my fiancé involved, and she was also obviously quite upset at what a little crap this kid was being. We realized that our daughter had been recording the entire incident, and a plan began to form. I started by Googling Little Craphead's username. There were several hits immediately, the most interesting of which involved a page where he was publicly applying to be a mod for a server on Minecraft. I was able to learn a lot about this little POS. He claimed to be 15, likes hockey, used to live in Toronto, but now lives in Florida. But the bombshell was easily his Skype contact info. It was literally first name dot last name. I know your name now, you little crap. So I head over to Facebook and search for the name. Nothing. On a hunch, I searched for just the last name while narrowing my results to only the state of Florida. Several dozen hits. So I have to start combing through each one until I find what I was looking for. A middle-aged man with the same last name, whose profile indicates he was born in Toronto and now lives in Florida. I found your dad, you little crap. So I sent him a message on Facebook asking if he had a son named first name who goes by this username on Minecraft. Dad confirmed I had the right guy. So my wife begins telling the dad everything that Little Craphead was saying to my daughter, and we sent him the recorded video as proof. Radio silence for a few days. Then we got the message back. Little Craphead had his computer taken away from him for the entire summer, and had also been lying about his age. He was only 11, I think. His parents were effing livid with him, and he surely hated the next few months of his life. No one F's with my daughter. Our next story today comes to us from Young Sour Swede and is titled, My Hag of a Stepmom Gave Away My PlayStation 4 while I was away in college, so I rent out her house while she was on her honeymoon with her newest husband. Let's jump right in. I have been reading lots of Reddit lately, especially entitled parents, but made a new account when I came across this page. I never thought I'd actually try to contribute something. Until now, Reddit has just been my guilty morning coffee read. So here goes. I'm an only son. My mom died of ovarian cancer at only 55 5 years ago. It broke my dad's heart. They had been together since college and were the same age, with my dad being a month older. I'm 22 and am about to graduate college with my degree in chemistry when the main events start to occur. I went to college on a full ride scholarship. This is important later. My dad met my now stepmom when she was my mom's nurse at the hospital where she spent her final days. My stepmom Grace played all the right notes to gain my dad's trust. She was empathetic to him, nurturing, comforting after my mom passed. I was 17 and old enough to sense that she was just trying to weasel her way into getting my dad's resources, but it was up to my dad if he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I was in my final year of public school and had just won a scholarship to attend college out of the country the following year. My dad mourned my mom for a year, and that whole time, Grace would check in on him by phone every month or so, in my opinion, to scope out the possibility of sinking her hooks in him. After a year passed, Grace took off the gloves and went hard after my dad. Grace was only 40 when she and my dad started seeing each other. I didn't like her, but at the same time, my dad at least didn't seem so depressed anymore, so I tried to be less pessimistic about her and give her the benefit of the doubt. In my gut, I didn't trust her though. But we are Scandinavian, and at least in my family, the son does not tell his father what to do or even offer any opinion. Grace is from the Czech Republic, if you're wondering. My father was a very successful banker during his career and amassed quite a portfolio of wealth. I'll spare you the details, but after 6 months of dating, Grace and my father were married. My dad never really got over my mom though, and he was getting weaker and weaker even though he was only 57. Since his health was fading, he called me to him and asked me point blank, "Boy, what do you need to set you up in this life?" I told him I don't need anything. I'm a man and can take care of myself. "But what are you even talking about, Dad? You're gonna be around for decades yet." I did remind him that he had living sisters with children, my aunts and cousins. I also reminded him that I had a full scholarship to college, so don't worry about giving me any cash. He was dead only a year later at 59. I, of course, have seen lots of Hollywood movies, so I consider the conspiracy theory that maybe my dad's nurse wife poisoned him and made him sign over all his money to her, but I really honestly do not think that's what happened. Other relatives didn't like Grace either, but they knew my dad was totally in love with my mom and that her death utterly broke him. Well, long story short, my dad bequeathed his 5-bedroom house to me, even though I wasn't expecting it and didn't ask for it. He gave a small endowment to each of his sisters and their children. He left about 80% of all his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which were of course very useful to me. He left about 80% of all his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which were of course very useful to me. Grace tried to put on a friendly front, but I could tell she was angry as hell that she didn't get my dad's house too. That belonged to me, and I had the legal papers to prove it. She was especially mad because we live in an extremely upscale and trendy location, and houses are hard to come by and easily sold for massive profit. During the first few months after my dad's death, I had the nauseating, creepy experience of knowing that Grace was trying to feel me out to see if I might be into a little relationship with her. Gross. She still stayed at the house though, because over the last 3 years, she had gotten used to living there and acting like she owned it. And even though I officially owned it, I was always away at college and only visited my dad's old house once every couple of months. And even then, it wasn't to see Grace, but to see my cousins, who lived just a few miles away. I downplayed the fact that it was really my house, and over the months, I think Grace gradually forgot that she really had no legal right to the house. She probably believed that sooner or later, because I never asked her for any of the hundreds of thousands of my dad's dollars that she now had, that I was somehow independently wealthy and would just give up my house to her. I knew I'd eventually hydrogen bomb this bee when she started dating some new guy only 5 months after my dad was in the ground. And one time when I came home from college, after graduating, she and her new boyfriend, some sleazy looking D-bag named Ivan, who was only a few years older than me, were acting like I was a guest in my own house and that they owned it. I played along. Grace told me she gave away my PlayStation 4 to Ivan's cousin because I'm too old to play with video games. I don't even know this mother effer, and you give him my PS4 to give away to some other crap who I also don't know? I quickly changed all my network passwords that same day. I smiled, but I knew what I had to do eventually. She also said that she and Ivan were getting married because I just can't mourn your father forever. I have to move on with life. I tell her that I graduated college and already secured employment with a local firm and will soon find a new place to live. She looks thrilled, especially the part where it looks like I'll soon have a new place to live. Then, in a patronizing way, she tells me, "You always have a place in our house though. You are welcome to stay whenever you please." Thanks, Grace. Really generous of you. What I really say is that I will probably have a new place in 3 months. She says that is wonderful because she intends to go to her homeland to have a wedding with Ivan and afterward have her honeymoon. She assures me it's a local affair. "Otherwise, I'd invite you, honey. And anyway, I know you're so busy." I congratulate her. She asks me if I can watch the house for her. Watch my own house? Sure. What I really say is, of course I will take care of the house. I am careful to not say your house. She and her D-bag fiance, who I am 100% sure is only there for Grace's money, go on their trip, and I immediately put out advertisements in rental websites offering to lease my house. I hire movers and have all of Grace's furniture and possessions boxed up and put into a storage rental facility. I retain all of my parents' furniture that they had before my dad met Grace. Locks, changed all of them. Within days, I'm inundated with dozens of inquiries regarding my amazing furnished house with fantastic views. I rent it to a wonderful young family, a barrister and his schoolteacher wife, and their 2 preteen children. They pay me their first and last month's rent and signed a lease for a year. I warn them about my crazy stepmom, who thinks this is her house, but I present them with contact information to my lawyer, the same lawyer my dad retained, in case they need any assurance that I'm on the level. I also give my lawyer the information about the storage facility, including the fact that I generously paid 4 months of storage in advance, which is a whole month longer than Grace's Czech honeymoon adventure. I then found a great apartment in the city near my new place of work. There, I met a woman in a restaurant I frequent at night after a long workday. We have been dating 6 months now and are engaged to be married. Grace, of course, tried to shriek and cause trouble when she realized she got kicked out of my house, but my lawyer quickly shut her mouth without my having to ever speak to her garbage face again. From what I hear, her and her trash husband left the country, and I assume they're blowing through my dad's money and will soon be broke like chavs usually become when they taste a little bit of what they think is the good life. So maybe Grace will go and try to exploit some other lonely man into giving her his money. Speaking of money, the house that I rent out is generating so much money that I not only am able to help pay for my cousin's college, but I moved into a larger apartment of my own, together with my fiance. I love my job, but really, I could survive solely on renting my dad's old house. And to think, if Grace had only been cooler and nicer, I might have let her stay at the house just to be a good sport, and definitely if she stayed the hell out of my room. But no, she had to act all proprietary, so I had to make her homeless as a wedding gift. Postscript, I bought another PS4, even though I didn't use my old one that much. It didn't matter, it wasn't for Grace to give away. You don't give away other people's things, you give away your own things. Which is why I chose to kick Grace out of my house, because it's mine, and I decide who stays there. Our next story today comes to us from Lars403, and is titled, "Guy Quit His Job Thinking He Became Rich." Let's jump right in. Hey, new to Reddit, I thought I would post my story here. I work for a construction company, and we do remodeling on homes. We have a rule here that we get to keep anything we find hidden behind the walls. We hired this guy. We really needed a worker badly, who was a total butthole from day one. I've been working for this company for 5 years, and this guy has only been doing construction for 1 year after he got fired from his accounting job for getting a DUI. Anyways, he would always make fun of my clothes and my accent, and one day he went too far by telling my boss about my private Instagram account pics. He got on my phone and looked through my Instagram page and showed my boss pictures of me smoking weed. Little did he know that my boss is my friend from 8 years when we used to smoke together before we both quit. I was so mad that he violated my privacy, then I made plans to F him over. He was the kind of guy who would always come in late and complain that trains or traffic is why he was always late. One day, I overheard him saying that if he won the lottery, he would quit this job for not getting the respect he deserves. You have to earn your respect here. One day, I bought some fake gold coins online, and I put them in a metal box I found at the antique store and waited for a chance to hide it in a wall. Luckily, I did not have to wait long. The day he found the coins, it seemed like it was his best day ever. First thing he did when he opened the box, he called my boss an effing loser, and he quit immediately on the spot. He said, "F this place, I'm rich." Laugh out loud. Little did he know was that was the best day of my life. After he quit, my boss told us that he was going to fire him anyways for always showing up late. I wish I could see the look on his face when he finds out the gold coins are fake. Best $40 I spent in my life. I apologize for my grammar, this just happened today, and my adrenaline is pumping hard. Thanks for reading. Our next story today comes to us from Deleted Account and is titled, "Coworker tried to get me fired over breast implants, so I pulled a reverse Uno card." Let's jump right in. 4 years ago now, when I was 24, my mom died of breast cancer, and as both my grandmothers had also died of it, I saw a specialist for a screening. I found out I had some cells in one of my breasts that could have turned cancerous at any given moment. I was told I had a few options. 1, I could have regular screenings every 3 or 4 months until it does develop into cancer. I was told the risk of the cells becoming cancerous was very high due to family history. but it could also potentially never turn, so I'd just be getting these screenings for no reason. 2, I could get a single mastectomy on the breast with the bad cells, but they'd need to keep an eye on the other one, so I'd still need regular checkups for the other breast. 3, I could get a bilateral mastectomy and remove all of my breast tissue, basically eliminating the risk. I went for the bilateral mastectomy. It was admittedly the most drastic option, but after seeing what cancer did to my mom and grandmothers, I didn't want to risk it. I was warned about scarring, but told it should be fairly minor. It wasn't, and I was left with 2 huge, pink, jagged scars on either side of my chest, each about an inch long and a half an inch wide, and it caused me to go into a severe depression, where it got to the stage of me not even leaving my flat because I didn't want people to see me, throwing out my mirrors, and getting physically sick looking at myself. I went to a therapist who suggested a plastic surgeon. The therapist said they'd never normally do that, but it was clearly something I was struggling with, and I might never get over it, and the therapist could see why I struggle with it. Although I'll admit the therapist did send me to ask about scar reduction, the plastic surgeon suggested a cream, a laser, or implants. The cream didn't work, and the laser was both expensive and risky, so I went with the implants. My natural boobs were an F cup, so I went with a slightly smaller double D. Since then, my mental health has improved, and I feel a lot better about the way I look. My confidence has gone up, as has my self-esteem. I know I shouldn't put so much into my appearance, but I wasn't exaggerating about these scars. Huge, bright pink, jagged, raised, just really awful to look at, and I hated seeing myself, and they are now nicely hidden away, and you can barely feel them. In the present day, I'm 28 years old and working in an office. I'm doing a lot better than I was. My coworker Jill found out I'd had a boob job, but not about the cancer thing. When myself and my friend from years before the mastectomy were planning a holiday, and she made a joke about me going on a plane with my implants, and Jill overheard. By the end of the day, the entire office knew I'd had a boob job, but not why, and half a dozen people confirmed Jill had told them. Over the next few months, Jill made many jokes and comments about my chest to coworkers when I was in earshot, at one point saying I had more plastic than Barbie and calling me fake in 2 ways. I didn't hear this one myself, but a friend in the office told me that Jill had, at one point, referred to me as a sack of silicone. I don't know what her problem was exactly, but at one point, she mentioned the NHS, so I assumed Jill thought that I'd gotten my breasts done for free on taxpayer money. I'd gotten the mastectomy on NHS, but gone private for therapy and implants. I asked her to stop more than once, but unfortunately the places I'd talked to her were places like the lift and the women's bathroom where there weren't any cameras, and Jill just kept making comments no matter how often I asked her not to. I wouldn't say it was every single day, but I heard at least 3 comments per week for 3 months. I hit my breaking point when me, Jill, and a few other coworkers were having lunch. I referred to something as being shallow, and Jill said, "You'd know all about being shallow," while gesturing to my chest. I snapped. I said, "Do you know why I have these? A few years ago, the doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a mastectomy and was left with huge ugly scars on my chest. I went to see a therapist who sent me to a cosmetic surgeon who advised me to get implants to hide the scars, and I did, just so I can look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was a mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. For the rest of the day, I had about a third of my office come up to me and offer support, and the rest tell me that Jill was just joking around and I was being a bee. I replied that Jill was being a bee long before I was. I then got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day. And when I called for clarification, they mentioned a hostile work environment. Note, this is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off the email and I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident on who had reported me. I realized that if this was already being sent to HR, I needed as much ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting my information. As Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me, and if that was true, I was effed. However, I vaguely remembered a section on complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract, and there was a part in complaint section that said I was contractually allowed to request a change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. Then I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook and said basically, HR have asked to see me. Do any of you remember Jill insulting me to your face? And are you willing to write and sign something saying what you heard and when? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill is somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending HR and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I guessed roughly when I'd asked Jill to stop previously. The 4 asks over the last few months, some timings were easy to guess as they'd happen on my break or when I'd first arrived at work, and I wrote them all down, along with a rough time of when the lunchroom confrontation happened and a list of names of who was there for the lunchroom confrontation. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went round everyone who had messaged me, and most of them managed to give me a printed and signed letter. Some didn't manage to write one, but no big deal. This isn't exact words as there's 16 letters to sum up here, but the gist was, my name is their name. I work with Jill last name and OP. On this date, at this time approximately, I spoke with Jill last name, during which she referred to OP as quoted insult. I felt this was inappropriate, as it directly related to OP's appearance, and am willing to go on record further to establish that Jill last name has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed, their name. I wound up with about 16 letters, all from different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some even had bullet-pointed lists of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people. As it turns out, Jill has issues with a lot of people's appearances. She apparently made comments about one coworker's weight and something anti-Semitic about a different coworker's nose, all of which were put in these letters. There are about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it's still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from coworkers, the photocopy of the page in my contract, and my dates and times in a little folder with me. I got there, and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me into another room. I immediately turned to the other HR worker that was currently there and said, "So is my meeting with you then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer. And as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I wouldn't let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and said she could be impartial. I replied that I really didn't mean to be a pain, but I had it on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get supervisor. Supervisor asks how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell him that I have it on good authority that the Jill, who was on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend of Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only replied, "I can be impartial." Supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the 4 of us all went to review the complaint. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoyed them. Debbie took out the complaint, and all 3 of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the whole time the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommending me be fired. The interview went something like this. It took like over half an hour, and they kept asking me the same questions, but phrased different ways, so this is a really drastically condensed version. You said outside that you think Jill last name reported you. Why is this? Jill has had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue? I had no issue with her. What issue does Jill have with you? 4 years ago, a specialist identified potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I had surgery to remove my breast tissue, thereby removing the cells and the risk. After the surgery, I was left with large scars on my chest. I went to a therapist for low self-esteem and depression. The therapist suggested a plastic surgeon who suggested breast implants to cover my scars. All of this is in my medical history, which you have a copy of in my file, and my full permission to review. Jill found out about my breast implants, but didn't know about the cancer. Jill had a problem with my breast implants and decided to communicate this problem to our coworkers. Why do you feel this is true? Here's 16 signed statements, all from different coworkers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office I'd had breast implants on the day she found out, and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes of what Jill said to them about it, and rough dates and times. Rough dates and times? No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as and when it happened. What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment? For me, harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent. But as to the complaint placed against me, it would probably be what happened at about time yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breasts, and I replied by giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There are cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that conversation. I'll admit I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months, I felt I had to put my foot down. Here's a list of names of people who were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of these people is also in those letters and has written their account of the conversation and signed it. Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you? Several, spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated to her that I felt uncomfortable and upset with these comments she was making and would appreciate it if she were to stop. To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in this time? No, it wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friend she overheard, and I didn't tell her, because frankly, it's none of her business, and I did not feel the need to detail my medical history to a coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. Supervisor stands up and says, "Well, I think we're done here." He shakes my hand and sends me back to my desk, saying that I'd hear from them after they reviewed the evidence. Letters, CCTV, medical history, and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my CV, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by, then the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called in for a meeting with HR. They come back 10-ish minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation get called one by one, except Jill. All of them are gone for about 10 minutes, then come back, find a coworker, and say that HR wants to see them. Then, the people who wrote letters but weren't there yesterday are also called one by one and are each gone for about 10 minutes each, some longer, some shorter. By about 3:30, it looks like everyone who wrote a letter or was there in the lunchroom has been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. 4:30-ish, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around, everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave when Jill storms back into the office. She glares at me the whole time she packs up her desk. She then starts telling anyone who will listen that I got her fired before shoving her way onto the lift. An email comes in from HR. My case is closed. If you enjoyed this video, please let me know in the comments down below, and if you'd like to see more like this, of course, let me know that as well. I thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.